Good afternoon, members, and welcome to today's meeting. I'd like to call upon Pastor Dan to say prayers. Pastor Dan, please.
Thank you. Normally, when we think about praying, we often think about speaking to God. But something that's perhaps even more important than speaking is listening. And I thought it would be very appropriate today, as we're on Valentine's Day celebrating love, to read out to you the Father's love letter. And just invite you just to close your eyes and just enjoy. And just want to say, whatever religion, whatever belief, whatever background you are from, my heart today is just to communicate that each and every one of you is loved. And I really appreciate your love for this city as well. So let's close our eyes. This is, I believe, God speaking to us, and these are taken from words from the Bible. My child, you may not know me, but I know everything about you. I know when you sit down and when you rise up. I'm familiar with all your ways, even the very hairs on your head are numbered. You are made in my image. In me you live and move and have your being, for you are my offspring. I knew you even before you were conceived. I chose you when I planned creation. You were not a mistake, for all your days are written in my book. I determined the exact time of your birth and where you would live. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. I knit you together in your mother's womb and brought you forth on the day you were born. I have been misrepresented by those who don't know me. I am not distant and angry, but I am the complete expression of love. And it is my desire to lavish my love on you simply because you are my child and now I am your father. I offer you more than your earthly father ever could, for I am the perfect father. And every good gift that you receive comes from my hand, for I am your provider, and I meet your needs. My plans for your future have always been filled with hope, because I love you with an everlasting love. My thoughts towards you are countless as the sand on the seashore, and I rejoice over you with singing. I will never stop doing good to you, for you are my treasured possession. I desire to establish you with all of my heart and soul, and I want to show you great and marvelous things. If you seek me with all your heart, you will find me. Delight in me, and I will give you the desires of your heart, for it is I who gave you those desires. I am able to do more for you than you could possibly imagine, for I am your greatest encourager. I am also the Father who comforts you in all of your troubles. When you are broken-hearted, I am close to you. As a shepherd carries a lamb, I have carried you close to my heart. One day I will wipe away every tear from your eyes, and I will take away all the pain you have suffered on this earth. I am your Father, and I love you, even as I love my Son, Jesus. In him my love for you is revealed. He is the exact expression of my being. He came to demonstrate that I am for you and not against you, and to tell you that I am not counting your sins against you. Jesus died so that you and I could be reconciled. His death was the ultimate expression of my love for you. I gave up everything I love that I might gain your love. If you receive the gift of my Son Jesus, you receive me, and nothing will ever separate you from my love again. Come home, and I'll throw the biggest party heaven has ever seen. I have always been Father, and always will. My question is, will you be my child? I am waiting for you. Love your dad, Almighty God. Father God, just bless this meeting now. We thank you that you are the author of love, and that you love every person in this room. In Jesus' name, amen. And I've written each and every one of you, hopefully I haven't missed too many out, I've written you a card, and there's a £5 Costa voucher in there. And that's just a little thank you, just to say that we really appreciate at City Life Church all that you contribute to our city. And I'm really thankful to that. Thank you.
Dan, can I first of all say thank you very much for those kind words, and very moving as well. Thank you, Dan. You're more than welcome to stay during the meeting, but we understand if you're not able to stay for the full meeting. Members, would you like to take your seats? Thank you. I love it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay then. I'd like to, members, thank you. I'd like to now begin today's meeting with item number 1, declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest to declare in the items of the agenda before us, can you please indicate? In respect of agenda item number 10, concerning pensions agreements for 1950s women, the City Solicitor has, I understand, written to all affected members and granted them a dispensation allowing them to debate the vote on the issue today. So any declarations of interest, members? None. Okay, thank you. Number 2, minutes. It is proposed to Councillor Jones and seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson that the minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of December 2016, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed, members? Agreed, thank you. Number 3, communications and apologies. I haven't received any apologies or absence. The only one that I've received is from Councillor Tom Wood. Leader?
Councillor Ferret is on his way.
Councillor John Ferret. Any others? Councillor Galloway.
Councillor Potter will be late.
Councillor Potter. Okay, thank you. Filming. Just to remind everyone that today's meeting is being filmed from a fixed location camera placed in the chamber with the intentions of web streaming the recordings. The camera has been positioned so that it does not visually record any members of the public who may be in attendance at the meetings. Also, for the attention of those in the galleries and in the chamber, can I strongly impress upon those present that the Council's rules strictly prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting, and only then if they are not objecting to this. Filming from gallery to gallery is also not allowed. Consequently, can I remind all persons making deputations that if any of you do not wish to be filmed, photographed or recorded when addressing the Council, please indicate now so we can advise all those present. None. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, I was going to say, Councillor Matthew Winnington will be running late.
Okay, thank you very much.
You will be here?
Leader,
Yeah,
did you want something? Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Ferret, welcome.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies for lateness, and I have no declarations of interest other than the dispensation I've been given by the City Solicitor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. Evacuation procedures. Also, just to remind you that the evacuation assembly point is in the Guildhall Square, in the vicinity of the Queen Victoria statue. There's also an in-out log at the reception for the public attending council meetings. In the event of a roll call that may be needed, the officers will undertake the roll call and members and the officers will be present. Signs indicating the location of the public toilets are exhibited within and outside the council chamber. I'd like to welcome today in the gallery a group of second-year politics students from the University of Portsmouth, so welcome, who are here to observe the real word of politics. Please. Now you'll see the professionals. I hope you find our meeting helpful to your studies. I'm sure you will. Councillor Jones.
Lord Mayor, I wonder if under communications I can just add a welcome to Mike Sellers, our new port director. This is his first council meeting and he wanted to come along to really break his teeth in politics in Portsmouth, so welcome to Mike.
Welcome, Mike. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Okay, thank you. They know something that I don't know. Finally, finally, rescheduling the agenda items in response to requests from the following consultation with the group leaders. I propose a change in the agenda running order as permitted under Standing Order 40, so that the item 10, female pensions, is dealt with immediately before the budget items 8 and 9. Is this all agreed, members? Everyone happy? Good, great. Okay, yeah. Number 4, deputations from the public under Standing Order 24 on matters related to the pension before the council. Can I hand over to our city solicitor, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, there are 2 oral public deputations received for this meeting, one in respect of item 8, revenue budget, and one in respect of item 10, female pensioners. The details have been circulated in the Chamber along with a written deputation from Ms Simmons in respect of item 10. Lord Mayor, can I now ask Mr John Woods to speak on the budget? Mr Woods, you will have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Hello, yes, John Woods from Portsmouth City Unison, and I want to make 3 points really of the deputation today. One is to talk about the £9 million...
Sorry, sir, would you stand, please?
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Yes, I want to make 3 points really in terms of my deputation. One is about the context of the £9 million worth of cuts and efficiency savings that are before you on the budget today. Secondly, the impact that has on the workforce here at the Council. And thirdly, it follows on from the first two, is the necessity for maintaining trade union secondments, and certainly not to cut them by 50%, which is the proposal before you today. To begin with, the budget papers talk about the context of these cuts. They show that between 2011 and the end of next financial year, funding from central government to this council will have been cut by nearly half. That's a huge, huge cut, as we all know. And I think it's important to put that in context as well with the local government finance bill, which is progressing through Parliament at the moment, which is going to make councils almost completely reliant on income from business rates topped up by council tax. Now, that issue, to me, is a real severe concern to the future of local government, particularly where councils don't have a huge amount of revenue from businesses. I think there's a real uncertainty about the funding of essential services like social care, and I think I am deeply concerned, and the unions are deeply concerned about the impact on the welfare state because of these changes to funding. I also think we have to look at the crisis in social care and the NHS, which we're only too well aware of. People queuing up to get into A&E because there aren't enough health staff. People queuing up to get out of A&E when they're healthy because there aren't enough places to discharge them from. And although the council has got the additional money from the additional council tax for social care, it's too little too late. I think the crisis we have in social care has been brewing and growing for a very long time, and this additional money is not enough to resolve it. And I think the impact on our vulnerable people in Portsmouth is there for all to see. And I think there's a few key things. I know the decision was made in December last year to reduce the funding for two particular services, drug and alcohol services and the sexual health services. And the budget papers back in December made it very clear that the cuts to those services would have a direct impact on other services. For example, the NHS, the criminal justice system, the police, probation and various others. And I think we have to recognise that austerity isn't working and we have to think again. And I'm not expecting necessarily a great deal of support from the councillors here about this particular issue, but I do think it's important that we, as citizens, speak up and start saying enough's enough, austerity isn't working, we can't keep taking cuts to our public services year after year after year, and this is what we're seeing. The other thing I wanted to say was the impact on the workforce. Clearly, the budget proposals here have a major impact on our workforce. Remodelling, restructuring, people looking at redeployment, people facing redundancy. On top of that, you have the pressure on the workers who are working with fewer colleagues around them, taking on bigger caseloads, increased stress and pressure, liable, unfortunately, to make mistakes. And when they make mistakes, what happens? They're investigated, they're put on disciplinaries, they're put on capabilities. They're very, very vulnerable and they need support. And that brings me to the last point. The issue we have here with the trade union secondments, the proposal is to cut them by 50%. This will seriously reduce the ability of the trade unions to speedily respond to all the workforce issues that are contained in this budget. When it comes to negotiations and consultation over reorganisations in the departments, which we can already see are queuing up, we rely on our trade union secondments. That's all the council unions, not just Unison. It's Unison, GMB and Unite. And it's a real cost saving for the council. We enable things to be dealt with quickly and efficiently, so people aren't, for example, stuck at home on long-term sick. We can try and resolve those issues and save the council money. We can also ensure that people are properly supported and guided. We do a lot of informal guidance for people so that they don't actually need to go through formal procedures and waste, valuable management time. The expertise we have in our secondments mean that we don't have to keep getting trade union reps to come in and start from scratch. Because really what the council are proposing now is that we go to all the different union reps in all the different departments. I myself am not a secondment. I'm a full-time social worker. They will be reliant on people like myself, who actually often cost more in terms of salary, to be released from our main jobs to come and support people who are disciplined. I'm one of the most experienced stewards in social care. We have a huge amount of work in social care. We've asked time and time again to the Council, have you costed the impact of cutting by 50% the secondments? The answer comes back no. We know for a fact it will cost more. It will also cost more, not only in terms of release time for all the different stewards, it will take longer because stewards will need to be released from their day job. At the moment, we have secondments who can respond very, very quickly. It's not a cost saving, it's a disaster. And I think it's a betrayal of the workforce. There is a duty of care this Council owes to its workforce to ensure they are properly supported. Is that a minute? They're properly supported through very stressful, very difficult times. If someone gets suspended, if they made a mistake or something and they're suspended and escorted off the premises, the only point of contact those people have are their trade union rep. They're not allowed to talk to their colleagues because they're being under investigation. We provide a valuable support, and it's only reasonable that we look at a way forward. The unions have come back on 2 occasions with suggestions, an 80% reduction. We proposed to Councillor Mason last Friday, and we looked at that. It's been turned down. I beseech the Council here to think about the use of public money and to maintain at least 80% of the funding for the trade unions and maintain that. And just to say, there was a card outside being collected for Donna Jones, a Valentine's Day card, showing people why they love trade unions. I hope the Council can see its way to love trade unions too.
Thank you, Mr Woods. Can I now ask Ms Sally Robinson to speak on the female pensioners item? Ms Robinson, you have 6 minutes. Bell will go when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Solent Waspy Supporters Group. I would firstly like to thank Lynn Stagg for bringing this motion in the first place. Waspy Solent would like to thank members of the Scrutiny Management Panel for their courtesy at the meeting on the 21st of November 2016. We also thank them for recommending that full council should support the original notice of motion. Our previous deputations are available, and we don't want to repeat the points we've already made. We would, however, like to update council on developments since then. In October, the number of councils that had approved similar notices of motion stood at 70. Now it has risen to 110, including Southampton City Council and Council, and more recently, Salisbury City Council. With more than 140 local WASPy groups around the UK, our support is growing. On the 9th of February, there was another parliamentary debate on the impact of state pension legislation on women, making an unprecedented total of 6. This focused on the very real needs of working class women, many of whom live here in this city. Even the current Minister for Pensions acknowledges we were treated badly. In a recent magazine interview, Richard Harrington said, "The government is committed now to giving 10 years' notice of any changes, which is something we learned to do from the WASPy campaign. Isn't it his duty to do something about it?" The government online forums and the press often refer to the notion of transitional arrangements. But what does this actually mean? I'll explain briefly. When the 2011 Act was going through Parliament, the government wanted to extend the 1950s women's state pension age by 2 years, in addition to the increases outlined in 1995. The Act was amended and the increase was capped at 18 months. We need to be clear, this was not a transitional arrangement. It was an amendment to the Act. Even an 18-month extension cost all the women affected in the region of another £8,000 to £12,000 in further lost pension. In total, the pension lost in the 1995 and 2011 Acts can be as much as £46,000. The WASPI cause is about being fair. It's also about what's morally right to do. It cannot be fair or moral to penalise a decade of women, over 9,000 of them, with partners, mothers, daughters, sisters and grandparents here in Portsmouth for government failings. It cannot be right to take away what was promised to those who have worked hard all their lives without the advantages of their counterparts today. Please support the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. That brings us to the end of the deputations on these items. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, would you like to retire to the public gallery? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Number 4 is the petition. The Council has received a petition in respect of off the record as set out on the agenda. The Council rules state that as the petition contains more than 1,000 signatures, it will be debated by the full Council, and if the lead petitioner so requests, and they do. The process will be the lead petitioner, Ms Janet Smith, to give 6 minutes to present the petition. We will then consider the public deputation received on this matter. In accordance with the agenda arrangements, the administration will present its response to the petition via the proposer and a seconder. The petition and the administrator's response motion will then be discussed by councillors at the normal rules of debate would apply. But please note that this is a cabinet matter. The full council is precluded from determining the issues raised in the petition. I will now deal with the petition as presented. Michael.
Lord Mayor, can I ask Ms Smith, as petitioner, to present your petition? You will have 6 minutes to present the petition. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Lord Mayor, councillors, hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this petition on behalf of Off the Record, and it's a privilege to do so. Off the Record welcomes any young person in difficulties, whatever their circumstances. These include, but not exhaustive, confidence and self-esteem, depression or loneliness, anxiety, school, work, keeping safe, abuse, bullying, homelessness or financial worries. The focus of this charity is free and confidential counselling, support and information for young people aged between 11 and 25, and as you can see, it covers a wide range of issues which other statutory services do not. Schools will not be able to pick up the emotional needs of their young people since their income formula has been cut, and it is the same for children's social care. These agencies will not be able to deal with the volume of issues facing them without Off the Record plugging the gap. Off the Record has won awards and many plaudits. Volunteers within the organisation have transformed the lives of thousands of young people. The Chief Executive is quoted as saying, "Every young person who does not enter the criminal justice system or does not end up with emotional and mental health needs saves the taxpayers of this city hundreds of thousands of pounds each year." Offset this to the requested budget of £20,000 per year to keep this charity running, it seems perverse not to do so. It seems one charity is favoured over another, no matter how many people they support, 20 or 7,000, it does not seem to be a criteria, but is not cost effective in times of austerity. To spend £1.35 million to pay firms for helping to buy property seems like a PR disaster, and there is disquiet among some members of the public that they are now not being listened to when any dissent is raised on proposals. I understand.
Can I remind the public gallery, please, not to clap, please? Thank you.
I understand spend to save, and there are many arguments that there should be a spend to save for Off the Record, as the service will save precious budgets in the long run. I'm understanding a cost-cutting exercise every year. There are no feasibility studies or risk assessments conducted before any budget decisions are made into the ramifications of any such action and the impact on the wider community. There are certainly no meaningful equality impact assessments carried out on budget decisions affecting thousands of young people, which is your statutory duty to do so. And yes, I can hear the councillors on the Conservative side starting to murmur the Lib Dems cut the funding first. But you do not have to be the last ones to do so. There has been much soul-searching over the last few months in regards to the Lib Dem record, and although difficult decisions had to be made, other funding was found for this valuable service for young people to keep it running. This administration will be the one to close it completely, and as this petition testifies, a step too far for 1,018 signatories. My own experience touches on life without off the record. I would ask councillors to put down their phones to listen to this bit, because this is quite heartfelt. A friend of my family lives in an area with no provision for off the record or any similar service. Her daughter Amy started to be bullied at school and had no one to turn to, and she found it difficult to discuss with her family, even though she was extremely close to her mum. Amy started to self-harm and became extremely depressed. When this was discovered, there was nowhere for Amy to go, just to offload, relax, or to vent her feelings to a trained counsellor. If Amy had lived in Portsmouth at the time, she would have turned to off the record, and I believe they would have saved her. Amy committed suicide on the 27th of April 2013. She was 15 years of age. This organisation is not just a lifeline, it's an investment in our young people in difficult times. I implore this council, with all the other signatories on this petition, to reinstate the funding of the off the record so it can reopen and allow our young people to thrive. Use the extra resources received from profits under the Property Investment Scheme and the Voluntary Sector Fund for its rightful purpose to keep services for local people that they need, and not for the current administration's political gain. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your deputation, Ms Smith. Members, there are 3 deputations today relating to this item. I now ask Mr Cummings to speak on the petition. Mr Cummings, you have 4 minutes, and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
We're done. Right. Good afternoon, Lord Mayor, councillors. Happy Valentine's. I can feel the love bouncing off the walls in this chamber. Well, I'm here to support Off the Record because it's the best link for youngsters to go to with their problems. When youngsters do have problems, the first thing they do is share it with other children. Not, as many falsely believe, go directly to the police, teachers or social workers. Now, I've been attending some of your education, children, young people's scrutiny panel meetings with the title A Review into How Well Portsmouth City Council and Partners are preventing and dealing with CSE. Now, the best speaker at these meetings was a lady from Hillside Youth Club in Portsgrove, because she gave these kids the opportunity to share their concerns in a neutral environment. She wasn't a trained social worker, but she has over time gained their trust and at times has put them in touch with the appropriate authorities to assist them to deal with their problems. Now, although this council is doing much in the way of improving CSE, but much improvement is needed. Now, I'm retired, but I still get people knocking on my door and giving me phone calls, etc., and I can't turn people away. Now, I've read a report recently of a 14-year-old girl who's run away from home on several occasions. Once she was found living with a 28-year-old woman who was imprisoned for attacking her female live-in partner with an axe. To date, this situation has still not been resolved. Another 13-year-old girl was so desperate she walked into the civic offices asking to see a social worker. She was told she will have to wait for an appointment in about 3 weeks. Could she fill out a form? Naturally, she left without help because she did not want to give her details. Off the Record does not insist on any of these details. So simply put, Off the Record is the most obvious service provider for kids to go to in the first instance. These kids need confidence in order to give the relevant information so they can get confidential counselling to help them with their problems. Not supporting Off the Record today may well have its ramifications in 10 or 20 years from now, because instead of resolving their problems, these kids will go into adulthood with the baggage of their unresolved teen years. And that can materialise through homelessness, drugs, alcohol, and can end up costing this city much more in supporting their broken promises. Now, I understand Off the Record used to have an office here in Portsmouth, but this had to be closed because of the lack of funds. Now, with all the properties this council has, I categorically refuse to believe that office space can't be found here in Portsmouth so that kids can have access to Off the Record. Start taking care of today's kids so they can have a better future. You were elected on your own promises to bring improvements to our city. So start your improvements by supporting Off the Record today. Stop thinking about the money it will cost today. Don't get buried in a box full of false economy features. Broaden your horizons to include thinking ahead, so that in years from now you can be proud that you made Portsmouth a better place for our kids. You have a great opportunity to influence your legacy in a positive way by showing the electorate that when it comes to protecting our kids, no one does it better than we do here in Portsmouth. And another benefit, in 10 years' time, guess what? Maybe you won't get another Les Cummings hammering on again.
Thank you, Mr Cummings. Can I now ask Mrs Paula Ritchies to speak on the petition? You have 4 minutes. The bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've just got off this seat. It's lost its springs. It's because I've been on that many times. I have been 3 times to this council chamber on behalf of Off the Record. I am a record, an old playing record. I wasn't actually going to come. I only really realised that this was on today a few days ago. And I don't really need to say all the things I've said time and time again about the service that we offer Portsmouth. I've actually come to thank Jeanette, to thank the Liberal Democrats and thank everybody who signed the petition. Without them, I wouldn't be here, nor would Jeanette or Mr Cummings. And can I thank Mr Cummings for his heartfelt words? And he means what he says. I think what's interesting is, I will just a couple of things. We still get a lot of phone calls from GPs and CAMs. They are not aware of the service that is being offered in Portsmouth. I think, please, Councillor Stubbs, maybe you could deal with that, or someone can deal with that, because they still believe we are here in the city. We're not. We're having to refer them on to Relate and that consortium. It would be, I don't even know if they've started yet. We finished at the end of December with a promise that this service would start in December initially, then the middle of January, and we are still not aware whether the service has started. Can someone please look into that for me? I would be most grateful. I know that in the Capital Fund you're looking to give some money to parks. I am thrilled, absolutely thrilled. They are the most wonderful service, and in my time in office, I went there several times. They are the most amazing organisation. Thank you for giving them money. I am thrilled. But you didn't give me any, did you? Right. Just want you to know, and I know one of the things is about their building. 2 years ago, Off the Record, wrote to Portsmouth City Council offering to repair our building that belongs to you free of charge to the council. It was turned down. We then went through the whole issue about this, the report on the building, which at the end of the day said that it would cost £23,000 to repair. That £23,000 has gone up to 138 last time I heard. I have the report here. We were willing, with the help of the army, to repair our building at no cost to Portsmouth City Council, but it was turned down. I think you need to start to speak to your officers and find out why these things, are they happening with your knowledge, or are the officers taking it upon themselves to do what they want to do? We have also, as you were aware, at the last meeting, the beneficial offered us space that has now been refused. That was our Christmas present, which wasn't the best thing in the world. But what I would like to say is we have a new programme looking with other organisations, art, sport, music, etc., and this is our new strategy. We are rolling it out in Havant, and if you want us, we'll come and do it in Portsmouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs Ritchies. May I now ask that if you wish to stay for the rest of the meeting, if you would retire to the public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So now, in respect of the mover and the seconder to the proposed response to the petition, I've already received a signed notice on this from Councillor Jones, which I understand is about to be circulated. Before I ask Councillor Jones to propose accordingly, can I remind members that details of any amendments to the administration's response are to be disclosed to me before the commencement of this debate. I will require it to be written down and given to me after being proposed and seconded, and before it is discussed further or put to the meeting. Leader, you're happy for us to circulate? So I'll give you a couple of minutes, members, to have a look at that. Thank you. Okay, members, so I'll hand over to Leader, please, to propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The Council welcomes the opportunity to discuss off the record, as we have at recent Council meetings. The City Council is committed to a vibrant, voluntary third sector. By building social capital in communities across the city, we hope to improve outcomes for vulnerable people and to reduce demand for expensive statutory services. The Council is pleased to note the relocation from Havant to Portsmouth of the children's charity Beat the Bullies and Friend Finders. Both provide support for children and young people to assist them with tackling some of the most complex issues that arise, especially in schools. The City Council notes that the provision of mental health services rests with the NHS and that Portsmouth Clinical Commissioning Group has received £406,773 per annum for children and young people's mental health services as part of the Future in Mind programme. This includes counselling services, which will be supplied, as we've heard today, by Relate. The Council notes that the most recent contract to be lost by Off the Record was in fact not a council contract, but a clinical commissioning group contract. The City Council has not funded Off the Record, as you heard, since the budget was set by the previous administration in February 14. A bid for transition funding was rejected the following month in March 14. A number of meetings with councillors and council staff have taken place within the last few months, but to date, no viable business plan has been submitted. As part of the austerity programme, the City Council has had to make savings equivalent to 47% of its revenue budget. Even so, it has been able to establish a fund to provide support to the voluntary sector. By using this fund and its other resources, the Council has been able to ensure the continuation of the Recovery Cafe and Dial-A-Ride and has been able to secure counselling services for adults. Whilst the Council has relaxed the criteria for the use of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, it is imperative that a charity or not-for-profit is sustainable beyond the one-year Council funding. The Council is pleased to note an example of a recent reward and success from this fund is the fact that the good work of the Portsmouth Counselling Service will continue under a new agreement with the U Trust. The City Council welcomes bids to the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund and will continue to provide support where the criteria agreed by full Council are met. I'm happy to propose this, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Have we got a second? Yeah, Councillor Bosch, you're seconding that. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Madden.
Lord Mayor, I think you gave a ruling at the start that no amendments could be put into this statement. It's normal practice that statements or motions that are moved are seen well in advance by members. I don't know if people are going to put an amendment in, but I'd seek the suspension of standing orders that allow groups to consider whether they want to put amendments into this, and therefore we have a short adjournment to do that, Lord Mayor. But I think it's wrong to say, my understanding is that we would see the papers well in advance rather than just given to us. I've read I think it's, oh, I've lost it now, Lord Mayor, but notice of motion somewhere, page 28, and it's not quite clear on that. It says that amendment should be put in before the mover stops speaking, but the mover started speaking without me or other people given the opportunity to query the standing orders, Lord Mayor. So I would ask that if needs be, if group leaders wanted, that we should have a short adjournment to consider the response to this and whether any amendments have got to be put in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. Stuart, do you just want to add a few words before we...
Very quickly. Councillor Madden raises a very good point. The petition scheme and the normal amendments in standing orders don't necessarily sit terribly well. Historically, Lord Mayor, you have given members a few moments to work up an amendment should that be desired by the Council, and I'm sure that you'd be amenable to doing that if that was the wish of the Council, so that members have the opportunity. You're right, as I say, the petition scheme does have a response which obviously members don't have a chance to see, so it is reasonable if that's the wish.
Is that the wish? Councillor Luke
Just to challenge that, I mean, I've been on this council for a long time now. We've had this petition scheme for maybe 3 or 4 years in this form, and there has never been an opportunity on any of the petitions that have come forward to make amendments to them.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
My Lord Mayor, I think Councillor Madden makes a very good point. As he says, we haven't seen this before. It's been read out and handed to us by the Leader of the Council, gives no chance for it to do any amendment. And I think it needs to be addressed. But personally, I think on this occasion, it is quite...
Members, please.
On this occasion, from my point
members, sorry, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. Can I... excuse me, please. Excuse me. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, can you carry on, please?
Thank you. I think we're all used to Councillor Symes' heckling. So, my Lord Mayor, if it helps, my Lord Mayor, my view is from the Liberal Democrat bench is that there is no need for an amendment because this proposal from the administration doesn't address anything in the petition at all, so we should reject it outright.
Thank you very much. Thank you for clearing that. Thank you. Sorry, so the matter is now before the Council for debate. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And of course, I'm happy to support this petition. And I'm interested in the response of the City Council that fails to address in any way what the petition says. And just to be clear, let me read it out what the petition says. We, the undersigned, call on Portsmouth City Council to fund off the record to keep this confidential youth counselling service available to young people in Portsmouth. Whatever the council leader has said in these weasel words does not address that petition. So, my Lord Mayor, I think those of us who would like to support off the record are left with no other option but to reject what the council leader has put forward today. We've heard eloquently from people who've come to speak to us today about the service that young people receive from off the record. Now, I think we all know, across all parties in this council, that funding for local government has been very, very tough, and it will be for years to come. And in our administration, we did take a grant away from off the record, but found them money from an alternative source. And therefore, off the record kept going. Now, since then, 3 things have changed. The first is that the council has the money available to keep off the record going. The voluntary sector fund, meant to be for voluntary sector organisations like off the record, has over £400,000 sat in it, sat in the bank, that's been there for almost 2 years, unused. Just £20,000 out of that, of the £400,000 that's sitting unused, would keep off the record going here in Portsmouth. Now, I understand that the Leader of the Council was at a dinner a while ago offering money out of this fund to various people. I think she offered Councillor Ben Dowling £15,000 out of it for his voluntary sector organisation. But not personally.
Members, thank you.
Thank you.
But, my Lord Mayor, the other thing that's changed is in this budget. As Paula Richards said, there is a very sensible proposal to say to the Portsmouth Area Rape Crisis Centre that if they take over responsibility for looking after their building, a terraced house in this city, that we'll give them some money to do that, 50,000. We've heard today from Paula Ritchie that the offer that she made to the City Council was not to ask for money to look after the building, but to do it for free. That the Royal Engineers had said they would come in and repair the building, and this administration said no. No. We're not interested in volunteers coming to look after this building.
Can I remind people in the up there, please, that any more I should ask you to be removed. I'm not having it, okay? It's my meeting and the councillors are here to talk on our behalf. So please, can you keep it quiet? Thank you. No, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, and my Lord Mayor, the final thing that's changed is Off the Record has now been shut in Portsmouth. It no longer provides that service. Now, my Lord Mayor, finances are tough, and under the last Lib Dem administration we had to find savings, but we found alternative money and Off the Record kept going. It continued to provide a service, it continued to provide it in a service in a house owned by the City Council. What's happened now is that Off the Record has been said they were not allowed to bring in people to mend the property at zero cost to the council. They've had the property removed from them, and therefore that service no longer exists in Portsmouth. It's a lifeline to young people. It is a disgrace that it's been cut, disgrace that it no longer operates here in Portsmouth, and there are simple ways in which that can be addressed. If it is right for the Portsmouth Area Rape Crisis Centre to be allowed to look after their building and given money for it to make sure that happened, why is it right for them but not right for Off the Record? That is not good enough. This is about a service to young people, and it should be continuing, and the response from the administration is pathetic. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Hunt, please. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, we started out our meeting today, Lord Mayor, with a plea for love, for understanding and for charity. And it is Valentine's Day today, but, you know, already I'm afraid we can sense that there is not much love in this council chamber, well, at least not from the administration side. You know, in this notice of motion, Lord Mayor, if you read it on the fourth line down, members, it says here, the City Council, third line and fourth line, the City Council is committed to, this is a Tory administration response, that the City Council is committed to a vibrant, voluntary and third sector by building social capital in communities across the city. The evidence is to the contrary. Already we've seen them oversee the closure of Mind in the city. And we've seen them oversee the closure of Off the Record. We've seen how they dealt with one community group, art and soul traders, lamentably, badly, and it is shameful. It's a shame on this City Council, the reputation of this City Council. The problem with this administration is that people don't understand, I think, is their pursuit of money and profit. They see the City Council, Lord Mayor, as a profit-making machine. I get that they want to deliver good services to local people. I really understand that. And they think that the way that they're doing it is the right way to do it. The trouble for them is increasingly the people of Portsmouth simply do not agree with the way that you are going about it. One of the first things we saw you do in one of your first budgets was it was shameful again, was to take away the money from the charity clothes banks. And that was money for Hampshire Air Ambulance, children's charities, British Heart Foundation and the Salvation Army. Where was the love in that? There wasn't any love in it at all. So, Lord Mayor, they say they want to increase social capital, but they're destroying the social capital that is at the grassroots of this city and its communities. And all the evidence so far that I have seen, and I don't know what anybody else thinks, but it's a destruction of the voluntary services in this city and the destruction of community groups. Lord Mayor, this is just £20,000. And we've seen them, as Jeanette Smith said earlier on, spending £1.43 million on fees to private companies. It cannot be right that when we have found the money to do this, that the administration won't do it. They just stick their heels in the mud. They just won't turn round. When they're presented with something that is so obviously wrong, they seem incapable, for their own political reasons, mad as they are, they seem incapable of understanding that they are doing the wrong thing. Lord Mayor, there are plenty of volunteers in Off the Record. They provide a great service to young people. They're a bit different to the other charities mentioned in the administration's rotten response. They're a different group of people. They do different things. It's just 20,000. Each one of you Conservative councillors.
Through me, councillor, please.
It's just, well, they're Conservatives, aren't they, Lord
Yeah, no,
Mayor?
through me, councillor.
Well,
thank
you're
you.
not Conservative?
No,
You're a Lib Dem.
I voted.
But
Just,
Lord Mayor, I'm
through
saying
me,
to the Conservative councillors, Lord Mayor, it's just £20,000. You can adjust your budget just like that to afford £20,000. And she'll probably stand up and say in a minute, when Steve Pitt gives me his £25,000 back, I'll change it all. But she spent it about 50 times over. So, Lord Mayor, they should change their mind. Let's keep Off the Record going. Let's save the lives of young people. It's just £20,000. What is wrong with you people?
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Stagg, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't know how many of you have actually visited or worked with Off the Record. I have on many, many occasions. I took many of my pupils to the Off the Record office in Fratton Road and also to Lee Park. I also had Off the Record coming in to do PSHE lessons in the school, because as you, almost all of you know, I taught for over 20 years in an inner city school here. These were kids who came from chaotic homes. Or they had just had major problems. For example, today in particular, more than when I was teaching, they have to put up with the trolling that takes place with social media. They have anxiety, the stresses on young people these days, which I wasn't aware of when I was their age, but then I'm that old. They didn't have stresses in those days. They have suffered from sexual abuse, there's alcoholism, drug taking in the family, severe mental health problems. Off the Record has saved so many kids. I could give you a list of names. If it wasn't public, I could actually give you a list of names now. But Off the Record actually saved them, either from a life of crime, going into the criminal justice system, or from going into further mental health problems, going into adulthood. And if any of you had visited some of the homes that some of these kids got, now as a head of year, I visited many of the homes. You wouldn't believe it. I think we all live in nice, cosy little worlds. And if you went into some of these homes where there is nothing, poverty and extreme poverty. And there's one of my friends who is one of my dog walking friends. I meet lots of people dog walking. It's a great thing. I would advocate it for anybody. She fosters, and she has a brother and sister. They both come, obviously, from the same family, from a family of 7 kids, all of which are in care. Complete chaos in the background. The girl had been going to Off the Record for over a year. It had made such a difference to her. I mean, I know the girl. She was off the wall, completely off the wall. Going to Off the Record was transforming her. She hadn't arrived, but she was well on the way to arriving. It disappeared. She went to Relate. She came home and she said to Caroline, it was a waste of time. They don't understand. Because it's the only service in the city that deals exclusively with young people and their problems. I'm not running down any of the other counselling services, but they cover a whole myriad of things with adults as well as youngsters. But Off the Record has dealt with just youngsters, and they have major problems that you and I don't understand. I probably do more than you because I was in that world teaching, but for most of you, you probably don't understand what they're going through. And I think £20,000 is a pittance to save these kids and the City Council and the NHS, stopping the mental health problems in adult life, stopping a lot of the kids going into the criminal justice system with all that costs. And it's a pittance, and we should really support this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stay. Councillor Lyons, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hadn't really intended to speak, although I did in the last debate that we had about it, simply to remind people that the charity that we're talking about does obviously do good works, but had not succeeded in a tender and therefore was unable to fund itself. And over the years, we have looked at charities in the city to try to get them to be self-sustaining. Where is the fundraising activity that should be happening within schools or among parents for a charity that is worth having? Why are we, as a council, being asked to fund a charity that, when it started and when it was going, talked about being self-sustaining, asking for money from the council to help it become self-sustaining, but with no business plan? And as I understand it, there are occasions where it certainly has acted in a strange way, bureaucratically, in terms of the beneficial foundation and various other things, but I'm not in a position to go into it because I don't know the details. But I do think it's important to remember that although, of course, it does very, very important things for vulnerable children, they lost a tender, and the tender was presumably judged by people who knew what they were doing. It went to Relate. You now tell me, oh sorry, through the Chair, Lord Mayor, Councillor Stagg tells us that Relate is not up to snuff in this particular regard, and I'm sorry if that's the case, because clearly those people dealing with the tender weren't looking at that. However, as a council, we have to make difficult decisions. We have to decide whether or not the promise year on year that Off the Record would be off our books will actually happen. It hasn't. We've given it every chance, and we've given it a lot of money. I know that, unfortunately, it may be regarded by the general public that just because it seems to be run by a whole bunch of Liberal Democrats, we Conservatives wouldn't actually like to fund them. But that actually is not true, because they do.
Through me, Councillor, please. Thank you.
Sorry, the council might not want to fund them, which was not through you.
You were over there talking over there. Just want you to talk to me. That's right. Talk to me. Talk to me. I look lovely. Talk to me, please. Talk to me. Spread the love and talk to me, Councillor.
I thought I was talking through rather than to you.
Yeah, through me. It's fine.
I do apologise. I will show you the agape that and not the eros, apparently, that Councillor Hunt was talking about in the Greek love that we're talking about today. However, you may have all my agape. I will talk to you fully to say...
I'm enjoying every minute of it, Councillor, so please carry on.
In that case, through you, I would like to say the council itself has done a great deal for this charity, and I think people will acknowledge it. I know as well that the Liberal Democrats were the first to cut its funding, and as one of its new candidates was telling us in a petition today, was expressing the fact that that was regrettable, and was saying the Conservatives are going to close it. We're not closing it, we're just not enabling it to continue, simply because it...
So, councillors, councillors, please.
This is a political...
Please, councillors, members of the public, please. I can't hear Councillor Lyon. Councillor Lyon, you have to go back on it because I didn't hear half what you said. But carry on.
We are not closing it.
Members, ladies and gentlemen.
We're not closing it. We are the people. We are not going around fundraising for them as they should be themselves.
Please, thank you.
And I don't really want to talk about the cannabis growing arts law.
Please,
what we need to do is deal with this particular issue. We are not continuing to fund it because it is supposed to be self-sustaining, has failed to do so, has not got the tender it needed to in order to continue. And ultimately, we are not in the business of helping a charity that should have helped itself. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Steve Weems, did you put your hand up earlier on to talk or not? Sorry, you sort of indicating. No, you didn't. No. Okay. So we'll go on to Councillor Sanders, please. Thank you. Peter.
Thank you very much, I should be Councillor Winnington for 5 minutes. I have to say, my Lord Mayor, I wasn't intending to speak either. But once I heard the alternative facts, thank you, John. But once I heard the alternative facts provided by Councillor Lyon, I thought it was rather important to set a couple of things that Ian had put forward straight. He said that there had been no efforts to fundraise from off the record, yet we heard from Mrs Riches right at the start that they had put a bid into the council to work with the army to repair their building free of charge. Now, I would say that well, you have to speak to someone in order to actually get that commitment in the first place. I would say that that's actually not bad for an organisation that doesn't fundraise. It shows a bit of imagination, and it shows a commitment to repair the building, which I understand has been a large part of the problem. But also, Councillor Lyon talked about the tender that was put forward. And here I think Councillor Lyon was onto something, because as Councillor Stagg pointed out, there are many aspects of that tender that are in fact flawed. One of the key aspects that I found from the scrutiny panel which I chaired into isolation amongst 16 to 25-year-olds was the need to have some sort of support mechanism for people who are often kicked out of their homes for no reason and have no idea of how to live their lives. Now, when you deal with gangs and getting people off gangs, the best thing, as I think Mr Cummings outlined earlier on right at the start, is actually to get what's called peer-to-peer, get people that you know, people your own age, actually involved, people who understand, not the formal bureaucracies, not the trained people necessarily, but that peer-to-peer work works very well. It cannot work on a formal basis. The main flaw in the tender, as Councillor Lyon was identifying earlier, is in fact that in the current contract, that drop-in provision is not there. And that is a major weakness in the contract and the tender that we have. It is, though, there with off the record. So, in fact, off the record is filling a gap that otherwise would not be, that at the moment is not there. And that is why I think this council should have been imaginative and say to off the record when the bid came in, yes, of course, if you want to repair it for free, that's lovely. That's just money we have to spend. That's great. And then that would have given them the capital asset security to be able to be more imaginative in delivering things in future. And then also we wouldn't be in this mess. So I hope that we'll be able to give a small amount of money to off the record today. As everybody said earlier on, it may be £20,000 now, but it is saving much, much more money later. So I hope the motion, the petition passes. Thank you for your indulgence, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Ferret, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've already had alternative facts. I'm going to introduce fake news. I think Liberal Democrats invented fake news before it was even thought.
Can I remind everyone, please? He was very quiet listening to other people, so can we be quiet for Councillor Ferret, please?
I say that with some authority, having been on the end of more than one fake news article from the Liberal Democrats over the years. And it is a real pity that this has become a political football, and it's an issue that we're now discussing here some 2 or 3 months after we last discussed it, and as Paul Ritchie said, we've discussed it before that in this council chamber. And we do need to recognise that the petition was introduced by a Liberal Democrat candidate. Interestingly, a Liberal Democrat candidate who was a member of the Labour Party not so long ago, when I was still in the Labour Party, and I remember her taking me to task over Jeremy Corbyn, but it seems that we've both arrived at the same view in terms of that particular individual.
Councillors, please.
So what we have here is clearly the Liberal Democrats looking to create a political issue around what is a very important service that has been provided in this city, which I think everyone in this chamber has supported and has willed that organisation to succeed. But the Liberal Democrats have chosen to turn it into one of party politics. And I think that's really sad, because there is history behind this. There was a proposal from 2 members of this council to provide extra funding from the council to off the record, and I believe that proposal came from 2 members of the Conservative Party, which was then the opposition at the time, asking the administration to give some money to off the record. And what we had was an amendment, and I will have to look it up on my phone. Sorry, I won't read it in its entirety. We had an amendment that was put forward by none other than Councillor Vernon Jackson. And Councillor Vernon Jackson said that the council were not in a position to provide extra funding to off the record, and that they should apply to the CCG. And indeed, the CCG awarded some money to off the record to continue. There was a recognition at that point by Councillor Vernon Jackson and the Liberal Democrat administration that the CCG were the appropriate body in terms of funding, and that's how it would be taken forward. And I think the council leader has recognised that in the statement that she's put out today about the fact that the CCG have awarded a contract for counselling services, and unfortunately, off the record, have been unsuccessful in bidding for that. And what we have to have, in terms of going forward, we clearly have to have a rule-based and rational way of deciding how we're going to fund third sector organisations. It cannot be about who shouts the loudest or how many signatures the Liberal Democrats get on a particular petition. It's got to be on the basis of clear criteria. And the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, again, which was opposed by the Liberal Democrats when it was first suggested in this council chamber, surely has to be the way forward. It is a concern that there's a lot of money still in there, and there has to be a better way in terms of organisations being able to avail themselves of that funding, but that has to be the correct way of doing it. What is not the correct way of doing it is the Liberal Democrats or any political party turning up here, creating a storm. Councillor Hunt, see, if I had any doubts about whether this was a political football or not, once Councillor Hunt gets to his feet and starts talking, you know it's a political football. And you know that he's going to use that, not least in order to attack the administration because of all the history we know that exists between him and the Conservative Party. So we know it's a political football, and that's the real tragedy with this. That's the real scandal about this, when we should really be looking at how can we sustain organisations when we recognise there's cuts taking place, huge cuts. In the words of Nick Clegg, when he was part of the government, savage cuts. And Councillor Vernon Jackson's party set the trajectory for these cuts, but they don't want to accept any of the responsibility. And until they do, they cannot be trusted.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the first point, which has been touched on, is that we've not gone from a situation where there's been a service provided to one where there is no service provided, because there is the Future in Mind programme, there is the contract with Relate. Now, that is a contract which was not let by the council, it is true, it was let by the CCG, according to rules laid down by the National Institute of Clinical Excellence. But nonetheless, a service is provided, and I think that's an important thing. We mustn't forget about that. We mustn't just dismiss it, because just because they're not here shouting at us, no one here from Relate has come here to argue with us today, doesn't mean that they're not doing important work. I think Councillor Vernon Jackson needs to be mindful just about how the budgetary situation has changed these last few years as well. I was just doing a little bit of arithmetic on it, and if you add together the savings we've had to make in 3 budgets, the last 2 that we've done, plus this one which will be agreed in some form today, and you add on the general fund savings, the public health savings, and a measure of cost pressures which have led to overspends of social care, that's £43 million we've had to save. That's £43 million that we'll never get back. And just saying we could afford things years ago when we had so much more money doesn't really get us any further forward, at least not unless you're proposing a 70% council tax rise, because that is what it would take to get the council's income back to that level. The council has actually done a good deal so far as the voluntary and the third sector is concerned. Within the constraints it's operating under, it was found, given a lifeline to the Recovery Cafe, given that a sustainable future. That's an organisation which has been doing very good work, drug and alcohol getting people off drug and alcohol through abstinence. It's going very well, and we've been pleased to help them. We have found a solution for the services provided by the Portsmouth Counselling Service as well. And I think that's quite illustrative of a bigger thing, because rather than rescue the organisation, because organisations ultimately aren't that important, it's the things that they do that are important, and that we've managed to protect by working with the U Trust, because by being part of a larger organisation, they'll be in a position to submit bids, frankly, that they've got people who are good at writing bids and winning money, and you have to do that, and there's lots of pots of money out there which aren't available to local authorities. So being part of that larger group will secure its future. We've got the transition fund itself. I mean, that is something we've set up under difficult financial circumstances. We've got the Portsmouth Lottery, which is providing, on the current numbers, about £85,000 a year to good causes in this city. We've got the Portsmouth Together programme, which we have continued to fund even after the central government funding for that expired. So we've done a lot. We have to be mindful when thinking about the transition fund that this is money that's not going to grow back. It's not £500,000 a year. It's a £500,000 reserve. And so the key to it is getting transition out of it. The key to it is using it to enable organisations to move to a sustainable future, rather than just say, well, we'll pay for you for another couple of years and then we're going to run out of money and go bust and everything's just going to fall over. You know, that is the thing about the bids that we've had from off the record. You know, we've certainly done things to help off the record already. The £3,500 of rent, which was actually added in by the previous administration in 2014, we have not pursued that. We've not made any attempt to try to collect that, and I think that that is fair and reasonable. I've myself have had multiple meetings with Paula Riches and sometimes with Sue Gillard, and the council and I made an offer of £5,000 from the Public Health Reserve to attempt a form of pilot programme, but that all unravelled a couple of days later, and off the record made a decision which they passed on to me and to the council, that they were going to leave the city. Councillor Ferret is absolutely right that decision making has to be evidence-based, that we have to look at the resources that we've got and work out, you know, what are the priorities, not just what are the priorities, but also where do we get the best value? How do we move to a sustainable future? That is what we're looking for. Those are what the criteria specify, and this council is very open to bids that meet that objective. So if the managers, if Paula Riches and then Sue Gillard from off the record want to put forward a proposition which achieves those objectives and moves towards sustainability, moves towards a business model that can survive in the long term, we're very open to conversations.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Alcombe, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Paula Riches mentioned the Beneficial Foundation, and I thought for the benefit of members I'd like to clarify the situation. For those who don't know, I'm Chair of Trustees of the Beneficial Foundation, one of the other hats that I wear, and in this chamber a couple of meetings ago we did offer the off-the-record free office space within our premises at no cost to them. Unfortunately, subsequent discussions between them and us, the demands they needed in terms of hours of opening, weekends, evenings, and potentially a youth club didn't particularly fit in with the demands of our own charity. So eventually there was no offer of funding for these extra hours we would need to open, etc. And obviously, understanding their financial position, I can see why that was the case. However, all those things they wanted to do would have been at a cost to the Beneficial Foundation, which in itself is obviously a charity trying to raise funds through outsourcing, etc. So the proposition was eventually put to the Board of Trustees, who decided that the amount of time, etc., that off the record wanted within our premises was incompatible with the aims of the Beneficial Foundation at this time. Obviously, that was disappointing to them and to us. However, You know, the trustees of the beneficial foundation obviously have to put the needs of their own charity first. And I just thought I'd like to clarify that, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
My Lord Mayor, in March 2014, I was in charge of the resources portfolio and turned down the bid from Off a Record for transition funding. I did so because they did not meet the criteria for which we had set up that fund. Nonetheless, the Liberal Democrat administration ensured in different ways that Off the Record continued. And I think Off the Record is worthy of our support for its continuation for a couple of reasons. The first one is that it provides a unique service. I am not in any way belittling the service provided by Relate. I am not in any way belittling the service produced by the Portsmouth Counselling Service and the U-Trust. But Off the Record is something quite distinctive and quite different. Young people trust it. Young people can just walk in. Young people know it will be confidential. Young people know that it has skills to address their needs. I think it is therefore important that this Council should try to find ways in which we can maintain that service. It has been said that by saying this, I am saying something which is political. I am. But it is not party political. This is political in the sense that the polis, the city, is something which I care for. And I am concerned that the people in this city, above all, should be safe, and its young people should be safe, and its young people should be secure. If that is political, I am unashamedly political. I think that it is important that we should preserve this type of support for our young people, because if we don't, the cost to this city will be very great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Weems, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Some while ago now, I was Leader of the Opposition in this chamber, and I gave Off the Record my wholehearted support. I felt at that time it provided a good service to the city, and there was little alternatives to it. At that time, the Liberal Democrat administration chose to cut the funding. Now, I recognise that all administrations have difficult choices to make, but I still felt that Off the Record were worthy of support, and I put forward proposals to that end at that time. And clearly, to give them credit, they did at least find some money for Off the Record to continue for a short period. And we, as a Conservative administration, when we've come into office, we've continued to find money to allow them to continue. It's been a year at a time, I grant, just the same as the previous administration. But nonetheless, we have provided that level of support because throughout that time there has been little alternative. When I say little alternative, let's look at that though, because clearly there are other counselling services in this city. Unlike Councillor Stagg, I haven't been a teacher, but I have been a counsellor in the city, a volunteer at Samaritans. So I do know, I have experience of speaking to young people, of listening to their concerns, to those with mental health, to those who are going through a crisis in their lives. So please accept that I have some measure of understanding in these circumstances. I also know of children in this city who've actually been failed by Off the Record. Not Off the Record's fault, probably. I can't say for sure. I wasn't there. So they're not a perfect organisation. Nobody is a perfect organisation. But they certainly didn't provide a drop-in facility for that child at that time. What we do have to recognise, though, Lord Mayor, is that times have changed. Times have moved on. Where there were no alternative providers before, there are now. And that's the key thing here. It's not that children in the city or young people in the city are being abandoned. There are alternative providers for them to go to. But what I think galls me more than anything else, Lord Mayor, is the whiff of a one-time Liberal Democrat councillor in this chamber, who happens now to be chair of trustees for Off the Record, coming here berating the Conservative administration when the Conservative administration has done more than it can to help, and Off the Record appear to have put up more than a little obstruction when offered suitable alternatives. That's the thing that makes me think it's not being treated as a political football by members here, but by from somebody from the outside, Lord Mayor. And that, I think, is a whiff that I find distasteful. Because clearly, if the Beneficial Foundation are willing to offer premises, time, space, money, effort, and then for unreasonable demands to be imposed to the extent that it damages the Beneficial Foundation's own prospects, that is not a reasonable thing to do. So to say that Off the Record have been forced out of the city when alternatives have been put forward and proposed, there are alternative providers, Lord Mayor, I regret to say, I do find it distasteful, and I do not think for that reason Off the Record are worthy of my support any longer.
Thank you very much. We've got one more speaker so far. Councillor Wood, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can't help thinking that we've forgotten that this is about the young people in the city. It's not about us digging up history in the past and moving on. I would ask the leader of the council, who's got children herself, and I knew her, and as most people did, before she was the leader of the council. And, you know, this is about caring about our young people in the city. There is an opportunity here. There is a fund that has money in it. And I can't help thinking, as being a past cabinet member for children, that it brings me out in a cold sweat right now, thinking that potentially there are young people out there who will be missed. And something like Off the Record, okay, is not a perfect organisation, but it certainly fulfills a role in the city. There is a chance right now, while we are going through transition with the changing of how we deal with this situation, that people will slip through those gaps. It's very well for people to stand up and say, we've covered this by X or Y, but at the end of the day, Lord Mayor, I would appeal to the leader of the council and her colleagues to be magnanimous and go away and think about this, and on behalf of the people of Portsmouth, to make sure that we're covered for young people. I would just ask her to go away and think about it. I mean, if I was in her position, I would really look at this closely to make sure nothing can get away from us and we are not standing here in the future saying that we should have done something about it. I mean, the Off the Record have a known record in terms of making sure that young people can approach them. And if there's a chance that 1 or 2 people are saved, we should take that now and then look at the sustainability of it a bit further down the line. Trying to draw a line now is not a good thing. So please, leader of the council, look at this. I'm worried, and I'm sure a lot of other people are worried. Party politics or not. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. Thank you. Can I have the leader now, please, to sum up, please? Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. When I was leader of the opposition in 2014, as you've heard from Councillor Ferret, I did put forward a proposal objecting to the cuts in the Liberal Democrat administration's budget in the February, and also supported the bid in the March. The reason being is that with such an austerity programme ahead of us, I knew that once that City Council funding was lost for Off the Record, it would never come back again. And that was the danger, and that's why at that point, when I was leader of the opposition, I did put forward that alternative proposal. You heard from Councillor Vernon Jackson that the Liberal Democrats actually then provided some alternative funding for Off the Record after they'd cut the revenue funding. You then heard from Councillor Hugh Mason, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, that in fact he rejected a bid for transition funding the following month in the March. They can't simply both be true. I can tell you, I've checked the facts, Councillor Hugh Mason's version is in fact the correct one. I think it's interesting that Paula Ritchie's and the excellent job that she's done in highlighting the cause of Off the Record, and she has been here many times, she's spoken eloquently. Councillor Stubbs and our officers have met with Paula and other people from Off the Record several times over the last few months because we have, and we do really want to help them. However, we are constrained within the remits of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, which I'm going to come back to. Now, in terms of the, we heard from the person that's proposed this petition today that there was, urging us not to make a political game out of this and to actually do the right thing. Well, I think it's ironic, coming from the Liberal Democrat candidate, that we're being asked not to make a political game out of this, following on from the thought process of Councillor John Ferret. What I would say is that my number one concern, as I'm sure for my colleagues here in the chamber, is about young people in this city today, yesterday and tomorrow. Those that have an issue, those that need counselling support, those that need someone to go and talk to outside of the police, a social worker, a teacher or a parent, as we've heard. And it is undoubtable that Off the Record has helped many thousands of children in the time it's operated in this city. And I have to say I am deeply disappointed that we are finding that this charity is no longer financially sustainable in its current form, as are other small charities in the city. I wish we had the funding to help them all. I wish we had a never-ending porridge pot to help all of these charities, and particularly those that do support vulnerable residents such as children. Unfortunately, we don't have a never-ending porridge pot. So, Councillor Stubbs and I, and particularly Councillor Stubbs, spoke to the CCG. We wanted to be assured that the contract they had issued to Relate addressed the needs of the young people in this city. We wanted to be assured that if you were a frightened, lonely, abused maybe, 13-year-old in this city today, you had somewhere that you could go. I think the point that Paula Ritchie's has made about signposting is a very important one, and I think that's an excellent suggestion and something that we as a City Council, it's not our contract, it's a CCG contract, but I think we can absolutely take something on board to help with signposting. So I will work with Councillor Stubbs to do that. But we must focus on the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund principles. They are not the Conservative administration's principles and rules set by us. They are rules set by this chamber 8 weeks ago at the December Council meeting. We brought the principles of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund back to this chamber because we wanted to be giving money easier to charities. We relaxed some of the rules, and the bid from Off the Record was then re-evaluated post the change of the rules, and it still doesn't meet the criteria. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it's not just about premises. If it was just about premises, we've got something in Isambard Kingdom Brunel Road that we could give them straight away. It's about premises and it's about the ongoing revenue. And as Councillor Stubbs said, if it was a one-off shortfall to buy a lease, pay for the legal fees, just do some odd repairs, then of course we could help them with that because it's a one-off cost. This isn't. This is a gap in the ongoing revenue. And before the meeting started today, I took the time to speak to Paula, who I've got a huge amount of admiration for the extensive charity work she does in the city. And I said to her, look, we really want to help you. We've made some suggestions on how the charity could amend its terms so that it was then potentially able to bid for other work to make it long-term sustainable. And I said to her, look, we really, really want to help you with that. And I think sustainability really is what it's about. And that's absolutely key for me. I think anyone voting against our proposal today is effectively voting against welcoming a new bid to the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund from Off the Record. Because actually, if you read the very last paragraph, I say the City Council welcomes bid to the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund and will continue to provide support where the criteria agreed by full council are met. I am happy to set up a meeting with all 42 City Councillors and the officers and the finance team to go through the criteria of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund and to go through the bid from Off the Record. We can cross-reference the two and decide if our officers have made the right recommendation to us. If they haven't, we will then review that. But I will get a date set up for the City Council to be able to receive that briefing. But if not, we are going to have to work with Off the Record if we want them to be successful with that fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. So now we're going to go to the... Yes, Councillor.
My Lord Mayor, could I ask for a named vote, please? and I need some people
You
standing.
need 8 people, councillor, to stand. Yes, thank you. Recorded vote, please, member. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Stuart now.
Okay, Lord Mayor, as a recorded vote's been requisitioned, the normal procedure, this is on the administration's response to the petition. Could those in favour of the response stand and sit as their name is called, please? Okay. Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird and Councillor Denny, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent and Councillor Gemma New. Would those who are against the administration's response please stand and sit as their name is called? Thank you. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton and Councillor Ashmore. Are there any abstentions? Okay, Councillor Gaudier. We'll just do the tally.
Just give us a couple of seconds, please, members. So the results are 4 is 23, against 14, abstentions was 1, so that's been carried. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. So that concludes item 5. We'll now move on to item 6, which is appointments. I have not been notified of any appointments for today's meeting. Number 7 is urgent business. I have not received notices of any urgent business for today's meeting. Number 10, recommendations from the Scrutiny Management Panel held on the 21st of November 2016. Members, the recommendations of the Scrutiny Management Panel, which met on the 21st of November, have been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. Number 1, I call minute number 17, make fair transitional pension agreements for the 1950s women. Object. Okay. Sorry, so a proposer. Sorry. Councillor Bosher. Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Bosher, would you introduce your panel's recommendation, please, Councillor?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Unless members were aware, I'm the chairman of the Scrutiny Management Panel, not Councillor Ian Lyon, who is, according to the news, is chairman of the Scrutiny Managemental Panel, I believe. But never mind, you can't have everything from the evening news. Lord Mayor, following on from the notice of motion that we had back in, I think it was the October meeting, the Scrutiny Management Panel met on the 21st of November and, in my opinion, had what I would consider to be an extremely positive meeting with the ladies from WASPI, and I hope they feel it was the same. For those that weren't present, I suspended standing orders that we would normally apply to the meeting to allow what I can describe as more of a round table conversation where we heard the deputations, that we allowed more than enough other people to join in with the debate. And certainly the emails that I've had as Chairman of Scrutiny from some since then, they felt that their case was well listened to. And I would like to say, as the Chairman of Scrutiny Management, to the ladies that came along, and it was good to see that you are still here. I found it personally an extremely positive meeting. Thank you from Scrutiny Management for attending. And I have to say, in all my years of being on Scrutiny Management in some shape or form, it was probably the best attended Scrutiny Management meeting I've ever had. And I have to say, an extremely positive one. I think it was a willingness from all to work together on that. Suffice to say, the Scrutiny Management team came up with a recommendation of words, which you will see before you. I would have to say it was a unanimous vote on that, and we are following through the process and bringing it back to full council today, where I hope we will have a positive debate, and certainly from my perspective, please support the recommendation that came from Scrutiny Management, because I certainly will be. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded, Councillor? Councillor Sanders, then. Are there any amendments, first of all, before we go into the debate from the floor at all? No? Okay. Councillor Lindstake, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, fellow councillors, I would like to thank the Scrutiny Management Panel for considering this motion, which I attempted to have debated at the October Council meeting over 4 months ago. I can't praise enough a cross-party group who didn't let party politics cloud their judgment on such a non-party political issue. Common sense and humanity thankfully prevailed. The panel has supported the original notice of motion. This was to ask the Leader of the Council and Chief Executive to write to the Government asking it to reconsider the transition arrangements it had made for women born on or after April 6, 1951, to receive their state pension at a later date than they had been expecting. It wasn't to nullify their state, to nullify the increased age, nor was this Council being asked to make changes, because obviously it's not within their remit to do so. It was simply to ask the Government to reconsider the unfair way the changes were being introduced. The motion was proposed on the day that a petition was being delivered to Parliament by members of WASPI, the Women Against State Pension Inequality, who were representing women across the country. It would have been nice for Portsmouth City Council last October to have supported these women. Instead, we will hopefully be bringing our support 4 months late, which somehow doesn't have the same impact. However, it will be good to have that support if it is forthcoming. It is disappointing that the WASPI ladies who attended that meeting in October in anticipation of their city's support went away both deflated and angry. Deflated because they didn't get an issue so very dear to their hearts debated on the day, and angry because they had waited over 4 hours to find this out. This was both unfair and rude. It is gratifying to read that the Scrutiny Management Panel congratulated the members of WASPI on their professional campaign in bringing this issue to the widespread population and Parliament, but such a pity that the leader didn't recognise and acknowledge this last October. Fellow members, I hope that today you will all support the findings of the Scrutiny Management Panel and vote in favour of the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's a very important issue, and I think it's very right and proper that it's here and it's being debated. And my thanks to all the people who've come here today to debate it, as it is very, very important. And my thanks, Councillor Bosher, to your committee, to Scrutiny Management Committee, for the way in which you handled it, the attention you gave it, and the unanimous report that you've produced. Again, that is excellent, and I really applaud that work. But, my Lord Mayor, this is the third debate on this issue that we're having, when we didn't need to have 3 debates. We could have just had 1 debate. This was on our agenda in October. There were members of the public sitting in their sashes, as they are today, who sat there for 4 hours. They had put in deputations to us as councillors. And in October, with no consultation, as far as I know, with any other councillors, the administration decided that their councillors were whipped to vote to not debate it. Now, I'm sorry, my Lord Mayor, I think that's not how we should treat people. Partly, it's a waste of time. This is the third debate when we could have done it once, and we could have done it on the right day, and yet we didn't. Now, I think we should try to show a little bit more courtesy to members of the public, and therefore I think what we did in October was wrong. I'm really pleased it's back here, but it's back here 4 months too late. It could have been debated on the day the petition was being presented up in London, and I think that's wrong. My thanks to Councillor Bosher for the work that you and your committee did. Maybe, Councillor Bosher, you might make a better council leader.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. As the person who seconded the Scrutiny Management Panel's proposals, I'm delighted. It's one of the weird things we have in this council. You've got to object to something to actually praise something, which is quite strange. But I would like to thank my fellow Scrutiny Management Panel colleagues, and particularly Councillor Bosher, for the frankly grown-up way in which we discussed such a sensitive issue. I think that the way in which we went about the meeting, which was mercifully free of the party political stuff that permeates a lot of this city, managed to repair some of the anger that many of the people who came clearly felt. It was clear from the discussion that was had that many of our WASPI colleagues just wanted to be heard with some sort of dignity, some sort of truth, and some sort of integrity. Not quite eros, as Councillor Lyon would have said if he was here, but a certain sense of agape, particularly relevant on Valentine's Day. I think the idea was that people just wanted to be heard, as they've been heard in over 100 authorities across the country. And one of the key things that came through was a sense they'd been let down by the system. Not that they didn't want to have equalisation of pensions, they understood the need for that and the desire for that. But it's just that the bureaucratic processes and the need for speed had overcome the need to think things through and do things decently. And that was one of the things that came through from pretty much everyone who was there. And I think the discursive way in which the panel went about it, I think, as Councillor Bosher kindly offered, actually helped that analysis come through much better. I would say, though, that it is a shame, because, frankly, I think we could have done this last October. And I think that there are, like Councillor Vernon Jackson, I'm concerned that people had to wait around for hours before being told terribly sorry, not today. Councillor Bosher and I have had discussions about what exactly constitutes a proper motion and what constitutes the benefit of the city, and I hope we can have that discussion, because I certainly don't want to have to justify not debating women's pensions because we're not in control of it, and yet have to justify debating leaving the European Union because obviously only the 42 of us are in control of that. I'm delighted that the Scrutiny Management Panel have discussed it in such a grown-up way. I'm pleased to be able to second the motion again today, as I did previously. I would like to thank Simon and everyone else on the panel for such a fantastic job. And I hope we can have more meetings like this, and then hopefully the criticisms that many people have of the political culture in this city can be reduced, and we can get on doing our job, which is to improve people's lives. Happy to second the recommendations and hope colleagues vote unanimously for them. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Leader, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just want to go through, I've had some correspondence from some of the WASPI campaigners, in particular Hilary Reid on the 13th of October and Jane McLean on the 1st of February. And I've emailed them both back, stating they asked a number of questions and I addressed them. And I'm going to specifically read the email that I sent to Miss Reid, because I think it's relevant. Dear Miss Reid, whilst I share sympathy with those affected by the cause of the change in retirement age for women in the UK, I'm happy to share with you that I have not received any casework about this issue. I was specifically asked that question. This is a good indication of local concern for a council service or policy which affects residents locally. However, I would imagine if you were to ask the MPs of the city if they had had any casework about the issue, the answer would be very different. This is because it is a central government issue and not a local government issue. In relation to members of the public who attended the public meeting, I must confess that I was unaware of who was in the public gallery or what they were in attendance for. I have never met Miss Simmons and I was unaware of what she looked like. I was also unaware until receiving this email that the motion was sponsored by another. It was submitted by city councillors with no precursor to the fact that members of the public were involved or had written the motion. I was also unaware that any group supporting this cause had been in contact with any members of the City Council. I have checked with the Cabinet and they had also had no contact. However, I would be pleased to hear from the group or persons involved in the campaign and assist with contacting the MPs about this cause if they wish me to. Please feel free to send them my contact details. Now, you've heard about how this was a party political way of dealing with it. No, it wasn't. We have had a number of notices of motions ruled out of order when they've been submitted to democratic services over the last couple of years because it wasn't relevant to council business. I actually share the plight of these women. I can understand that the transition arrangements are going to have a very real and direct effect on them and to the many other thousands of women affected across the country. And as I said to them directly after, I'm more than happy, and I would have been more than happy, to write a letter to support their cause to the government to improve the transition arrangements in the future, should anything like this ever happen again. I appreciate that with a campaign you want to raise your issue. I appreciate that bringing something to the council chamber is actually an excellent way of doing that. But if we had carte blanche to any motion, any issue coming here before this council, we'd never get through the proper council business on the agenda and we would be forever chasing political rainbows. And I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to waste public money with all of these senior officers and the cost of facilitating this meeting. And there's only once a month the City Council gets together and our time together is precious and we must focus on council business. I've made that point before in this council chamber and I make it again.
Members,
so, to highlight the cause, I would have been more than happy to have written a letter, met the ladies outside the Guildhall, got the news involved. It didn't need an hour-long debate in this chamber, and it certainly did not need 3 times of coming back here. However, I understand Councillor Boscher and the Scrutiny Management Panel have given it consideration because that was the option after we decided not to debate it. If you remember, when it came to this council chamber, we had already been in here for several hours debating proper council business, as is right, and we had more items left on the agenda. Because of the upset that was caused to members of the public who came here, understandably, expecting a debate on an issue very close to their hearts, I actually wrote to members of the City Council the following week via email and I said to them, please, in the future, if you are bringing a number of people along with a sponsored motion, which I'd never come across before, if you are bringing a sponsored motion to the council chamber and there are campaigners coming along who are expecting a debate, please let me know in advance and maybe we can work together on it. But the expectation was set at a certain level and unfortunately people were disappointed. And to those people I apologise on behalf of the City Council because I can understand their upset and their frustration. However, I will have a polite request through you, Lord Mayor, to members of the City Council when they are considering bringing motions to this council. It really should be about business relevant to the council, about business that affects us, and that could be sometimes through parliamentary activity or to do with our own direct spending. And actually, contrary to what Councillor Sanders just said, the membership of the European has a very real and direct effect on us because of the way that we have to comply with several bits of European legislation. For example, I had a DEFRA minister down here literally 2 weeks ago talking to us about the air pollution levels and the transition beyond the European Union. There are many ways that European Union legislation affects us as an employer and as a care provider and as a public body, and therefore it was relevant that this council formed an opinion on the membership of the European Union because it does have a real direct effect on us. So, Lord Mayor, I just wanted to make clear that I'm more than happy to support the campaign. I've offered to meet with people and I've also responded to the casework that I have had. Just those 2 bits. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it was rather unkind of Councillor Vernon-Jackson in terms of the comment he made about the council leader, about seeking a new council leader and her behaviour, because we all remember when Councillor Vernon-Jackson was leader of this council. I remember as a new member of this council and someone that was prepared to speak up, within a few months, Councillor Vernon-Jackson thought it'd be a good wheeze to stick me in the far corner of the chamber to presumably try and humiliate me. So, you know, that's the sort of council leader that we used to have before. So, in terms of this motion and whether it should be debated, I'm going to be consistent. And I said at the time that I did not believe we should be discussing national issues. I disagree with the council leader about the motion that we had here to discuss membership of the European Union. I did not think that was appropriate to be debated and discussed here in this council chamber. So I can at least say that I try and maintain some consistency on that, and I felt similarly about this motion. But I do accept the disappointment that people who come along to witness a debate felt when they sat here for a number of hours before we came to that particular motion. And I think the Council does need to look at it. And indeed, I'm going to be part of the Standing Orders review, where we are looking at standing orders. And I know that Councillor Bosher has made some very sensible suggestions about how we can avoid that particular thing happening in the future. But in terms of where we were in October, the standing orders and the rules are the rules. There are many of us here in this chamber who believe, and I believe it, you know, and I'm consistent in that belief, that we should not be discussing those national issues, issues which are particularly for central government and not decisions that we have any control over. I believe we shouldn't be debating those as such. So that decision was taken within the rules, and people took that decision, I think, without any malice at all. And I think for people in this chamber to try and say otherwise is a total distortion. And I think they need to reflect upon that.
Thank you, Councillor Farrett. Councillor Jonas, please.
My Lord Mayor, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Bosher and his committee for their deliberations. And the next thing I'd like, Lord Mayor and members, is for you to indulge me. As it's Valentine's Day, I have been put in a pretty difficult situation by this ruling, and that I live with two sisters. One I've married, by the way. One is pre-50s model, and one comes into the post-51. And it would be remiss of me not to get up and mention this in our state of all loving, as it's today, because I'm sure she's watching this on streaming. So I'd just like to say I support the ladies wholeheartedly and really wish she'd got her money, then she might have moved out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor, and I must say there was a lot of creeping there, so well done. Thank you. OK then, so it's Councillor Bosher, please, I think, to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. You've got to admire the bravery of Councillor Jonas, because it's probably been recorded and will be played back all the time. Lord Mayor, I had a suspicion when this was going to be opposed that it wouldn't necessarily be about the issue of the pensions, but it would be more about the way the process was when we did it back in October. And I wasn't particularly wrong. It would seem, from the way the indications are, that I seem to be Cupid in the chamber today. It wasn't a role I put myself forward for, but I do hope that it'll be unanimous. Standing orders as they currently exist allow for any notice of motion to either be debated or to be referred to an appropriate committee, whether that be scrutiny, whether that be governance and audit, whether that be the Cabinet, for consideration. Hence the reason when we have a notice of motion, you usually have the 3 minutes at the start where the proposer gives a case for an argument that says, please let us debate it today. This isn't the first time that a motion has been referred to a scrutiny committee. So therefore, it is right and proper under standing orders that process took place. Indeed, I can remember a clearer notice of motion to do with televising these meetings, which Councillor Jonas probably doesn't appreciate now, that was actually brought forward to put a camera into this particular chamber. It was brought forward when Liberal Democrats were in power, and what happened? The party that hashtags openness and transparency kicked it to a scrutiny committee for consideration. And actually, it disappeared into the long grass. Now, I'm not necessarily going to blow much of a trumpet, but I will, because when we went through the last review of standing orders, it was a tactic that was being used an awful lot by the previous administration. So we introduced a 3-meeting rule. It comes back by the 3rd council meeting. So these things didn't disappear into the sort of grass that you need a goat to get your way through to find out what's going on. So it is something that has actually happened before. Was it handled correctly in the October meeting? By standing orders, yes, it was. The moral question, do you have people that are sat there for 3 or 4 hours waiting to hear referred to scrutiny? Arguably, that wasn't the correct way of doing it. The leader of the City Council has identified that, and I have to say I agree with that, because we've now gone through this process 3 times. For my part, it's not an issue that I was particularly familiar with at the time the notice of motion came forward. But going through the scrutiny panel, where we had some very good and informed deputations, both written and verbal at the time, and I think Councillor Stagg was there, will testament to that. I seem to recollect, Councillor Stagg, you gave a deputation, but acknowledged there was an awful lot more that you could add to the wonderful deputations we'd had from the ladies. Incidentally, we also had some very good reports that were produced for us by officers of the City Council, some of which are actually contained within this pack. We wouldn't have had that information available at the original debate, but we had that enough to make a fully informed decision. So there is a vehicle within standing orders that is the right and proper thing to do on these sorts of issues. We do need a method whereby we don't have people that are sat there waiting for an inordinate length of time to be told it's going straight to a committee so they don't hear the debate. Now, I, for my sins, am also on the same working panel, and Councillor Hugh Mason, is also on that panel looking at standing orders. I floated some suggestions to them which I think are workable. Councillor Ferret has indicated he thinks they are reasonable, and I've had a conversation with Councillor Mason, who seems to be generally in agreement with what I have suggested at the same time. That's for another day and another meeting, Lord Mayor, to try and make this a little bit more of an open area. But coming back to it, the process was correct by standing orders. It was perhaps morally not the best way to have actually handled the process, and I agree with some of the sentiments that have been expressed. However, Lord Mayor, getting back to the case in point, I do hope that the City Council will support this unanimously. It seems there is an indication that that will be the case. And finally, thank you to Councillor Vernon Jackson for suggesting that I might be a better leader of the City Council than himself.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So we're going to go to the vote now. So those in favour of the recommendation, please show. Nice and clear, hands up. Okay, any against? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you, Zoe. That's carried then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, before we get on to the Portsmouth City Council's budget, I'm going to call for a break and reconvene here back at 4:20 p.m. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dan Winnington. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Welcome, Councillor Winnington. Have you got any anything declarations at all to declare, sir?
Yes, my Lord Mayor. Just to declare, I'm a member of Unison, obviously, which is affected by some part of the budget, and also I work for the Roberts Centre. But as I said previously, I have no personal pecuniary interest in that. It's just a statement of fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I also thank the councillors for putting on a little spread out there? Very nice of you all. Thank you. I'd like to say I made the quiches, but I didn't, I'm afraid. Anyway, okay then, so members, let's go on to 8 and 9 to receive and consider the Council's Tax and Capital Programme recommendations of the Cabinet from its meeting held on the 9th of February 2017. Members, as previously circulated and recirculated in the Chamber today are the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 9th of February. The relevant budget reports were circulated with the Council agenda. Further to the letter of the 6th of February on the procedure for dealing with the budget debate, I will now run through the Cabinet's recommendations by calling out the number, minute and then pausing for any member to object. Minute number 7, Portsmouth City Council Budget and Council Tax 2017-2018 and Medium Term Budget Forecast.
Object, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now gone to minute 8, don't I? And minute 8, the capital programme for 2016-2017 to 2021-22.
Object, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I now propose the capital programme and a budget of the council tax items to be taken and debated together on the basic that each item impacts on the other and on the understanding that the budget and the council tax will be voted on first, followed by the capital programme. Is this agreed by everyone? Thank you very much, members. As objections have been raised, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Donna Jones, will now need to move her Cabinet recommendations on the budget and the council tax and the capital programme. Just to remind members that there's no speaking limit, does not apply to group leaders on these budget items. Leader, I now call on you to move the Cabinet's recommendations with a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Unlimited speaking time, something that's every politician's dream. Today, I present to you, members of the City Council, the administration's financial proposals, our budget, for the financial period covering the 1st of April 2017 to the 31st of March 2018, otherwise known as our revenue budget and our capital programme. Today, I'm going to set out for you the technical and legal position of the City Council in setting its budget, the administration's strategy for income generation to offset a spending reduction from central government, the background to the budget 2017-18, including the savings approved by this council in December, the council tax proposals, and finally, the capital budget. When setting the budget of this City Council, we must be mindful of the technical and legal responsibility placed upon us as democratically elected members of this authority. We, as the employer, must think of our staff, the citizens that we represent, which includes continuing to protect the most vulnerable in society, something the administration places a great deal of importance on, and how we can support businesses to thrive. Through statute of law, it is a legal requirement for all councils to set a balanced budget each year. The budget must be set by mid-March to take effect on the 1st of April at the start of the new financial year in the United Kingdom. Our responsibility in broad terms is a simple one. We must set a budget that is in line with the totality of its own funding. In other words, our in-year income needs to be equal or more to our in-year expenditure. Some councils across the UK are struggling to meet this basic legal requirement, having fought the austerity programme for 6 years. Thankfully, we have taken a proactive and pragmatic attitude to our changing circumstances as a unitary authority in England. So today, we will set out for you a budget that aims to protect vital public services for both the short and long term for the people of this great city and allow businesses to grow and therefore support new job creation. We, the Conservative administration, have been supported again this year by one of the three political parties in Portsmouth. UKIP councillors have demonstrated they clearly grasp the seriousness of the setting of the budget. We would like to place on record our thanks. It is also right and proper to put on record our thanks to the City Council's two independent councillors who have demonstrated their commitment to Portsmouth the city above their own political desires, of which we also say thank you. This has improved beyond doubt the document you have before you today to ensure it is achieving the needs of citizens from all corners of our city as we value the opinion of our colleagues. Moving on to the legal position. The first task in setting a budget is to know the income and expenditure required. The Council's income position is derived from a number of areas. The most obvious source of income is council tax. In the City of Portsmouth, we have a low tax base, and this is to our detriment. We are a relatively small city physically, and our space per head of population makes us the most densely populated area in the United Kingdom outside of London. This affects our income, with too few homes and limited space for business expansion. Our council tax income is £65 million per year, which is paid by some 80,000 households from Portsdown Hill to Southsea Seafront. We retain 49% of our business rates under the current government rules, which is the equivalent to £46 million per year. All councils receive a revenue support grant from the government, and in Portsmouth, along with other ring-fenced government grants, we receive around £50 million per year. This is the element of local government funding that will be disappearing or be replaced by 100% business rate retention by 2020. In addition, we receive income from fees, charges, rents and trading profits. In total, we spend some £221 million of non-ring-fence spending, however £44 million of which is referred to as committed spending. This means it has already been spent or allocated in advance, for example, to debt repayment costs, or to fund our pension obligations, to pay levies or to allocate money to contingent spending. So when deducting our committed spend, we are left with a gross controllable spend of some £177 million. £60 million of that figure funds spending which comes from income such as port fees, adult social care contributions, parking income and rents. This leaves a revenue pot of £117 million for core services. The task before us today is to set a budget with a reduced dependency of £9 million from the revenue pot. However, any new income we create, such as the income generated from the Property Investment Fund, will offset the reduction in spending. The income generation strategy and efficiency. I'm delighted to report to you that for the third year running, we as an administration have made income generation a top priority. We have set a clear mandate to the directors and the chief executive officer that we want you to create more income. We want you to ensure that we are getting the maximum return from our assets. This was aided by the creation of the Property Investment Fund in 2015, supported by this chamber. It has enabled us to appoint a specialist surveyor to source opportunities for us, and we are seeking new partners to work with us either through joint ventures or acquisitions to maximise our returns in the development market. In fact, the income generation strategy implemented by this administration is now part of the medium-term financial strategy before you today. We have borrowed money cheaply at around 2.8% and purchased commercial property across the United Kingdom. On average, the yield or rent return on those properties is between 6.5% to 7%. Once you take off those borrowing costs, what is left is the profit. It is this profit that we are generating and spending on services that would otherwise be at risk, such as libraries, museums and weekly bin collections. This is expected to yield profits of over £2 million next year and will continue to rise in the future. I'm delighted to inform you, Lord Mayor, that of the £9 million savings approved in December, We managed to raise 1.4 million of new income to mitigate the cut, as well as making a huge saving by driving efficiencies through the organisation and by the rescheduling of old debt savings, saving the City Council over £6.7 million a year, meaning £8.1 million was achieved through efficiencies and income generation, meaning only £900,000 of saving had to be passed forward. In the last 2.5 years, we have created over £3.3 million of new income, which we already know will increase to over £6 million over the next 12 months. This is a staggering contrast to the previous administration, who failed to think outside of the box and instead addressed their savings targets by short-sighted political decisions such as closing public toilets. We have worked hard using the business acumen the Conservative administration has to make sure short-sighted cuts, such as the toilets, don't happen again. By creating income, we have mitigated the cuts to services, as I said, to just over £900,000, meaning that £8.1 million is coming through the income and efficiency. This has never been done before, and I'm proud that this administration is setting positive behaviours. Lord Mayor, there are around 42 cities in the United Kingdom, and Portsmouth City must be proposing one of the lowest cuts in services in the country. Why? Because we're being entrepreneurial. The aim and the aspiration of this council for its citizens is to be prepared for what's coming ahead. We know the government's revenue support grant is disappearing. Therefore, we must ensure we are a forward-thinking council with a proactive and ambitious appetite for income generation, business growth, and to fulfil the promise we made to the people of Portsmouth when we became the administration. That promise was to transform this seaside city into a 21st century city and establish Portsmouth as an international destination, one which takes control of its own destiny. Hence, Portsmouth plc goes from strength to strength. Through our resources portfolio, we have set up a new energy management company, Portus. This company is investing in PV cells, installing them on buildings to generate electricity at a profit to the council, and that company and other companies they are working with. Thanks should be given to the staff who worked diligently in this area and to Councillor Lee Mason. We should also give thanks to Councillor Linda Symes and her officers for the renegotiation of the Mountbatten contract. £592,000 is the sum that we were paying to the previous operator. Now we will be paying them nothing, and in fact we are anticipating the new operator will start paying us at around £230,000 from 2018-19, making us better off to the tune of over £800,000 just by going out and seeking a better for value money contract. There's also money being saved on the grounds maintenance contract that Councillor Symes is bringing back in-house. We've also rolled out our system interventions programme, and particularly through adult social care. And, as you know, Lord Mayor, we now have excellent shared arrangements with neighbouring Gosport Borough Council and the Isle of Wight Unitary Council. We've started this journey and we are achieving new and amazing things. Every day, we are humbled by the sincere feedback and gratitude we receive from the general public. We have benefited from the growth in the economy. We have benefited from low interest rates in the UK and, in fact, one of the longest periods on record of low interest rates. We have amended our Treasury management policy to ensure we are maximising our income from the lending of money to financial institutions for longer periods of time. We now know that where we are headed, but it is also key when making decisions as we are today to understand where we have come from. Over the last 6 years, since the start of the austerity programme, we have seen reductions in government funding of £68 million. Inflation has cost the Council £15 million in contracts and service costs, and an additional £10 million in budget pressures, mainly in adult social care. In total, Portsmouth has seen a reduction in our controllable spend of around £86 million and an increase in council tax of just £7 million. Our budget consultation has been a real success again this year, and it has hit high levels of engagement with the public. The reason why? Because we are not playing at consulting, we are doing it properly, giving full information, sharing our thoughts in advance and not fearing retribution from political opponents, but allowing the people of Portsmouth to have their say, to learn more about their council and by being open and transparent, much the same as allowing council meetings to be filmed, one of the first actions we took, as Councillor Bosher said earlier, back in 2014. Our budget is predicated on a 1.99% council tax increase and a 3% increase for adult social care. Due to previous Liberal Democrat administrations freezing council tax, our income from council tax is below par. In fact, it's over £6 million less than the average of our comparators, such as Southampton City Council. We have to start to address this in a managed way. It's the only way to protect public services for the long term. The majority of residents would support a council tax increase. We inherited a budget that had a deficit for school crossing patrol people, some £48,000 gap, back in 2014. In February 2013, the Liberal Democrat cabinet member with responsibility for traffic and transport wanted to cut the school crossing patrol budget by £200,000. £80,000 of that saving was made by them, and the remainder we have halted. We disagree with the Lib Dem strategy of reducing school crossing patrol people. This is a valuable service and one that we are protecting. This is a service that protects the lives of young children, and we have addressed this, adding extra income to the traffic and transport budget. We're very proud of this. Education remains our #1 priority. Over the last year, Councillor Young and I have met with head teachers across the city to discuss how we can help them. The recruitment of STEM subjects is still a challenge, and so, Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to confirm that Councillor Young and I have worked with our education team to arrange STEM recruitment events to attract some of the most skilled teachers across the UK to Portsmouth. We have recently held the second such event in the city. We highlighted the uniqueness of our city, the journey we are on, and how we are determined to have the best educational establishments in the country. We now have, and I'm really pleased to say this, outstanding secondary schools in the city. A pledge we made some 2.5 years ago, and a pledge that is now being fulfilled. We believe in putting our money where our mouths are and actually delivering on new ideas and not just talking about them. And so the creation of the city's first University Technical College, UTC, opening in September 2017 is amazing news for the city's young people and budding engineers. Libraries are public places, and they are a service that we and the public love and they value. And that's why I'm delighted that we are not closing any libraries in the city, when many other councils are. In fact, whilst hundreds of councils across the country are closing those libraries, we are in fact adding to them. How? By making them generate income. The excellent initiative of our Cabinet member, Councillor Symes, and her team has seen the opening of Waterfront Gifts at Southsea Library. This shop has turned over £30,000 in November to December. Residents requiring support from drug and alcohol services will now be cared for by the Society of St James. This was a service being delivered by Portsmouth City Council Direct, and we have tendered the contract, and it started, as I reported to the Council in December, on the 1st of November. The service is not equal to the City Council service. It is, in fact, a better service with a higher number of support hours offered to service users. This will save over £1 million over the next 3 years. Thanks to growth in the economy and record low levels of unemployment, we now have less than 2,300 people in the city now claiming job seekers allowance. This is good for the city and good for those people. We need to ensure we are helping and supporting in their journey towards employment and improving their lives and living standards. More young people now than ever before are bettering themselves in our city. Thanks to changes brought about by the government, all young people leaving school will now go into either employment, further education or an apprenticeship. This is key for a number of reasons. Firstly, it creates new behaviours for those in society that need it most. It shows them the benefits that come from working and having a sense of purpose. It teaches them new things and aids them with the tools that they need to provide for themselves for the long term. As a city and as individuals, we will reap the benefits of this positive change within the next 5 years and into the future. I'm pleased to confirm that in the last 12 months, this council has continued its partnership with British Cycling. We have introduced the family cycle events across the city to aid road safety for children, and we have built improved cycleways along the Havant Road and improved the Eastern Road superhighway. But the major improvement in this city this year has to be the east-west connectivity with the build of the Goldsmith Avenue cycle lane. This is following the excellent cycling strategy from the Portsmouth Cycling Forum. We are working on plans to increase the number of cycling highways in the city, especially in areas such as the seafront, when we build the new flood defences. The union reduction in spend. I took on board the comments that Councillor Ferret made to me in the last quarter of 2016, and I've looked at the reduction in the union's budgets across the UK and the public sector, namely Labour-run Hull City Council and Labour-run Brighton Council. Both councils have reduced their support by around 50% in December, and we committed to reduce the cut from £75,000 to £37,500, reflecting a 50% reduction as opposed to a 100% reduction in budget. That commitment stands today. When deciding on the budget proposal in front of you, we had to decide, first of all, what our political priorities were. You will see on page 53, 3 of the lowest reductions are adult social care, children's social care and community safety. This is the Council clearly demonstrating its political priorities. If we had allocated the savings in a proportionate way, the reductions before you today would have been 4.7% in these key areas. The technical position of the vote today is that, as members of the City Council, we are voting on the main report, the budget lines, as we approved in December, and an indicative of the discretion of the Cabinet members for how they are implemented. And because of our prudent financial management, the savings for the next 3 years after 2017-18 are down now to just £12 million. And finally, before Councillor Vernon Jackson presents the opposition budget, I have a personal ask of him, as I did in December. Please think carefully if you are minded to adopt the approach you did previous budgets by offering up specific job titles and roles by way of funding your budget aspirations. People in this chamber were sat here last year to hear the devastating news that there was a strong possibility that their job would be axed if the Liberal Democrat amendment was carried. It caused embarrassment to us as an employer and to the individuals concerned. I received complaints about this and the Chief Executive Officer had to get involved. Finally, I would like to address you on the capital budget. The good news part of today, Lord Mayor, about spending money. And I'm delighted that yet again, the largest area of spend in our capital budget of some £12.8 million is going to education, to children, to young people in this city, setting them up for a good, prosperous, healthy life. We are spending over £6.6 million on improving schools around the city and also going towards school places. On children's centres, we are spending on children's homes, we are spending over £600,000 improving the living facilities for some of the most vulnerable children in our community. In culture and leisure, we're spending over £525,000 at King's Bastion to protect our heritage. We're spending over £165,000 on the roof of the new D-Day Museum. We're allocating over £50,000 to South Parade Pier to aid its reopening in 2017, and over £70,000 for the move and regeneration of the Edwardian shelter on the seafront. We're also putting an additional £1.25 million into the South Sea Flood Defence Scheme, after we allocated £1.25 million this time last year. And you will note, Lord Mayor, that's a £117 million scheme, of which the Council is committed to putting its share, and so it's imperative that that money goes towards the flood sea defences. We've been fortunate to receive over £500,000 from the Department for Transport, and that money is being allocated to the Eastern Road corridor to improve lane widening and to speed up the flow of traffic along the Eastern Road. We're also allocating over £200,000 to the neighbourhood parking and access budget so that we can create extra parking spaces around the city where there is physical space for them. In the Environment and Community Safety portfolio, we are allocating over £111,000 to extend the successful wheelie bin consultation scheme. This is something we want to do to drive down collection rates for rubbish and drive up recycling rates. We're also spending over £166,000 on the Hillside Youth Community Centre to give children living in a part of the city that really need the extra help something to do, and we're looking to create an outdoor play space. In terms of regeneration, we're putting an additional £3 million towards the city centre road scheme. This will create over 2,600 new homes in the city centre north and protect or generate over 9,700 new jobs. We're also allocating over £100,000 to Victoria Park for the refurbishment of the Victoria Park Arts Lodge. It is with mixed emotions, Lord Mayor, that I propose the budget before you today. Sadness clearly at having to make inevitable cuts to public services, but a sense of comfort that some of the savings are mitigated by the income creation and efficiencies generated by this administration. Finally, a massive thank you to Chris Ward, Julian Pike and the brilliant Cabinet and Conservative Group for the immense job that they have done in producing the budget that you see before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Have we got a seconder, Leader? Councillor Stubbs, thank you. So now I call upon the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to respond. Obviously, without a time limit, any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to me in writing. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. May I start in the traditional way, as Councillor Don Jones has finished, by thanking Chris Ward and all the team in the Finance Department and all the officers at the City Council for putting together this budget. This budget is tough, with continuing cuts in services across the Council. I completely recognise that this is not a position that any of us want to be in, but continuing cuts from central government will continue to make decision-making tough here in Portsmouth. We also know that this administration has signed up for a 4-year series of cuts by reaching a deal with the government that some council administrations, may I say smarter ones like Surrey, have refused to sign up to.
Sorry, Councillor, sorry to interrupt. Do you want us to circulate this now, Councillor?
In a moment, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, fine. Tell me when you're ready, Councillor.
I'm very happy for it to come out now. No, actually, I think...
It's up to you, Councillor. I'm giving you the choice.
The Conservative cheerleader would like to see it earlier. So, I think... No, I think your role as cheerleader from the Conservatives...
members,
so,
please.
My Lord Mayor, I'd like to...
Please, members. Would you like me to... Yes, OK. So can we take it around to everybody then, please? Thank you. Just give you 5 minutes to have a look at it, first of all. OK, then, members. So we're going to ask Councillor Vernon Jackson to start off again. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I think you're right. I should start from the beginning again. So may I start in the traditional way, Chris, by thanking
Members.
you and all the
sorry,
officers.
sorry again. Sorry, it's my mistake. Councillor Stuart Potter turned up. Sorry, have you got any personal prejudicial or any interest, first of all, Councillor? Sorry, welcome.
No, Lord Mayor, I haven't.
Sorry about that. Councillor Vernon Jackson, I won't interrupt again.
Third time lucky, my Lord Mayor? Yes? Yes? So, may I start again, Chris? In the traditional way by thanking you and all the officers at the City Council for putting together this budget. This budget is tough and with continuing cuts in services across the Council. I completely recognise the position is not one that any of us would want to be in, but continuing cuts from Central Council will continue to make decisions making very difficult here in the City Council. We also know that this administration has signed up for 4 more years of cuts by reaching a deal with the government that some council administrations, may I say some smarter ones like Surrey, have refused to sign up to. But I think we have to listen to what John Wood said when he came to do his deputation and say that we don't agree. This council, along with every other council, needs to live within its means and be financially prudent. And we should also be welcoming the decision by this government to return business rates to local government. For many years, local government have complained that central government have taken money from business rates up to the Treasury. Now this government has said that we in local councils can have this money for us. It will be redistributed within local government, but the money will come to local government. And I think we have to welcome that, and that's a good decision by the government. But, my Lord Mayor, the decision that we've had to tie ourselves in to a 4-year deal of cuts, which this administration has pushed through with opposition from us, will mean that we are in this position making cuts for 4 more years because this administration has signed up to a bad deal from government. In this speech, I want to concentrate on 3 main areas. On the revenue budget, I won't repeat what I said in December. The administration parties and their cheerleader, Councillor Ferret, have made their position clear. I just think, for clarity, we need to restate some of the decisions the administration parties decided to adopt. They decided to turn down £633,000 of additional income that could have saved vital services. They decided to refuse to listen to the views of local residents in Southsea to have their parking sorted out. And they decided that what was more important than taking money from people who are happy to pay a charge for parking, they decided to cut the services for the most vulnerable people in the city and put them at risk of homelessness. They decided that diary support for one councillor was more important than making our city less of a dumping ground for old furniture and old fridges. They decided that having an HR business partner was more important than paying the living wage, as defined by the Living Wage Foundation, to council workers on the very lowest wages. The only workers under this administration who will receive no pay increase because they're at the very bottom of the pile, while those earning over 100,000 will see sizable increases. They decided instead of directors having to share PAs, it was a better decision to cut bus services in Portsmouth. And this week we'll see the fate of the number 19 bus route that serves, I think, 9 wards in the city. They decided it was more important to have a press officer to put out their stories instead of recreating a council unit to help the victims of hate crime that have increased since the referendum. It was a budget that protected the powerful in this council. It was a budget that targeted the most vulnerable in our city and cut services from them. It was a budget to be ashamed of, yet it was a budget that Conservative councillors, the UKIP councillors and the former Labour council leader all felt worth voting for. In our budget amendment, we have continued to put money into services that we understand need finance. We've amended our proposals from December to take account of new information, so we've changed some of our proposals to fit this new information. We've been told that the adult social care budget faced an underlying budget deficit of around £600,000. The government's decision to allow a 3% increase in council tax for adult social care will bring a bit more money, and we have been advised that we do not need to add further monies to this budget because the additional 1% provides over £600,000 of additional income. The increase in adult social care precept from 2 to 3% is welcome, but it's not a long-term solution. To add taxes to poor cities like Portsmouth instead of through national taxation is the wrong solution. As many people have known, my mum's been in hospital for the last 2 weeks, and I've seen firsthand how the lack of social care means the hospital beds are clogged up with patients medically fit for discharge, but with no social care package to rely on. This means that there are no beds in hospital for people who need them in A&E because all those beds are full, and patients get stuck on their trolleys. Last week I was at QA and were told that there were 237 patients in beds that were medically fit for discharge at QA. 70 of these were Portsmouth residents, and there's clearly a need for better working to get patients out of hospital when they're medically fit to discharge. This is a national issue and needs a national solution, but there just seems to be nothing on offer from this government. I'm also pleased that the administration has decided to continue to second staff to union offices, and I think it's the right thing to do. I know it's at a reduced level, and we'll need to review this to make sure it works. It would be foolish to have a system in place that actually costs the council more to do the same work, but we're happy to review this and see how it works. Finally, we've had to make some changes to allow for new areas of expenditure. The first is to take action against the blight of litter and dog's mess that make our city so unattractive. One of the first acts of this administration was to cancel a contract for private sector wardens to be deployed on the streets of the city. In other cities in the UK where this approach has been tried, it not only reduced litter, but it made the council profits. But in Portsmouth, the leader of the council knows best. And she decided that Portsmouth was unlike any other city, and that here the council would make a loss. We think it's best to look at places that have made this work and try to tackle the blight of litter, dog's mess and fly tipping that are so obvious around the city to everyone except this administration. We therefore put money into our budget amendment to invest in this. We've also decided to put back the £130,000 into the budget that was cut last year from the Domestic Violence Unit. A year ago, we were told by this administration that if the Conservatives won the Police Commissioner elections, they would fund this service that was being cut by Conservatives here at the City Council. I've talked directly to the Police Commissioner, and he has told me that this was never a commitment that was made by him. But an application has been made by the City Council to him in December, and I've been told by council officers today that no positive response has yet been received. Therefore, it's prudent for this council to put funding in place to protect the Domestic Violence Unit in case the Police Commissioner does not give this grant. We know that on average, victims of domestic abuse suffer 27 attacks before they ask for help. We also know that domestic violence can go up the scale and at times reach murder. This is why it's important we have a service that does not turn victims away. A volunteer system of counsellors signposting victims to a service that has been massively reduced is no substitute, and we've found the money to reverse this cut. We've also found money to try to make sure that if there is an offer from the National Museum of the Royal Navy for the Yompa statue to stay on the seafront, it can be passed to the council and we can look after it, and we put budget provision in there to look after its maintenance in exactly the same way as the World War II War Memorial was passed to the City Council for us to look after it and look after its maintenance, and it secures its position on the seafront. Finally, my Lord Mayor, we have heard again alternative truths from the council leader. I've looked up the budget last year. There was a cut, a significant cut, proposed by this administration to the school crossing patrols budget. Significant cut. Pushed through by this administration, voted for by the administration parties, and rejected by the Lib Dems. And yet, she tries to rewrite history and say it wasn't her. My Lord Mayor, we then turn to the capital programme. These tend to be longer-term projects. Several of these are projects where the Lib Dem administration put money in and where it would be wrong for us to oppose. 4 come to mind. We started the process of putting money into additional school places, into the city centre road, into rebuilding school sea walls and into solar panels. All these projects saw their initial phase under the Lib Dems and was supported by the Conservative opposition. All of these were carried out by this administration and will be supported by the Lib Dems. If and when there is a change of administration, I hope that this cross-party cooperation on such major projects will also continue. In long-term projects, it's not sensible for any one group to claim that they were the only supporters, and I'd hope on these major projects this cross-party support is acknowledged by all. So work to increase school places is an essential, and I completely support the administration's view that any underspend on other projects and budgets should go to build yet more school places. It may seem bizarre that councils have little or no control over schools and none over academies, but still has the legal duty to provide the funding for additional school places. But that's the law. We know most ministers' connection to reality is limited, and this is just another example of it. Also, all the work that with children and adult social care is sensible, and replacing the SWIFT record management system is, I understand, essential as the system is being withdrawn. Again, in the culture and leisure areas, there are sensible proposals to look after structures like the King's Bastion and the wall on Victoria Street, which I have to say has looked extremely dangerous for over a year. We're also happy to support the financial support for the team doing up South Parade Pier to allow public access to it. Likewise, with the bandstand proposals, the Canoe Lake, and also the ball court in Paulsgrove. The same goes for proposals from Environment and Community Safety. Reprovisions of our seawalls are essential. The process for doing so is long and arduous. It's good to see the work on the walls in the north of the island being completed. The next phase along the seawalls in South Sea will have to be different to cope with not just the rise in sea levels, but also the increase in the power of the storms that hit our island. These plans have cross-party backing for many years, and I'm pleased that that is continuing. In transport and economic development, there's also much to support. The allocation of £3 million to the city centre roads will bring the money set aside for this up to £15 million by the City Council, which has been set aside with cross-party support in both our administrations and under this administration. This gives us 1/3 of the money needed for the road. This is the usual contribution looked for when we're looking for outside funding for the remaining 2/3. I hope that there will be a quick announcement from either the Solent LEP or the government that they have found money to make this happen quickly. I'm also happy to welcome the passing over of monies and the building of parks, the Portsmouth Area Rape Crisis Centre, and the investment in the LTP to fund to allow small-scale works to roads in the city. Now, colleagues, you've heard me at length list the things in the capital programme that we support, but also things that we feel are missing from this programme and some things that we're not sure are the highest priority for the city. When discussing some schemes, council officers have said the schemes only arrived very late, so they've not been able to evaluate them in detail. It has also been interesting to see pet projects popping up, designed clearly to appear in Luke and Linda's In Touch, what a misnomer, and even the leaflets of others in Paulsgrove. But it's been interesting to see so much of the capital programme driven by the needs of councillors for their leaflets. For us, there are 4 areas of work that the City Council should invest in which are not listed here. The first of these is parking. The piecemeal approach adopted by the City Council, where residents in Southsea who want a parking zone have their wishes denied, but residents in Cosham can have one, does not work for the people of this city. We know and recognise the difficulties that have been caused to the administrations by the commitments made by Linda Symes and Luke Stubbs to people to say that residents in Southsea should be denied something that they had voted for. But the administration has gone further than this. One plea often heard is the desire to get commercial vans off residential roads, and the response from Conservative and UKIP councillors to sell off a car park designed just for commercial vehicles in Fratton and push them onto the roads was wrong. We think we can make a real difference in people's lives by reversing the policy of this council and look to providing additional car parking in the city, especially for commercial vehicles, and we found £500,000 to do this. We've also recognised the huge problem that is homelessness in the city and across the country. We are disappointed that the administration continues with their desire to cut the support to families most at risk of homelessness, which is currently provided by the Roberts Centre. This is a false economy and will mean families will be made homeless, and the council will have to put them up in expensive and bad temporary accommodation or bed and breakfasts. This government's war on social housing is well known and stems from the view that those in social housing don't vote Conservative. Here in Portsmouth, we've had a cross-party view that building council housing and keeping our housing stock is the right thing to do. We continue to support this. One of the good things this administration has done is to look at the pressure of homelessness and create additional hostel beds available over the winter. We want to build on that and have put in place a fund to start the work of getting more permanent hostel provision built to help with long-term support to get people who are homeless a roof over their heads. And we put £100,000 into this. We've also looked at the budget, and there is nothing here to reduce congestion on our city roads by encouraging people out of cars onto bicycles to walk and to take the bus. There is also nothing here in place in terms of additional signing to encourage drivers to keep to the 20-mile-an-hour limit in residential roads. We would merge the funding for the Eastern Road Velder Avenue study and the work around Chaucer House to produce a fund of over £500,000 to do this work, but also to create on sustainable transport to tackle congestion in Portsmouth. As many of you will know, as I've said, I've been spending the last 2 weeks looking after my mum in hospital. My experience at Southampton General, along with discussions at QA, have made me even more aware of the problems in the NHS and A&E, and come down to not having enough places to discharge patients to, who are medically fit to discharge. A bed in a hospital, paid for by us as taxpayers, costs about £400 a day. A bed in a nursing home, on a contract with the council, costs between £100 and £150 a day, again paid for by taxpayers. There are the usual arguments about who will pay, the NHS or social care, but I think we should take a lead. There is space at St James's for a nursing home, and we put £50,000 into a fund to work up a plan for a new nursing home here. Finally, we don't think that the way the administration has worked with art and soul traders at the lodge in Victoria Park is right. Let's be frank, Mark isn't here, but I'm quite happy to say this to him. Mark Lewis is not always an easy person to work with. Both Donna and I have found this. But the art and soul traders now pay a commercial rent of £10,000 a year to the City Council and clearly provide a useful service to park visitors as well as to many residents suffering from mental health issues and from learning disabilities. And this service to people suffering from mental health issues and with learning disabilities is done for free, at no cost to the City Council. We have seen the tender document for the replacement service at the lodge, now that art and soul traders have been thrown out. And it asks for work with just 4 residents with a learning disability, something that I understand art and soul traders have already been doing. This administration keeps saying it's running things in Portsmouth as a PLC. In this case, the case is that art and soul traders provide a service for free and are paying the council £10,000 rent to do so. And we would want art and soul traders to keep running the lodge. I'm sure some people will say, oh, well, they've got a record for cannabis. That is not news to anybody in Portsmouth. They've run events over the years calling for the legalisation of cannabis, and the police have been happy to come along to it. So our amendment keeps the money for the lodge, but we are clear that this should go to art and soul traders to continue to provide this service. We will want to look at the tender documents that are coming in. All are expected to ask for a subsidy from the council. If any of them pay, not get given, but pay the council less than £10,000 a year, then the people who said that the whole campaign to get rid of the art and soul traders is just political vindictiveness will have been proved right. We cannot pay for this new capital expenditure unless we look at the current programme. So we will take out things that we think are a lower priority. So Water's Edge, planting at Alloway Avenue, the VMS signs in Southsea have been removed.
Councillors, please. Thank you.
Ferry, I will try to be quiet when you're doing your peregrination.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferret,
Councillor Ferry is disgraceful.
Through me, Councillor. Councillor Vernon Jackson, through me, please.
So you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I can sort him out. Don't matter about that. You carry on with that. Thank you. Quiet. Thank you.
So we would also not pay for the VMS signs in Southsea, and we would merge and trim the Eastern Road, Felder Avenue and Chaucer House schemes. So our priorities are different from the administration's. On many things we agree, but not on all. On parking, fly tipping, on litter and dog's mess, on support for victims of domestic violence, on sustainable transport to get our city moving, on homelessness and the need for nursing cover, we differ from the administration. But I think we differ on other things as well. We support the Property Investment Fund and the purchase of properties. That's why I voted in favour of it when it came to the council. But we think some of this investment should be made in Portsmouth. I've had confirmed today...
Councillor Ferret, sorry, I'm asking very nicely. Can you please not interrupt? Again, please. Yes, you are, Councillor Ferret. Thank you.
I have had confirmed today that not one penny of the £108 million of taxpayers' money spent through this fund has been spent investing in Portsmouth. Not one penny. We feel that if the council is to continue to this programme, we need to listen to the people of Portsmouth and invest here in the city, as well as in the Midlands, the North and the West Country. A strategy based on buying a Waitrose in Somerset and a warehouse in Birmingham and nothing in Portsmouth does not appear to have the support of residents of the city. I know the Leader of the Council will say that there have been things purchased in Portsmouth, but they are not through the Property Investment Fund. But there are other worrying things. The culture of secrecy at the Council, where information is hidden and denied, is bad. I am now making regular freedom of information requests
Councillors.
because this is a better route than being able to find out some information, but even these are denied. Again, for this budget, we've been denied sight of any other options. When I talk to senior partners of the City Council and tell them that I have to put in freedom of information requests against my own council, they are amazed about the culture of secrecy central to this administration. When senior councillor officers are instructed by councillors not to give other information to councillors, there is something badly wrong. I know that there are many Conservative councillors who are decent people, but, my Lord Mayor, we have to feel sorry for them. Not only is their administration one desperate for secrecy, but it's one that ignores the views of local residents and also has a streak of viciousness in it that must pain many decent-minded Conservative councillors. Just to look at a couple of examples. The council's consultation on the use of Victoria Park closed months ago, but the results have not been released. I saw the results weeks ago, so I know that they could be released. But why haven't they been released? Because they don't back up the action that the administration has chosen to take against art and soul traders. So the council is suppressing their own consultation results. So if the administration will not release its own results, then we have to rely on the consultation that we as Lib Dems did. The administration didn't bother to go to Victoria Park to consult with users. We did. That might explain why our consultation got 3 times the number of respondents that the council consultation got. And the result? 94% of people said they wanted art and soul traders to remain running the lodge. And what does the administration do? They suppress their own consultation and attack art and soul traders because they don't like them. This personal feeling of attacking perceived opponents of this regime goes further. Parks are being offered £50,000 to take over the maintenance of their building so their service can continue, but without the council taking responsibility for repairs. Great. We all applaud that. But when off the record, were off the record offered the same deal to continue to provide free counselling services to young people in the city? No. They were denied just such a deal, even though the Royal Engineers had offered to do the work, and they'd offered to do it at no cost to the council. So another perceived opponent of this administration of the council is victimised. Now we have the fire service, where the administration refused to lobby for a better deal for Portsmouth with less cuts from the fire authority. Why? Was it because the Fire Brigade Union had pointed out the scale of the cuts and they were seen as Lib Dem supporters? Then when our concerns were shown to be true, and the aerial level platform that provides access to high floors in blocks was not used for many months, and one had to be sent from Southampton instead, what was the response to the FBU's plans to address this? From Councillor Luke Stubbs, an attack on firefighters in the city. We must also remember with shame the personal attack Councillor Rob New made on a lady who came to give a deputation on cuts in the domestic violence service last year, which drove that member of the public from the council chamber in tears. Then we have Smeargate, where Councillor Harris's proposal to smear a member of the public for voicing opposition to the administration got no condemnation from other Conservative councillors, just a suggestion from Councillor Fleming that the employers of the members of the public should be contacted to see if he could be sacked. Most of these people have not been Lib Dems, but because we are seen
Point
as
of
the
order,
only
Lord
ones
Mayor.
to
Statement
oppose
of explanation. That is completely untrue, and I'd like Gerald Vernon-Jackson to actually withdraw that. I will bring up the exact text if necessary.
I'm happy, I'm sure you will. Most of these people have not been Lib Dems, but we are seen as the only ones to oppose the Conservatives here.
Lord Mayor,
so they often become
Lord Mayor,
Hold on, I'm just trying. Hold on, 1 second. No,
39B.
no, hold on, 1 second. City solicitors asked you to carry on.
Thank you. Thank you, my Lord. So there is a line of viciousness that runs through this administration of supporting their friends and attacking their perceived opponents. We bear our responsibility as Lib Dems for allowing this bad and vicious administration to do things that hurt the people of this city. UKIP and Labour councillors bear their responsibility for voting in this administration. We as Lib Dems did not campaign successfully enough in the past, but, my Lord Mayor, people's eyes are opening in this city. In last May's local elections, for 14 wards in Portsmouth, the Conservatives won just 4 wards out of 14. And, of course, UKIP won none, again. The people of the city refused to give the administration of the city the reward they had expected. None of us know what the results of future elections will be, but we've talked to many thousands of residents, and time and again they have said they will not support the Conservatives or their allies again. As one key partner of the administration said to me, I was taken in by the leader of the council. I voted Conservative, but never again. My Lord Mayor, this is a budget that fails to address the needs of the people of the city. It fails to address homelessness, bed blocking at QA, fly tipping and rubbish on our streets, and the lack of car parking. It's a bad budget produced by an administration driven by secrecy and viciousness. It's bad for Portsmouth, and we will oppose it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Lord Mayor, to follow up, just at the request
Okay,
of...
can I, please, thank you. Councillor Fleming, can I just say a couple of words, first of all, before you stand up? Have you, first of all, got a seconder for that?
Yes, I second that.
Councillor Humason. Just what was going on before, I took advice from Michael Lawther there beforehand, okay? Councillor Fleming, did you just want to quickly say something?
Yep, I was invited to find the exact quote, Lord Mayor, to prove that it was a smear from Councillor Vernon-Jackson, and the exact quote was that a complaint has already been submitted to WS Council regarding the actions of Samin Farouk. Now, obviously, the allegation was that I was proposing that should be done. That clearly isn't true. That's the evidence that's in the public domain, and I do demand a public apology for that smear.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson, would you give a public apology
no,
or
I'm sorry.
not?
My understanding is that Councillor Fleming asked for investigations to be made to getting this gentleman sacked.
Right, okay.
But
So,
I've just provided the evidence that
okay.
that has not happened,
Yeah.
Lord Mayor, so that is
do
an
you think we
untrue
could take this
allegation,
somewhere else and get on with the budget? Is that at all possible, Councillor Fleming? Please, members, thank you.
What I would say, Lord Mayor, is the Leader of the Council was using that as an opportunity to talk about smearing people, and I think it's extremely appropriate to point out that what he was actually saying was a smear on myself, and I've backed it up with the evidence that is in the public domain. He has provided no evidence for what he has said, so I still stand here and do expect an apology.
Thank you very much. I don't think you want to get it, Councillor Fleming, but I'll ask again. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, will you give him an apology?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm happy to stand by the facts, and the facts say quite clearly
well,
that
you can
Councillor
take that
Fleming
outside
was in
of
the
here
wrong.
then, later on. Councillor Will Purvis.
Point of order, point of clarification. The exact words of your email, Councillor Fleming, were, is there any way we could speak to someone who works at West Sussex and inform them what their staff members seem to be doing on a daily basis?
Right, okay, so let's move on now, please. Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to have to move on. Sorry, Councillor. If you want to put a complaint in, I think you have to do it later on, not here. Sorry, you shouldn't. Yeah, okay. We're going to move on now. Thank you very much, members. Can I now call upon the leader of the UKIP, Councillor Galloway, to respond without a time limit? Any amendments? I'm not aware of any amendments. Will need to be proposed and seconded. So, please, Councillor Galloway, would you like to speak? Thank you very much.
My Lord Mayor, I'd love to. My Lord Mayor, firstly, let me start off by saying thank you very much indeed for the Valentine chocolates to help sweeten us up. I shall let that you decide whether it worked or not. My Lord Mayor, I feel as if I've had a little devil sitting on my shoulder urging me to start off by saying, yeah, we've heard it all before. In actual fact, we have heard it all
Quiet
before.
in the chamber, please, especially upstairs. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Galloway.
So, in actual fact, we have heard it all before, my Lord Mayor. Most of us in this chamber sat and listened intently to the budget proposals laid out by the leader in December. Some, of course, choose to play games on their cell phone because apparently the importance of the budget is dry and boring. Our group, my Lord Mayor, has been an open book from the very first day we entered this respected council. We came together for a single fixed purpose, and we made no secrecy about it. We came from the ranks of ordinary people. We were raw with no political background, but we were driven by the desperate need to act on behalf of all decent, hard-working people. We have heard all the accusations about how this hard-hitting budget hurts people, particularly the most vulnerable. We have seen the protests, and we understand the pain and frustrations. We understand because every decision that we take in this chamber will ultimately affect us as well. It will affect our families and our friends. No administration enjoys being the harbinger of bad news, and we ask the people of Portsmouth to take a more radical approach to the situation that the city finds itself in. A situation that has been orchestrated by a far removed from reality government cocooned in Westminster. Just a very quick example of what we mean by a government that's far removed from reality. Pakistan has a national budget that incorporates nuclear weapons infrastructure, as well as having quite a successful space programme. Yet our government chooses to send a foreign aid package of £441 million to this country in 2017. That's £441 million of our tax money, which could so easily and so essentially be put to such good use here in our country, where it rightfully belongs. Our foreign aid programme is a national disgrace, and those civil servant mandarins should be slapped out of existence. But we must not forget that within Westminster, there's a control centre manned by some very clever people, well versed in the game of politics. From this nest of vipers, an apparent olive branch has been thrown out to the country's councils in very clever diplomatic parlance, with the tempting promise of a 30-year financial bonus of £30 million a year if those councils could get together and form a combined authority. We now know that the plans for combined authority are on the scrap heap. A sad day for some and a blessed relief for others. The package seemed quite genuine with such a windfall. It could have meant that the new combined authorities would now have funds to attend to more major projects like transport and traffic infrastructures. The question is, of course, can we trust the viper? We say that is not advisable, and here's why. We're taking education policy as an example of what duplicitous chicanery our trusted vipers are capable of. Since April 2013, the Council has been responsible for funding the high needs support for post-16 pupils in education with special educational needs and disabilities. At that point, additional funding of £315,575 was provided by central government to support the Council in meeting these additional responsibilities. In September 2014, the Children's and Families Act introduced further responsibilities on the Council by extending the age range of the children with SEND in post-16 education from 19 to 25, without providing specific additional funding. During 2016-17, the effect of this policy change has led to a significant increase in the cost of supporting these children in post-16 education, and actual expenditure is forecast to exceed the budget provision by £179,000. This Council strives to produce a budget to protect and nurture our city. But we are in a constant battle against the central government, whose sole purpose would seem to be financial decimation of local councils, to crush and control. Yes, the prize money for proposed combined authority may be a distant dream, but we will survive. As I've confessed that our group has no lengthy political background. So when it comes to speaking to this chamber, I, for one, look towards the wisdom from scholars much more worthy than I. I found a short passage written by Brian Eno. With your indulgence, Lord Mayor, I would like to read it. There are parts of this article that appear to be against what is conceived to be UKIP policy. But like everything, it would be best to consider it in its entirety rather than just in part. I quote, "The consensus among most of my friends seems to be that 2016 was a terrible year and the beginning of a long decline into something we don't even want to imagine. 2016 was indeed a pretty rough year, but I wonder if it's the end, not the beginning, of a long decline. Or at least the beginning of the end, for I think we've been in decline for about 40 years when we've been in the EU, enduring a slow process of decivilization, but not really quite noticing it until now. I'm reminded of the thing about the frog placed in a pan of slowly boiling water. This decline includes the transition from secure employment to precarious employment, the destruction of unions and the shrinkage of workers' rights, zero-hour contract, dismantling of local government, a health service falling apart, an underfunded education system ruled by meaningless exam results and league tables, the increasingly acceptable stagnation of immigrants, knee-jerk nationalism, and the concentration of prejudice enabled by social media and the internet. This process of decivilization grew out of an ideology which sneered at social generosity and championed a sort of righteous selfishness. Thatcher, poverty is a personal defect. Ayn Rand, altruism is evil. The emphasis on unrestrained individualism has had two effects: the creation of a huge amount of wealth and the funneling of it into fewer and fewer hands. Right now, the 62 richest people in the world are as wealthy as the bottom half of the total population combined. The Thatcher-Reagan fantasy that all this wealth would trickle down and enrich everybody else simply hasn't happened. In fact, the reverse has happened. The real wages of most people have been in decline for at least 2 decades, while at the same time, their prospects and the prospects of their children look dimmer and dimmer. No wonder people are angry and turning away from business as usual governments for solution. When governments pay most attention to whoever has most money, the huge wealth inequalities that we now see make a mockery of the idea of democracy. As George Moneyboat said, the pen might be mightier than the sword, but the purse is mightier than the pen. Last year, people started waking up to this. A lot of them, in their anger, grabbed the nearest Trump-like object and hit the establishment over the head. But those who were just the most conspicuous, medium tasty awakenings. Meanwhile, there seems to be a quieter but equally powerful stirring. People are rethinking what democracy means, what society means, and what we need to do to make them work again. People are thinking hard, and most importantly, thinking out loud together. I think we underwent a mass disillusionment in 2016, and finally realised it's time to jump out of the saucepan. This is the start of something big. It will involve engagement, not just tweets and likes and swipes, but thoughtful and creative social and political action. It will involve realising that some things we've taken for granted, some semblance of truth in reporting, for example, can no longer be expected for free. If we want good reporting and good analysis, we'll have to pay for it. That means money. Direct financial support for the publication and websites struggling to tell the corporate, non-establishment side of the story. In the same way, if we want happy and creative children, we need to take change in our education, not leave it to the ideologues or bottom liners. If we want social generosity, then we must pay our taxes and get rid of our tax havens. And if we want thoughtful politicians, we should stop supporting merely charismatic ones. Inequality eats away at the heart of society, breeding disdain, resentment, envy, suspicion, bullying, arrogance and callousness. If we want any decent kind of future, we have to push away from that. And I think we're starting to. There is so much to do, so many possibilities. 2017 should be a surprising year. My Lord Mayor, we believe that this budget has a built-in contingency to tackle those 2017 surprises. We are not ashamed to say that we have tried to work with the administration to try to get a budget that will minimise any punitive effect on our most vulnerable. We believe that the city budget has to be a cross-party event so that we can attain and maintain a prosperous city that cares for its people. We understand that the adult and children's social care deficit has to be addressed. We do not accept that the Conservative central government walks away from this social problem by passing it back to local councils, particularly when it was this very government which has created this sorry state in the first place, by actively not caring for our own population in favour of some ludicrous foreign aid policies. It's time to wake up and realise that we are being blackmailed by our Conservative government. The message is this: raise your own funds, look after your own vulnerable, because you're not getting any help from the Tory government because your tax money is going overseas. We find ourselves forced into a situation where we have to agree to increase the council tax by about 18 pence a week, so that our vulnerable do not suffer. We want to take this opportunity to call on all our residents to demand that their MPs lobby Parliament to stop this attack on local councils, to consider our own people first, and to accept the responsibility of caring for our own vulnerable residents who actually voted them into power. This budget is not what we are proud to deliver, but we are living under extreme and trying circumstances, and we believe that it is the final straw that we have to endure, and we can only pray that we can grow and prosper.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. I'm now going to call the leader of the Labour group, Councillor Morgan, to respond, obviously without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and given to me in writing. The amendment is discussed further, report to me in the meeting. I've got your amendment here, Councillor. Would you like me to pass it around now before you speak? Yeah? Okay, Peter, could you pass it around? Could we have 5 minutes or so just to have a look at it? Okay, thank you. 5 minutes.
Take some time to pass it round. And it's purely on that issue, not on what's in the colour of today. It's goes with the colour of your eyes. The people's flag is deepest pink, it's not as red as people think.
Couple more minutes. Okay, then, members, just to before Councillor Morgan puts his amendment forward, after Councillor Morgan has done his piece, I'm going to have a quick 5 minutes after that, and then we'll carry on. Yes, sorry, but I've got a weak bladder, Councillor. Councillor Morgan, please, and I'm the Lord Mayor as well, so I can decide that. Councillor Morgan, please.
My Lord Mayor, thank you. Members in this chamber can be rest assured I intend to keep opinions and quotes from the balanced and impartial newspaper that is The Guardian to minimum in today's speech. I can see the delight on your faces. I make no apology for the consistency of the themes I will outline on the Labour Group's response to the administration's revenue and capital budget today. From me and my party, consistency in our belief in public services and the hard work of every officer in this council, our belief that every opportunity should be for all, regardless of your background, and our fundamental belief that good quality employment is the best route to social justice. And this against a backdrop of continued austerity from central government, an explicit ideological drive to shrink the state to levels not seen since the 1930s, an assault on our values of progress, fairness and inclusion. And this, my Lord Mayor, is a fundamental divide in our politics, one which gets more extreme each year. It's a divide between the majority who believe that politics has the power to radically improve lives and the vested interests of those who think that the best thing politicians can do is get out their way. It's between those who believe that everyone can and should make a positive contribution to our economy and our community, and those who believe that some people must always lose so that they can win. The government have made crystal clear which side of this divide they're on. They have chosen this path. And they act as if a government itself is a problem, and that people should left to be sink or swim, regardless of the disadvantages they face or the economic climate that surrounds them. I profoundly disagree with this view. I believe with every bone in my body that councils, Portsmouth City Council, can make things better. We can make a material difference through the services and benefits we provide, but just as importantly, through the leadership we give to the rest of our society, through the signals we send to our other sectors, and through the influence we have within our communities. And this is exactly what we should be doing in this chamber today, and what I intend to set out in our approach to the budget. Taking action to make our city a fairer place, to fight for more jobs and growth, and to strengthen our community. Sending a strong message to our residents, our businesses, and our community that we expect them to do the same. So we meet again to agree a budget overshadowed by disproportionate cuts to local government funding and a deeply unfair distribution mechanism which sees our city further disadvantaged. But our response today, as I set out in December to this chamber, is not to stand by and let austerity hurt the vulnerable and damage the city's confidence. In the face of government's neglect, we must have a fairer budget, use our investments to safeguard and create jobs, reorganising and reforming the way this council works so it can be the best it can be. It must find creative ways to tackle one of the most pressing issues facing us, protecting frontline services and social care. We must do more to build homes for local people, preventing people from becoming homeless, continue to refurbish schools and tackle the plight of antisocial behaviour and drug dealing on our streets. We must do more to invest in our roads, city centre and pavements, increase recycling rates and support those on the lowest incomes. But the unavoidable fact is that everything we do for our city has to be set against the actions of a government ideologically opposed to public services. As the Institute of Fiscal Studies has made clear, cuts delivered by the Tories and the Lib Dems over the last few years have hit poorer communities the hardest. We saw no benefits to our great city during those years, just as we continue to see no apology or acknowledgement of the lasting legacy of the Tories' cuts. We know conclusively that areas with greater need or low-income tax bases have been consistently hit hardest by this government and that residents have suffered more as a result. Our evidence also shows that there will be no let-up in this government's determination to punish our great city. The government's funding distribution continues to penalise Portsmouth, and as far as the government is concerned, we are on our own. Portsmouth people deserve better. In announcements before Christmas, the government could have had the opportunity to correct some of that injustice. It could have helped ease transition arrangements following the latest round of council funding. yet we haven't seen an extra penny of funding in Portsmouth. Let me be clear about what has happened here. We have witnessed the most blatant disregard and disgraceful example of pork barrel politics seen in the UK in recent times. The government has shed any pretence of that shared society approach and has simply caved in to the howls of protest by Tory Shire councils. We oppose the cuts to public services and the government's disregard for local government. Yet as painful a process as it is to set a council budget, as elected representatives of our communities, we have a responsibility to make the best of this situation. And as I said in December, the choices we make when setting budgets reflect the values we hold as politicians. To shield the vulnerable, avoid dismantling of investments to create a better future for all residents. If we don't do this, we'll be handing control to the council to Whitehall, and this is not an option for our group. Our role is to do all we can to oppose the government's approach while continuing to grow the city and provide services to the public that we can be proud of. That leaves us with our budget amendment today, a fairer budget for the people of Portsmouth. As I set out in detail in December, our amendment would firstly reduce the cost of democracy, because it is time this authority streamlines its political structures and brings about political stability to this city. Secondly, reduce management overheads. This means finding new and innovative ways of delivering services to residents that deliver the same outcomes but cost less, better procurement, ensuring our contracts get the best possible value for taxpayers, investing in technology, making it cheaper to deliver services in the long run, and it means reducing the amount of managers in this organisation. Thirdly and finally, investing in social care at a time when services for our loved ones are at crisis point. Our amendment isn't about making ill-informed cheap shots at others or designed to populate a leaflet going through the letterbox. But it is a response based on evidence and engagement. It's response to residents' views, taking on board feedback from the voluntary sector and active engagement with the trade unions. It is based on research on the challenges this city faces, advice from finance officers and meetings with directors. In the group's preparation for our budget, I toured the civic offices to thank staff for their dedication to this city and to listen to their views. That's hard work to inform difficult times and difficult decisions, because too often in this chamber, it's about the price of everything and the value of nothing. I want local people to have a much greater say on the services this council provides to them and how we provide them. I want our community to have a greater influence in helping this council set its budget. In a time of austerity, it couldn't be more important that people that make up our community have a real say over the council that represents them and protects them. That's because we believe when choices are difficult, it is best to share them with everyone who they affect. That's why our amendment is based on what the public are telling us. This Labour group is ambitious for our city. We are ambitious for something more, something fairer, something more just, because the alternative is to accept the inevitable consequences of the government's choice to cut services and its addiction to austerity. The effect would be allowing a government legacy and a chancellor ideologically at odds with everything this great city stands for. At times like this, ordinary people look to their government and council to protect them from the wild swings of the economy over which they have no control. They look for a plan for recovery and growth. They look for protection of the most vulnerable and the struggling. They look for little help to get them through tough times. With this government, they have found none. So now more than ever, this ambition must be translated into employment. Job creation as a route to social justice has always been a vital part of our city's identity. Too many of our residents are unemployed. Too many people with jobs simply don't get paid enough. Turning this round will not be a quick process, but it must be done. Whilst the Labour Group welcomes some of the proposals in the capital budget before us today, residents in our city deserve a better deal from this government and this Tory council. We expect more. More must be done to get residents back into work, to create more training opportunities and apprenticeships, to continue the vital regeneration across our city, and to help local businesses grow and prosper. More must be done to build the right infrastructure and to tackle congestion, so to create an economy where local people have the skills to take advantage of Portsmouth jobs. Research by the TomTom Traffic Index tells us that congestion is costing Portsmouth businesses £10 million a year in lost productivity. Delays in the city increases the time each vehicle spends on the road by 97 hours a year, more than 12 working days. And in my own ward, we've had some of the worst levels of air pollution in the country. Congestion and air pollution is a massive burden on local people and our economy. Action must be taken. We want to see the Council do more to encourage contractors to hire as many local people as possible and provide our young people with apprenticeship opportunities. We want companies and institutions like the university profiting from Portsmouth to give more back to our communities. But as well as giving residents the best chance of competing for jobs that are already out there, we must do more to help our businesses to grow, prosper and create more opportunities and jobs here in Portsmouth. Forging links with major employers to bring them to our city and to give our residents the best chance of getting the jobs they provide. Providing a strong network through which we can push for more jobs, more apprenticeships and a higher wage for all residents. Finally, we must be more ambitious for the regeneration of our great city, like Labour's leadership was when we ran the city in the 1990s, with the development of Gunwharf Quays, bringing the Tour de France to our communities and building the iconic Spinnaker Tower. This city desperately needs that bold leadership once again and a bigger and better vision for Portsmouth. Regenerating our high streets, our housing, our estates, our infrastructure is the most effective tool we have for changing the long-term life chances of all residents. We must make it easier to get around our city and make it more of a feature of our seafront. We must invest in the city centre to refurbish it and make it a destination once again. Improving the area for everyone who lives here and building the foundations for a brighter future for everyone in Portsmouth. There may be some in this chamber who do not want to see this sort of investment in our city. This is incredibly short-sighted. And I would hope this Council administration had the ear of government and its ministers, as we should be seeking a better deal for our communities. We cannot turn our back on investment now, at a time when council-generated income is vitally important to the future of public services. In my own ward and in this city, too many people are being held back. Too many people are not given the chance to succeed. They deserve better from this government. They deserve better from this administration. We must invest in our city because Portsmouth cannot afford to be a city dependent on an uncaring government, committed to completely removing the revenue support grant once paid for and cared for our services. They've had their say, they've had their way. Statutory, legally binding requirements on this council will no longer be funded by the government grant. Instead, local residents and businesses will take on responsibility for these services through their taxes and rates. The more we can do to grow our economy in Portsmouth, the more we can invest through locally raised funds in our care services. This city has lost jobs and will continue to do so. If a major employer in the private sector was losing the number of jobs councils have already seen go, there would be a task force in place with multi-million-pound offers of retraining packages by now. Instead, the burden falls on ourselves as a caring employer working in partnership with our trade union colleagues. And at a time when we need the trade unions more than ever, this administration is cutting the support they provide to employees. In December, we were the only political group arguing for trade union facility time to stay the same. I said it then, and I will say it again. This is nothing more than an ideological attack on the trade union movement, and these proposals will end up costing this authority more. For this reason, we have continued to actively engage the unions which represent the city's workforce in this council. Therefore, their proposals for change are our proposals for change. Like thousands of council employees who rely on their support, we love the trade unions. My Lord Mayor, there is a fiscal cliff facing councils as a result of the government's austerity. Now, at a time of increased demand, local government is halfway down that cliff. As we prepare for the years ahead, is it vital that we are upfront about the impact of the government's decisions on our city? Let us be blunt. There is a national crisis facing homes across our city, one in which the vulnerable, or the elderly, or those who have fallen through the cracks risk being left without sufficient care because the government is no longer interested in their care obligations. Many of those who depend on councils for help will find we do not have the funds available to do all that is asked of them. But those who suffer as a result will probably not unite in visible protests. Instead, they will be expected to suffer silently as the government washes its hands of its historic care responsibilities. The impact will be felt across our city. We pay those care bills because we care. And now we're in a position in which the government's actions mean our good intentions are far higher than our ability to respond. The care cuts this government is passing to Portsmouth mean difficult decisions. These cuts are happening to the most important services and are the result of a government only paying lip service as a result of the moaning from our Tory friends in Surrey. Instead, the government has said it will allow local authorities to raise council tax with the social care precept used for adult social care only. This is only a drop in the ocean, a sticking plaster on a gaping wound. The proposed 3% it brings is about £2 million a year for this city. Set against an overall package of budget reductions, will see spending cut this year and next year, and no end in sight. And it shifts the responsibility of funding social care from national government to local residents, breaking decades of convention about the responsibilities of the state. The government has made it clear it expects every council to raise taxes as much as possible, effectively setting our council tax in Whitehall. We have little choice in this chamber but to implement this government-determined tax to fund social services for our loved ones. The harsh truth is, as the IFF have pointed out, were councils to use all available funds to maintain adult social care funding at current rates, other departments would face around 12% of cuts, a proposal which would spell yet more misery for children's services, bin collections and libraries. So the budget my group presents to this chamber today is in many ways a social care budget, finding savings from elsewhere to protect social care services. It reluctantly needs the national government's social care tax, which local people will have to pay year on year on. It reveals the government's disregard for the elderly and vulnerable, and it reminds our city that if the Prime Minister and Chancellor continue to fail to listen, our care needs will increasingly have to be met from within our own limited funds. My Lord Mayor, as well as the social care tax, the administration is proposing to raise council tax by 1.99%, providing income to offset but not prevent the full impact of cuts. We also regret that the Lib Dems, when in power in this city, chose short-term political gain over sustainable investment in the city's future by not increasing council tax at a time when they needed to. If they had made that decision, this city, as the leader said, would now have an extra £6 million per year to fund vital public services. We understand from finance officers the proposed increase in council tax will mean 71p per week for the average household in the city, Band B, with added assurance that 48% of households will continue to receive some form of discount or support on their council tax. We believe this is a reasonable increase to continue to provide local services for all. The Labour Group therefore supports this proposal to help protect services we all rely on in future. However, the only way we as a council are able to adapt to the future is if we change by consent. We have to be honest with the people of our city. We cannot pretend there are any easy answers. In order to secure the city we want, we have to look at every opportunity and make decisions which might come to be seen as vital in the years to come. We must be at the forefront of what local government is doing and achieve in the most difficult of circumstances. In the past few years, people have increasingly looked with disbelief, anger, indignation about the scale of cuts to this council. Local people deserve the opportunity to look at us as an authority leading the way in uncharted territory, reinventing local government in the 21st century. So, my Lord Mayor, the council's budget should be about real people, their day-to-day lives and their future. When I think about this council, I'm really thinking about my friends, my family, and the impact it will have on their lives. I was born and grew up in this great city. My friends and family and everyone I love live here too. 2017 will be a difficult year for our families and friends, maybe even more difficult than last year. Cuts to services mean our emergency services and NHS will be placed under ever-increasing strain. Our local social care system on the brink of collapse. Decisions which make life truly difficult for thousands of people in Portsmouth. But there is hope. Things can be better. And everyone in this city should know my group is doing everything it can to help people get through difficult times and to ensure we have the foundations in place to build a better future. It is not easy. It is not comfortable, but it is vital if we are to achieve a fairer and more just city. We are on the side of the people of Portsmouth. This revenue budget is a step along that journey. I commend it to the Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morgan. I take it that Councillor Charlie is going to second that? Yes? Yes, okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, so just literally 5 minutes, strictly 5 minutes break. Thank you very much.
Please. Yeah, we'll wait for a second. I'm here, but no one else is here. No, sorry. Yeah, exactly. I was there. You might lose it this time. I did say strictly 5 minutes, didn't I? Was it 7? Sorry, Councillor. I'm glad you've got time to make sure I'm doing my job correctly. Thank you. So Peter's back, welcome. Anyway, the proposal amendments on the 2 budget items before the Council are now open to all other members of the Council to debate as one item on the basis that at the end of the debate the budget and the Council tax and any proposed amendments to it will be voted on first, followed by... Thank you. Followed by the vote on the capital programme and any proposed amendments to it. Yes, Councillor, did you want anything? Quickly. OK, you're supposed to stand up when you talk to me as well. Thank you. That's all right. Thank you. Sit down. Thank you very much. OK. So the debate is now open, members. Who would like to go first? Councillor Hunt? Yes. Councillor Hunt, please.
Well, Lord Mayor, I've got a new hashtag for everybody out there listening.
Members.
Okay, we're starting over, are we, Lord Mayor?
Yeah, we're starting again now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've got a new hashtag for people out there. For Councillor Ferret. Hashtag blue pom-poms. I think that...
through me, Councillor, please. Thank you. Please. Through the budget, please. Thank you.
Blue pom-poms, Lord Mayor.
Thank
so
you.
There we are. Anyway, that's what I'll be doing. So I hope he takes it in a friendly way. So let's set the record straight. You know, we heard Councillor Donna Jones earlier on saying that her party was entrepreneurial, but they don't have the monopoly on that kind of thing. It runs through successive administrations, from the Labour Party, back when they did Gunwolf and the Tower and all those sorts of things. They were being entrepreneurial then, weren't they? Providing income for the City Council, about £600,000 a year. So thank you to the Labour Party. Thank you to my Lib Dem colleagues as well, who, in their last administration, worked with all sorts of different partners to improve, reconfigure services around the Canoe Lake. So they were sustainable, including all the tennis courts and enabling new all-weather courts and the Greens Cafe and a children's nursery, all new income for the council, all opposed by the Conservatives, all of it. And it was the Lib Dems that enabled and helped create new businesses, including the wedding venue and cafe in Southsea Castle, and allowing weddings at our Charles Dickens Birthplace Museum, adding new income into the council. It was Lib Dems that worked with the Fleur-de-Lis Football Club to renovate a decrepit sports building up in Drayton Park and new all-weather pitches. So up and down the city, we were being entrepreneurial and working with partners to be innovative. And it was Lib Dems that bought MMD to save the jobs there and invested in the Portsmouth International Port. And it was Lib Dems that moved the Tourist Information Centre into the D-Day Museum. And it was Lib Dems that got the £3 million to reconfigure and do the new developments at D-Day Museum. Then, not only out of that, when the TIC, the Information Centre, moved out, we moved a fish and chip shop in to provide new income for the council, being entrepreneurial. And it was Lib Dem that invested into the pyramids and brought in BH Live to Portsmouth. And Councillor Symes, I agree, is continuing to work with them to do more and better across the city around sports facilities. But the difference between us and them is that we lend support when it's a good thing to do. They just opposed us on literally everything when we were in administration. So we take a different view. For example, over Eastney Coffee Cup, more income for the council, opposed by the Conservatives. And of course, we invest in people's jobs here in Portsmouth rather than in jobs in the north of England.
Lots of whispering. I can't hear Councillor Hunt. I know it's hard to believe, but I can't hear him.
Can I start over again?
No, you can't, Councillor Hunt. Please, no. Even I couldn't listen to you
well,
again.
Stop interrupted there, Lord Mayor. And of course, We supported our firefighters. And we supported the people in the art and soul traders when the Tories just turfed them out willy-nilly. And it's ironic, on the day that they sent them the turfed them out with the eviction notice, they received an invoice from Portsmouth City Council telling them that they had basically 10 more years to go and they should pay up, basically. That's paraphrasing it. So we are on the side of Portsmouth residents, and we want to deliver more services for less money. And we are on the side of residents and not destroying anything that just doesn't make a profit, Lord Mayor. So I want to talk very briefly about what the city would look like if Lib Dems were still running things. Mind would still be here. Off the Record would still be here. Residents South Sea would have their parking zones. Art and soul traders would still be serving the local communities, and there would be no threat to the birds and animals in Victoria Park. South Sea Children's Centre would still be open, and as I say, we would have been fighting fiercely for our firefighters, Councillor Stubbs, firefighters. And Lord Mayor, in the Lib Dem budgets, we put money in to provide more on-street parking places for residents. This is wanted by residents. Nothing in the Conservative budgets for that. Lib Dems have put more money in for 20-mile-per-hour signs on roads and on lampposts, something that residents really want to happen. Is wanted by local residents. And we will put back MC and MB parking zones, and we will keep the ones that are there now, unlike the Tories who tried to keep trying to take them away. And we will deliver the 5 schemes South Sea-wide that residents have told this council that they want. Lord Mayor, I'll finish off with the Lodge. I think what has happened there just sums up this Conservative administration. Uncaring, inept, and mean. A mean and wicked and vicious administration that doesn't care about residents. All they care about is turning Portsmouth City Council into a profit machine. That's all they care about, Lord Mayor, profits. They don't care about people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Bird, please.
Thank you. That was a lot sooner than I expected. As ever, when it comes to budget, none of us want to put through the cuts to services, to people, to jobs, to livelihoods that we are presented with on a yearly basis. And as I said in December, there are parts of the Lib Dem budget amendment and certainly parts of the Labour budget amendment that we would like to support if we were given the opportunity, if we worked together. We cannot, however, vote for everything. It's either one or the other. I'd like to be able to pick and choose. I really would. You know, certainly there's things that we've called for in here that we would agree with the Labour Party 100%, and we've called for ourselves. But we cannot, again, just say, yes, we want that. We can't cherry pick. I think to work together as a council is the best way forward. I'm not going to name call. I'm not going to go on history. There's no point in dwelling on the past. What's done is done, and we have to work together. I am furious, as I'm pretty sure most people will know, that I'm furious with the government for putting us in this situation where we, as councillors, are being forced to tell residents that they have to pay up to look after their local elders. That's not right. I'm sorry, but to turn around and tax the poor to give to the poorer, how does that work? This is a central government issue. They should be looking to increase taxes if they want to do that. They should be looking to look after our elderly, not to look to us to fund it. It's just not right when the low tax authority has to dig into other people's pockets. 52% of residents that can actually pay full council tax to fund this precept is just not right. And I really think that we should be lobbying central government for this rather than looking to do it ourselves. I understand the reasons behind it, and I can't say no, because if we do say no, then you know, local people are going to lose out. But I am still angry, very, very angry. And I would like to send a message, if possible, as my leader said here, via our MPs, just how angry we are at this. It's a central government issue. It's not a local council issue to try and do this. To bring things back to a local level, Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned that the commercial vehicle park in Fratton had been sold. I would just like to confirm to people in Fratton, as I'm sure probably my 2 ward councillors were completely bemused by this news as well, as I was actually sending people there over Christmas. There were 2
commercial vehicle parks on Nancy Road. One of them was solved. The other one is still fully operational. I just thought I'd better confirm that, because otherwise you could have a few residents in Fratton getting very confused by this matter. I think if I carry on, I'm just going to lose my temper here. And it is to do with the social care precept. We really shouldn't be paying this. We should not be looking to local people to fund this scheme. It should be central government. They're just too embarrassed to raise taxes, and it's on their heads, not ours.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bird. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Thank you.
We are moving through them quickly, aren't we, Lord Mayor? I think it's really easy to spend money. I mean, it's very easy to come up with a list of things, say, let's spend more on this, let's spend more on that, let's give money to that. But it's much harder to generate funds, and it's much harder to come up and implement a budget that balances in these difficult times. And I think that is something which actually in the proposals from the administration we've done rather successfully. So, we have £43 million less than when the Liberal Democrats were last in control. So I think it's really a bit much to say, well, we put things back as they were. Well, if you're going to do that, then you need to put forward an amendment for a 70% council tax rise, because otherwise you're not going to put things back as they were, and you need to be realistic about the things that you're doing. In the opposition leader's speech, I got 3 mentions, so I must be doing something right. I've got a few little attacks there. And I just want to respond to some of the points that were raised, some of the details. So one was about the 4-year settlement. So the government offered all local authorities a 4-year settlement starting in 2016-17, of which almost all councils in England accepted it. There were a few that didn't. Lancashire County was one, Surrey was another. Well, I looked through those numbers when the provisional settlement came out in December to see what was in it. And in fact, the numbers for Surrey that they got were exactly the same as they would have got had they accepted the 4-year settlement. So it made no difference at all. Now, I was a little surprised. I thought they might get less. I thought they might get less because the government is keen on a 4-year settlement, and I thought there might be a measure of punishment for not accepting it. But that actually wasn't the case. They certainly didn't get any more. So the idea that somehow you can just opt out of making savings, saying, that's it, we're not accepting a 4-year settlement, we demand more money, and you get it, is wholly false. On the matter of social care and discharges from hospital, I've heard the same numbers mentioned that Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned, about 237 people being stuck in a hospital. I think that's an extremely misleading figure, and I find it really disappointing, frankly, that the management of Portsmouth Hospitals Trust feel fit to attempt to defer blame for the running of the health system from the health system onto the local authority. Look, there are 7,000 people employed by Portsmouth Hospitals Trust, with 50 under, 6,950. The council has 9 employees at the hospital. Is it really credible to say that those 9 employees are responsible for all of the problems in the hospital? They're outnumbered 800 to 1. It is just not plausible at all. And I might add, I was at a meeting earlier today where we were discussing the new integrated discharge service, which has been set up and designed on behalf of the hospitals. The council is a partner in this, but it was the design of this is very much a hospital one, and there is very plausible evidence that the performance of the system has worsened since that has been introduced, and that is something we are looking to urgently address with the management of the hospital and with our own social care service. Within the care system, the other priority is to get people home. We don't actually want people to end up in nursing homes because there is a lot of evidence that older people, if they are institutionalised for any length of time, deteriorate quite quickly. And so the priority has to be for the council, for the NHS, to get people back home. That is what we need to do. It's not to stick them in a nursing home. And the danger of it is that if there are people who are medically fit to be discharged and somehow the hospital sticks them into a nursing home, then that's creating a huge level of dependency that's not required. It's also rather misleading to talk about a £50,000 feasibility study to create a new nursing home, although that addresses the problem. We, as a local authority, have had to abandoned plans for a new care home at East Lodge because the cost of constructing the care home was £8 million. So £8 million, and that was without the land because that's council-owned land. You can see a nursing home very easily costs £10 million. We just don't have that sort of money available, and you just don't have that level of flexibility in the budget. Just look through it. You know, if you start trying to save money on that scale, then you're left with having temporary classrooms instead of new schools, and all of these things for years to come. That'd be the only way you can do it. I think also I need to mention the double counting and some of the business rate issues. It's a familiar point because it sounds plausible and it is frequently brought up about why, when the council's investment portfolio, why are the properties outside of the city? And the answer is it doesn't matter where they are, because we're talking about buildings that already have a tenant. So there is no extra business rate. There are no extra jobs because they've already got an employer with a strong covenant in them. This is, you know, we are building new business units, but that's a whole separate matter. That is what's been going on at Limberline. That is what's been going on at Dunsbury Hill. But the investment portfolio is a separate matter for that. I am conscious that I'm quite short of time, so I'll just cut through a lot of this and just to sort of almost wrap up by saying that I think the capital budget is the best, the strongest capital budget for many years. It is focusing on the priorities of schools, roads and flood defences, but there has been money for other things. And one other thing which I think probably Councillor Vernon Jackson was touching on was about the Chaucer House area improvements. And my answer to that is you should actually start to look at some of these things as a spend to save. That over time, if you have better public realm, you get higher business rates, you get your money back. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Before I move on, members, as you all know, I do run a residential care home. I checked with Michael that it's on my declarations of interest, so I don't have to declare it here. So anyway, just for information. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm unaccustomed, or still unaccustomed to the time limit, so I think I've written far more here than I'm going to be able to say. I think I'm going to have to set up my own political party and make myself leader, but I'll need one other to join me, which is proving difficult at the moment. Firstly, the £9 million worth of cuts that we constantly hear. I read the news yesterday which spoke about £9 million worth of cuts. I think we heard that figure from John Woods when he was here giving his deputation, and it's been alluded to by some of the other speakers. We're not talking about £9 million worth of cuts, we're talking about a £9 million saving, and I think the Council has to be commended for the work it's done in order to obviate cuts to vital services, to try and raise revenue, and it's undoubtable that they have done a good job in doing that, and in doing that I think we should recognise that. And we need to remember the level of cuts this city faced last time we had a budget in an election fallow year in 2013. 17 million, 1-7, and that was £17 million worth of cuts. Millions over a 2-year period cut from Sure Start, a vital service absolutely decimated by 2 Liberal Democrat budgets. So when people like Councillor Hunt get on their high horse, people need to remember the level of cuts that we underwent in this city during those years. There was an attempt by John Woods to recognise some of the issues and cuts that have faced services, and I do thank him for doing that because I think the unions have been fixated on one thing rather than looking at the broader picture. And I do recall John Woods coming here to a council consultation and spending the whole meeting attacking the leader rather than actually addressing the budget. So at least he was able to spend some time here today addressing those issues. I don't think John is here in the chamber. He's probably on the Guildhall steps with his megaphone, protesting about whatever issue he thinks will help him to recruit members to the SWP. And he had a friend the other evening. He had a friend alongside him. He had Councillor Vernon Jackson, the anti-Trump protest. I understand Liberal Democrats were still doing some data harvesting. Never let an opportunity go to waste. And there was Councillor Vernon Jackson there denouncing Donald Trump. What a terrible man Donald Trump is, the way he treats minorities, the way he treats women. This is the man that went on TV to say that a victim of sexual abuse was only doing it for the money. And he's got the front to stand there and denounce other
members,
people on their morals and the way they conduct themselves. And
Councillor Symes, please.
His speech here today was quite disgraceful in terms of the attacks he was making, both on individual councillors and in terms of the conduct of the council. And I just cannot abide him talking about openness and respect. And fortunately, I happened to look on my phone and saw a tweet from Councillor Eleanor Scott. And she said I might be interested in looking at the latest excerpt from her blog. And on that blog, she refers to the informal, secret cabinets that the Lib Dems used to conduct. And she says at these meetings, no creative triumph was ever forged in the crucible of lost tempers and table banging. It's highly illustrative of how the informal cabinet meetings of Lib Dem administrations operated post-2009, with forceful personalities and egos constantly cutting across each other and frequently in the front of senior council officers and visitors, to the detriment of decision-making and our dignity. That's how the city used to be run, and we must never forget that. And when Councillor Vernon Jackson gets up and he starts going on about openness and respect, I will constantly remind him of how he used to run this city. I will try and move on quickly to some of the issues here in the budget. Council tax, I think it's chickens coming home to roost. I stood here year after year putting forward amendments for council tax increases, was opposed by both the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives. They both supported council tax freezes. The Liberal Democrats even had a cashback one year, giving money back when they knew the sort of situation that was coming down the track. Had we implemented those increases in council tax, we probably wouldn't have been looking at any cuts to frontline services this year or going forward. But nevertheless, it has to be addressed. I don't think it's the best way, as Councillor Bird says, to address the shortfall in social care. It means those poorer authorities that probably have a higher level of need raise less money than the richer areas. And clearly, central government should be doing something more to assist local government in trying to solve the social care crisis. But nevertheless, we do need that money, and I will be supporting that increase in council tax. On the capital budget, there's nothing there that I can see that is particularly contentious. I do have another issue with Councillor Vernon Jackson suggesting that we cut £16,600 from Alloway Avenue and enhancing the green there. This is an estate with relatively no cultural assets. The one thing they have is the green that is used for the carnival every year and for other activities, and Councillor Vernon Jackson is suggesting cutting that money. Again, absolutely disgraceful.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hugh Mason, please. Councillor.
As for what's happened in the past, my Lord Mayor, I've been a councillor since 2004, and I cannot recall a year since then when we have not been called to make savings which equal cuts, or cuts which equal savings. So it's a long process. And this has reduced our room for manoeuvre. I think we all recognise that the room for manoeuvre and innovation which this council has been severely reduced by the government. This government has seen the council not as a decision maker, but merely as a manager of its schemes. And we see this very much in the way in which we're being asked to raise council tax in order to pay for adult social care. We are the managers, they take the decisions. So much for local democracy. I think if you look at the sums, you will find that because of this, because of the limited room for manoeuvre, we are challenging only a relatively small amount of both the revenue and capital budgets. But we are challenging them because we have different priorities. And our amendments highlight, I think, the different priorities which the Liberal Democrats have. If we could look at the capital programme, there's much in the capital programme which is very, very good. the investment in the city infrastructure, the investment in the city sea defences, all of which I am sure will produce long-term gains for this city. That's very good. But there are things which we feel could be done better. At a time when there are people who are homeless in this city, you just have to walk down Commercial Road to see it. It's important that we invest in trying to find a system which will not merely accommodate people, but give them an address so that they can begin to move back into work and into society. At a time when we have bed blocking because there just isn't enough social care spaces for people to move out of the hospitals, it is important that we should take the initiative and we should carry out a feasibility study to see how we as a council can move forward and ease this national problem, a national problem which affects our city, which affects our people. It's important also that we look for additional car parking spaces, and especially for vans and heavy vehicles. This is the complaint one gets on the doorstep, and I'm sure every Conservative councillor, as well as every Liberal Democrat and Labour councillor and the UKIP, will have had this on the doorstep. There's a van which has been parked outside my house all weekend. There's a Pantechnicon just down the road, which has been there for 3 weeks. This is the type of car parking accommodation which we need. And then, of course, we need to bend slightly the good idea of having a sustainable transport fund to make it more inclusive and to allow it to do more things. These are the tweaks to a budget which is essentially constrained by government policy, which we would make to capital. The changes which we would make to revenue, well, most of them we discussed a few months ago. But there are a couple which we are reintroducing into our amendment today. Domestic violence service. You only have to read the press to realise that domestic violence, which has often been hidden over previous generations, is now coming to the fore. And we're realising just what a massive problem it is. We are the City Council. We have to look after people. We need to address domestic violence. And so we are putting back 130,000 into the domestic violence services. And as for dog fouling, I don't know how many prosecutions have been for dog fouling in this city over the last year. I've seen very few. I suppose I ought to do a Freedom of Information Act in order to find that one out. But it's very, very low. This is something which is a health hazard as well as something which despoils our beautiful city. And so we need to put money there. And then putting money back into drug and alcohol detox services is a sensible thing. I want also to look at the Labour amendment. Generally, I would agree with this, and many things I think are very sensible. I will have to abstain on this because I think there is one element in it, the move to all-out elections, which I feel damages democracy and I would not approve of.
Members, please.
So, much though I like, there's much to approve in this budget, but I think it could be better. And I commend our amendments to you as things which would make our budget better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. One of the functions of a council is to look after its residents against, as we all have talked about in the past, against the machinations of central government. Central government, who is in so many ways the enemy of local governments. But all too often, we don't get this from this administration. Indeed, whenever there's a passing mention of the fact that we've got cuts from central government, that's all it is. It's not actually saying central government are rot. Whereas under both the Liberal Democrats during the coalition and
Through me, Councillor. Yeah.
during when Labour ran the council under my colleague Leo Madden, and there was a Labour government, that happened. The central government was taken on and said, we will fight for the people of the city against what central government are trying to do. So what we have in this budget, in the revenue side, is a veneer of competence from this administration. But what's really going on? And these are all things that come from central government. Central government doing things that directly impact on local issues, really local issues. So just today, we've had the pub of the year of Portsmouth has said that on Sunday it will be his last day of trading because enterprise inns are putting their rent up massively. It's because this government, since this government took over in 2015, they've gone easy again on pubcos. We've got big planning applications. We've had 2 decisions in the last week. The Anstey Hotel, which I got today, and the Conservative Club to turn it into a lap dancing club, both lost at the planning inspector. Nothing again. This government is going even further to stop local councils doing anything against things. That is permeating down to the planning inspectorates. We've got the adult social care crisis, especially mental health. Central government funding being cut again and again and again. It's all concerned with austerity. It's all got worse and worse since 2015. And what again does this council do? It just says, well, we have to put the council tax up. But what does that do? We've said in our amendments, in Councillor Vernon Jackson's speech, said all that does is it keeps things as they were. But again, as others have said, it's putting the burden on the low cost, on the low income people of this city, rather than central government and their taxes there. We have record levels of homelessness. We have the benefits cap. We have universal credit rollout, where people aren't paid for 6 weeks. 6 weeks after they first make a claim. Can you imagine having no income at all for 6 weeks when you are already on low incomes? Can you imagine that? But what does this council do? It doesn't do anything to alleviate this. All it does is say, well, shrug your shoulders, it's central government, isn't it? But we're not going to do anything to take action against it. And food bank provision. Food bank provision is through the roof at the moment. It's never been as bad as it is now. The amount of people, and why is that? Because this government since 2015 is taking decisions to swingingly cut benefits to people and give no leeway. So they're just doing things time and time again, and they're not doing anywhere near enough to invest in this city to protect the people of this city. That's what our amendment does, in both especially on the revenue side. On the capital side, I do welcome the investment into the pier and into the shelter, which is great. Which is something, those conversations on those started back in when we were running the council, but also the fact that I can announce today that myself, Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Jenny Brent have all agreed that additional to that, there will also be investment from our fund of the SIL to go towards that. We will be doing that together, and that's a way to show that cross-party on things like that, you can work together, just like they did and when I was leading something on the ferry, on the Hayling Ferry. We can do that together. But what else do we get from our capital amendments? We get real investment in cycling and walking rather than solutions in isolated areas of the road network. We need a far more holistic approach, my Lord Mayor, to actually make a difference rather than just platitudes and squiggling around the edges. There needs to be real investment and real strategic nous with here. We need real investment in tackling homelessness. We need those hostels. We need those beds. The more we can do, the better. We need real investment to tackle parking problems because that's what our people expect us to do. And we need real investment to alleviate pressure on the NHS and to provide proper care for our people coming out of hospital. It's a very difficult time, but you have to acknowledge when the government is putting absolutely unnecessary burdens on local government, you have to speak out and you have to say this is wrong. You have to do everything you can to try and alleviate it. And I'm afraid this budget from this administration just doesn't do anywhere enough. I commend our amendments. It makes a bad budget slightly better. It would be better if we were in administration, it would be better from the very beginning. But as we've said, we have to go through freedom of information to even get half of the things that are going on at this council, because there is no transparency at all. So I commend our amendments. I ask everyone to support it, and I thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tompkins, please.
Still fairly new to the council, and I must say, after 2 years of being on the council, heard some very nice speeches from the members at many times. But I must say, the leader has impressed me greatly. Now, I'm not fishing for a promotion here. I haven't got the time. Okay, but she has. I love what she's done with trying to get buying private businesses, bringing profit into the city. I think it's been brilliant. I think it's amazing. I think this council serves as a model to other councils all over the country. And I'm sure it won't be long before she's in great demand as a consultant for that. I'm absolutely positive of that. And I also commend my cabinet colleagues as well. All of them have impressed me over this time. And before I sound like a shameless toady, I will criticise an aspect of my party's policy, which enrages me sometimes and enrages most people on the doorstep. And I agree heartily with Councillor Galloway on this. Why are we spending billions? Why are we all this money we're wasting abroad? And it is wasted. Much of it is utterly wasted on corrupt regimes, etc. Now, sorry, it's so annoying when we're here arguing about a few thousand here, a few thousand there, and yet central government, the big state, continues to waste money. It's disgraceful. And I think our duty as Conservatives is to actually complain more to the party elite about this, because I don't understand why this wasn't dropped when Cameron left, but there you go. Another point I wish to make is about cuts, etc. I think we need to remember why we have cuts. How much longer can a country or anything, or a business for that matter, go into debt every year? Who is going to pay this debt? My daughter's generation. And not just the money, but that money with interest and more interest. Now, at some stage, you have to say enough. You have to stop, spend all the time. You can't do it. Now, I know it seems harsh. There are things, I agree, we should never cut, absolutely. But there's so much waste in government. So many times we spend money where we shouldn't, etc., etc., as I've just outlined. With Brexit, who knows? Maybe we'll save more money there, maybe we won't. My confidence isn't too great at the moment, but we will see. So, generally, I'd just like to make that point and commend this budget enormously and thank the leader.
Thank you, Councillor. It was very nice. I could feel all the loving there. It was lovely. Very nice. Should speak more often, sir. I loved it. Anyway, we've only got two other people, unless anybody else wants to join in. Councillor Alcombe, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I was going to say I wasn't going to speak on this item because, no, and there's a good reason, because I hoped that about 2 hours ago I might actually make Fratton Park for kick-off. Now that's painfully obvious I'm not going to make it, I thought I might as well occupy my time and bore the rest of you for 2 or 3 minutes. So, anyway, the first thing I wanted to do is just correct, obviously, Councillor Hunt claimed a litany of credits for the Liberal Democrat administration. Amongst them, of course, was the Drayton Park Mugger, or Mooger, whichever way you want to pronounce it. From my recollection, there was never any investment from the Lib Dem group in the north of the city, and it was only because myself and my ward colleagues, following the Lib Dem closure of the bowling green, and the failure to maintain the tennis courts, that put pressure on him as the culture cabinet member to invest some money. And I think we actually topped it up with some of our SIL money. So to claim the whole credit for it was our idea. Yes, he might have liaised with Fleur de Lis in the long term, but the idea came from the ward councillors. So that's the first thing. The second thing I wanted to go on to was the Liberal Democrat revenue budget. I'm not actually sure that it's legal, because it's predicated on the fact that residence parking schemes across the city will bring in a certain amount of money and that will balance the books. Well, my experience tells me, and I know he'll quote MB and MC, the majority of residence parking schemes in the city lost money. The 3 or 5 areas around MB and MC only wanted it because of the pressures caused by MB and MC. So I think the fact that none of that income could be sustainable or validated, and it comes at a time, they're putting this forward as a budget saving, when Councillor Potterley's scrutiny panel are examining parking across the city. So why would you predetermine what a scrutiny panel is going to say and put it in your budget? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And the last thing I wanted to make, point I wanted to make really, was when I picked up the Labour amendments, for a minute there, I thought it had been printed on the wrong paper, because I thought it was another version of the Lib Dem budget. So I think you've got a couple of different things in there, Councillor Morgan, but all in all, it sounds a bit to me like a two-horse race looking for the same finish. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
My Lord Mayor.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
39p,
Yes.
just to help Councillor Elcombe. There was a proposal from our administration to put £6 million into your ward to build a nursing home in your ward, which has been cancelled by Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lyon, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It seems that I'm helping to wrap this budget debate up. First, I would like to place on record my thanks to our leader and to the Cabinet for putting together an extremely inventive, creative and ingenious budget that obviously is so clever that our opponents haven't worked out how clever it is. Among the many things that we have had to do, because we have a new best friend, of course, is the one thing I particularly would want to exclude, my Lord Mayor, from this budget, which is any payment at all to the unions, who it seems to me are funded perfectly happily by all sorts of people, their own people and other councils, and presumably this is 13 years of Blairism that has effectively allowed them to take money from the public purse in order to make the public pay more, which always seems to me a really strange formula. And it seems to me that we could use that money, which clearly the Liberal Democrats and Labour, and I do have to congratulate Councillor Morgan on a very fine budget speech, it being his first term, practically his first year, and given the circumstances, a particularly fine rendition of dealing with difficult circumstances and somehow managing to put the 80% for the unions back into the budget that he had omitted from his last speech. So I can imagine that Momentum might have had a little word in his ear about that. But it seems to me that we do need to look at the things that we are doing as a council that we don't really need to fund. And I've already said that I don't think we should be funding a charity simply on the grounds that it needs money, that it can't raise itself. And I wonder why we're funding the unions, particularly because it seems to me that one union, at least, feels it doesn't actually need the money because it hasn't had a representative for 2 years, and therefore the money that is being put to that is actually not being paid out. It seems to me bizarre that we have a demonstration in the Guildhall Square for people who say they want to have representation, who want us to spend the money on it, and one union isn't even taking it up. It's extraordinary. However, as it turns out, it would make a big difference to some smaller concerns who might be funded, at least with some kind of loan or whatever it might need, to help them through another year. But I'd prefer not to see them limping through a year. I'd like to see them find a way of dealing with it properly. But for goodness sake, why are we funding unions who have millions of pounds? For example, if you happen to be a southern driver, apparently the best thing you can do is go on strike, because the union then pays you a whole day's wage for being on strike without tax deducted. So you get more for being on strike than you did if you weren't. It's hardly surprising, as a result, that it's been a popular move as far as the unions are concerned and to go on strike, which has not helped our city at all. So ultimately, Parche, our new best friend, I would like to say that in the next budget, I'd be very happy to see no union contribution at all. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make this evening. Enough's been said about the detail of various people's budget proposals. I just wanted to share a couple of things that have sort of happened over the last week. And that is that, as most people will know, the Lib Dem office is in Fratton Road. And I've twice seen young people approach what was the off-the-record building this week and walk away, confused and unaware as to why that service was no longer available to them. I was also in Victoria Park last Tuesday during the events happening around the eviction of Art and Soul traders. Nothing to do with Art and Soul themselves and what went on there, but there was two guys sat on a park bench who I went and spoke to who were visibly upset, and they were upset because when they came to Portsmouth, Lord Mayor, they were homeless, and that organisation had fed them and given them advice and support and got them back on their feet, and they couldn't understand why it wasn't there anymore. I also watched another young man who was actually interviewed by the news sit on the floor shaking and crying because the linchpin of his life that was holding him together during a period of mental illness, which he's currently undergoing, had been taken away from him. I've also had dealings this week doing some casework for a local resident who had all her benefits stopped on the 31st of December and has been left with no money since that point, and had to try and work through some of the issues around that to try and get her to the point where she's not relying on her 22-year-old son, who's a student, to help support her via the part-time job that he's doing while he's studying full-time at university. And I think these are the people that we need to be thinking about while we're playing tit-for-tat politics in this chamber. There are real people out there who are being badly affected by what is going on. And I'm afraid that it is simply not credible for members of the administration to sit in this chamber and talk about the difficult decisions they have to make when they choose not to argue, and I agree with Councillor Bird on this, not to argue a stronger case for this city on our behalf. Now, they are the administration, and they are a Conservative administration. We have a Conservative government. Maybe they found it harder to lobby a coalition government that involved two parties, but I can see no reason at all why they cannot at least try to have more influence with ministers in a public way and tell the people of this city what they're trying to do in a public way, to try and give us some reassurance that they're actually on our side. I cannot understand how it is a good news story to talk about Portsmouth PLC. I've said it before in this chamber, and I'll say it again, Lord Mayor. This city should not be a PLC. It should be a social enterprise run for the benefit of our weakest, poorest and most vulnerable residents and for the greater good of the people who live in this city. We are not here to run a business. We are here to behave in a business-like way. There are different ways of delivering that, and I believe that this administration has got it wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Weems, please. Last one.
Thank No, Lord Mayor, I doubt it. Lord Mayor, I'd like to agree with perhaps Councillor Pitt and Councillor Hunt, but then, of course, we'd all be wrong. They are very good at pointing out what the problems are. We all point at the problems, but they're very poor at providing solutions. And it's always easy to blame the government, isn't it? It's the wicked government that doesn't give us enough money. The reality, of course, is the government doesn't have money. It has our money, the taxes we pay. And even if they borrow money, it's still money they've borrowed that we have to repay. So whatever route we go, it is not government money, it is our money. So please, I don't want to hear people having to go at the government saying they're wicked, they've cut our money, they ought to do something else. I will accept the point Councillor Galloway said. You know, why should we fund a nuclear state with a space programme with overseas aid? That doesn't seem to make sense to me, and I do accept that. that aside, I do say we have to find solutions. It's easy to point at somebody else, but it's the solutions that makes a difference, which is exactly what this administration has tried to do. It's why we've invested in properties. It's not because we don't want to invest in Portsmouth. It's because the return is better having invested elsewhere. It means we are able to give that support to those vulnerable people that Councillor Pitt goes on about. And I understand that. And it's exactly why we do it. Precisely why we do it. So we can give that support. We don't want to cut services. We want to provide those services. And we're doing our level best to do that. The Liberal Democrat amendment puts forward, goes on about homeless. And that's a fashionable thing to do at the moment. But I think what he failed to recognise is this administration, within this budget, has got proposals and funding in place to provide 250 homes, half of them in the city, half of them in Lee Park. I, as a Cabinet Member for Housing, have made sure there is money for a winter shelter this year. That's providing for the vulnerable. That's providing for the two guys, sorry, through you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. It's all right, Lord Mayor. You know, the money I provided for the, or that has been provided, sorry, not I just merely authorise it. It's the money that we have provided. Has provided opportunity for those two vulnerable guys you came across in Victoria Park to have a roof over their head at night. What I will tell you, and because your proposals go on about, we'll look at a feasibility study for homeless people in Portsmouth, is we already provide over 200 places for homeless people in this city. And the evidence of the winter shelter is, the more you provide, the more you need to provide. I went out, along with some of my colleagues, on the head count on 16th of November. Went out in the middle of the night, across the city, to see how many homeless there were. We counted 35 at that time. I set up a winter shelter was set up for 40 places. Should have been sufficient for our city. The evidence is that because we've done that, we attracted people in from surrounding areas to come to our winter shelter. So the more you provide, the more you will be asked to provide, and there is clear evidence for that. So essentially what the proposal contained within the Liberal Democrat amendment is for a black hole to be created, because the more you provide, the more you are will be asked to provide. And it's quite strange, really, because a black hole is just exactly what their budget is, Lord Mayor.
Point of order 39B,
yes. Okay,
my Lord Mayor, point of explanation. Just an explanation of around the funding, it is widely regarded.
No, we're not accepting that. Sorry, Councillor. I'm being told no here. Sorry.
It's widely regarded that there
Sorry,
are more homeless people in this city.
Michael Law is saying no. Sorry, I've got to go with him. Sorry. Councillor Ryan Brent, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let me start by exclaiming my support for the administration's budget, both the proposed revenue cash limits as well as with the capital projects. It clearly shows that this Conservative administration is responsible and takes a proactive approach to future financial planning. Just a side note from the discussion earlier. As Cabinet Member for Children and Social Care, I would like to reassure everyone within this chamber, as well as those that are watching, that the Conservative administration takes the responsibility of safeguarding the most vulnerable young people within this city seriously. I'm not going to talk in analogies or explain what I used to do as a profession, but do what I'm here to do and discuss the text that is in front of me. It is interesting that Councillor Vernon Jackson was being extremely literal for such an emotive and reactional person in the earlier debate on the off-the-record petition. But as he has set such a literal precedence, I will follow. So to start, the Liberal Democrat amendment, as Hugh Mason exclaims, highlights the Liberal Democrats' priorities, which does seem peculiar. Why, you may ask?
Well, you wouldn't have gauged from Councillor Vernon Jackson's speech that it actually agrees with over 99% of the Conservative administration's budget in both 2017 to 18 and 2018 to 19. If we have a look at one specific within the amendment, we can see that the short-sighted nature of the Liberal Democrat Party. Reduction in resource in specific projects, such as one close to my heart, the Regional Adoption Agency. May I ask, do the Liberal Democrats not want to increase the geographical region that we can recruit prospective adoptive parents from? And for those children being placed in adoption to have a better chance of permanence? Within both the Labour and Liberal Democrats amendments, there are two proposals that seem ludicrous. Reduce the role and functions of the communications team. Do we not want to be able to respond and communicate with the public effectively? Reduce administrative support provided to directors. Do we not want our senior officers to be able to drive initiatives forward? Reduce the number of HR business partners, which within the text explains that this creates a risk for the Council to not be able to respond to legal challenges appropriately. Therefore, I urge all members to support and vote for the revenue and capital proposal put forward to you by the Conservative administration. They highlight the proactive, responsible and aspirational sights that this Conservative administration has for the great city that we live in.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It is recognised that as the capital programme and the budget and council tax items have been moved as one motion, the mover of the motion will have only one right of reply. I now call upon the Leader of the Council to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by addressing the point that's been raised about why the cuts, why are we having to do this, and the position that we find ourselves in as an administration. And I think that Councillor David Tompkins made a very good point about his daughter's generation, my children's generation, having to pay debt if we don't address it here and now in 2017. And at the very beginning of my budget speech today, I spoke about the need for our income to match our expenditure, or at least our income should exceed our expenditure to be in a healthy position. Sadly, the country has not been following those principles for a number of years, hence why we have a huge structural deficit in the UK economy. But we do have the fastest growing economy in the G7, and that is not a coincidence. The reason that we have the fastest growing economy in the G7 is because world economists have confidence in the UK government, the Conservative government's deficit reduction programme. And that's why our economy is growing quickly, which is to all of our benefits. So whilst we appreciate the cuts are not advantageous, and it's not a pleasant thing for any of us to have to do, we have to acknowledge the reason why it's happening, and a responsible fiscal politician will understand the need for a deficit reduction programme. You then heard from some of the more recent Liberal Democrat speakers in the chamber that this Conservative administration clearly agrees with the government, because we've made no protestations to the government about the current austerity programme, and particularly how it affects local government. That isn't true. Actually, I wrote previously to George Osborne when he was the Chancellor, saying that I thought that some of the cuts and some of the costs that were being shunted onto local government simply weren't sustainable, and I was very concerned about them. I can see clearly a letter to Mr Hammond is clearly required from me. But then I want to move on, Lord Mayor, to some of the points that have been raised by the different political groups in the chamber today. And I'm going to start with, as they came chronologically, I'm going to start with Councillor Vernon Jackson and some of the points that he has made. He talked about cuts, and he specifically talked about staff reductions, and he said that there was a waste because directors have PAs and how he would make a cut in this area, okay? And how he alluded to the fact that the Conservative administration is wasting money by the directors all having their own PA. Well, in actual fact, there's one director up there that's looking after both our finance director and our city solicitor, and she's also helping out on some projects as well. So already you can see where previously there may have been one each, we are multitasking. But what I find a bit rich is this. When we became the administration in June 2014, there was an entire layer of directors, strategic directors, who managed no staff directly, or certainly no operational workforces, who had no actual budgets they controlled. They were just strategic. the Liberal Democrats had spent over £700,000 on the privilege of the strategic directors ballooning the organisation. We took that layer of management out and we made the organisation much leaner. We also had at that point, I think, 19 or 20 heads of services they were then called. Now they're called directors. We now have, I think, 14 or 15. So you can see we've managed to save a huge amount of money in making the top of the organisation much leaner. I then want to move on to the unions, and the point that was made by the Liberal Democrats is that by making cuts to the unions, we're actually going to add more money, and it will cost the council more money to carry out the work that it does because of the cuts to the unions. That is complete supposition. There is no basis of truth in that whatsoever. They simply cannot say that at this point. Now, we are aware that obviously unions do play a vital role, and we're not wanting to denigrate the unions at any point. However, we have to be realistic about what we can afford. And as I said to the Chamber back in December, one of the things that we did was look at our statutory neighbours of the Labour-run Brighton Council and followed a lead that they implemented last year after Councillor Ferret had made the suggestion to look at that council closely. But what really concerns me, Lord Mayor, is the obvious attack on council staff that was just concurrent through the Liberal Democrat amendment. We heard Councillor Vernon Jackson, and I actually wrote down what he said, that because of dog fouling issues in the city and litter and, you know, the collection of fly tipping and litter picking, that actually the Conservative Council cancelled a contract when we became the new administration. That simply is not true. We did not cancel a contract because it hadn't been awarded. They'd been working on the premise of this new contract with a private profit-making company, 3GS. To pay for that, they'd also put forward a proposal in February 2014 to sack half of our excellent community warden team. So to put money into the pockets of the private profit-making 3GS company, who they'd done this deal with, they were actually going to make our own staff redundant. They couldn't think out of the box, Lord Mayor, and understand that actually maybe our staff could do that, and they might even be able to do it better and do more than just hand out fines, as 3GS do in certain shopping centres around South Hampshire. But instead, they wanted to make savage cuts to the community wardens team. They clearly didn't value those staff, and instead, as I say, they wanted to spend the money on the salaries of the people working for the profit-making organisation. Thank goodness we were able to put a stop to that. And what Councillor Rob New did as the new Cabinet member was completely rip up those disastrous savings proposals, those savage cuts to our community warden team, and instead he created excellently the new Clean Cities team. He saved those community wardens and he merged them with the Green and Clean team. And now we have an excellent team that don't just go out and pick up litter or fly tipping or issue fixed penalties for dog fouling, but instead we have people that are engaging with the community. They're speaking to businesses. They're taking part in community events. Our community warden team, which is now part of the Clean Cities team, really do offer an excellent value of service to this city, and I'm delighted that we have been able to protect them. The Conservatives have protected that vital service. You then heard from Councillor Hugh Mason a comment about dog fouling and how he was going to have to put in an FOI to find out how many FPNs have been issued for dog fouling in the city. Please, through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Mason, will you just email the Cabinet member and ask the question? Why waste more public money putting in an FOI that has to be dealt with in a certain way and sent to several officers, and that, when you could just ask a question of the Cabinet member and you will get the answer, Lord Mayor? That is by far the simplest thing to do. But actually, what you should be doing is putting in an FOI request to one of the neighbouring councils that have the 3GS contract and ask them how many FPNs they have issued for dog fouling. Because I can tell you, it's incredibly low. So you wanting to award this putting cash into the pockets of private businesses, private enterprise to tackle dog fouling, I can tell you, it hasn't worked that well in a neighbouring council, which is exactly the reason why we decided not to go down that route. And anyway, rather than fining people with draconian measures, we would rather be educating them and explaining the impact of their dog fouling and not picking it up, the danger to public health, as has been mentioned, you know, to children with sports fields. That's what we would rather do. And if there are persistent offenders, we will take action, and we have done through Councillor New's portfolio. I then move on to school crossing patrols and the fact that we are adding to the budget on the school crossing patrols. We are not going to cut that service. It is a vitally important service in the most densely populated city outside of the capital. We know that our roads can be very dangerous to cross, particularly around North End and Copner, where you've got schools right in the middle of very, very densely populated streets. And it's extremely difficult for those school crossing patrol people to cross people, for example, across Chichester Road. In fact, in some places, it's really quite dangerous. And we have talked about this, Councillor Fleming and I, and he really does put a value on that service. And that's why I'm delighted we're putting more money into it. We then had a comment from Councillor Vernon Jackson. And again, I've written down the specific words that he said. I support more school places. I'm delighted to support the administration in the creation of more school places. I am delighted the administration are spending money on school places. Well, it's a shame that he didn't feel that way in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, or in fact February 2014 when he proposed his capital budget. Because I can tell you, on June the 3rd, 2014, when we became the administration, we inherited a 1,068 primary school place shortage. It was a crisis. Literally, our education team were in a slight panic. Why? Well, because instead of spending money on schools and children's education, the Liberal Democrats instead funded, well, let's think about it. Which one shall I pick? Oh, I know. Southsea Community Leisure Limited, a company that failed the council's checks. It failed to secure the support or recommendation of our excellent finance officer team, but rather they spent the money, rather than spending that money on children's education, they funded that company for over 3 years, wasting over £5 million. As if that wasn't bad enough, they then stood guarantor against officers' recommendations to a £2 million loan. Guess what? As you all know, you know how this story ends. Another prudent decision by the Liberal Democrats? No. The company couldn't pay it because they had no business model at all. They defaulted, and guess who had to pick up the bill? The people of this city, taking money out of kids' education because they should have been spending it instead on schools like we have done every single year since we've been the administration. I'm appalled by their complete lack of political priorities and putting the kids first in this city. In fact, fraudulent activities were reported to myself and Councillor Fleming back in 2009-10, and we reported that to the administration at the time. They should have invested money in that area, and I do truly believe in putting money where your mouth is. And we could really have done with that £7 million to completely redesign our special educational needs provision in the city. It's about priorities, and sadly, clearly, theirs have been missing for a number of years. Then move on to the capital budget. This is quite an interesting one with their capital budget, because you see in the top, Lord Mayor, of their document, deletions to proposed capital schemes. The renovation of Victoria Park Lodge, you've got the public realm improvements at Chaucer House, and then you've got the Eastern Road link improvements. Okay, so you've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 things there, and I've just named 3 of them. Then, below, you go to the additional capital scheme proposal, so what they are going to spend money on. And I'll go to the third box. Additional facilities at Victoria Park, including public toilets and facilities to provide support for a wide range of vulnerable people with learning difficulties and mental health needs, and enabling pathways back into employment and training. Really? I wonder where they came up with that idea. Crikey. Because we are building the toilets. The contractors are appointed. We are building toilets and we are renovating the park. And guess what we're going to do with the lodge? We're going to run it as a cafe for adults with learning disabilities. So they take the money out in one part and then they put it back in another part. Call me cynical, but I would call that just purely politicking. Then we move on to the last box, okay? Sustainable Transport Fund, to include initiatives to promote alternatives to car journeys, Eastern Road Corridor, link improvements, Chaucer House area road improvements, and improve visibility for 20-mile-an-hour roads. Again, am I missing something, or is that just not 50% of their things they've taken out regurgitated at the bottom? Yeah. So, obviously, clearly thinking about the city of Portsmouth and not their own political gain there. Then we move on to what the Liberal Democrats... I mean, I've talked about our staff and how I feel that our staff and the community wardens, particularly the Green and Clean team, have been under attack. But actually, what I want to know is what they have against the people of this city when they have the vulnerable people of this city, when they have tried to prevent a cafe for adults with learning disabilities over the last 3 or 4 months. Today, they say they suddenly support it because they know it's going to happen. But actually, for the last few months, they've been all about the petitioning and data harbouring because they've wanted to prevent our plan for a community cafe for adults with learning disabilities. Now, one of the key things about this is that Councillor Vernon Jackson said, and again, I wrote it down word for word, our priorities are very different to the administration's. Oh, you bet they are. They are very, very different indeed. And yes, we have had a number of complaints over the years about the cafe in the park, about the Arts Lodge. We've had complaints through environmental health. We've had complaints about noise. We've had complaints from the Royal Navy for parties that go on in the lodge late into the evening. We are excellent community wardens go and lock the park gates in the evenings when it gets dark, and then Mr Lewis, with his special key, unlocks them, lets people in, locks them up again, and takes them into little private parties they have in there. Okay, they create noise. It creates a distraction and a noise problem for the officers that are sleeping across the way. Now, we have got an issue, and our priorities are absolutely different through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Vernon Jackson, because the drugs cafe in Victoria Park is acceptable to them. Oh, he said in a laughy, jokey way, well, you know, it's no surprise to anyone that Mr Lewis likes to have, or there has been cannabis being consumed on the property. That's okay then, because it's only a park in the corner of a children's play area. I mean, you know, far be it from me to object to a public building being used in that way. And I tell you, Lord Mayor, our priorities are very different because I think it is appalling. But let me just give the Council some facts. We served Mr Lewis with his notice period in June 2016. We could have offered him a 1 or 2 month notice period, but instead we offered him a very long, extended 8-month notice period. He then requested to come in and meet with me, Lord Mayor, which he did with senior council officers, Mr Stephen Bailey and Mr Owen Buckwell, along with Councillor Symes. When he came in to meet with me, I said to him, look, we don't want to put you out of business. We've got other sites that you can go and look at. I offered him something in the Hillsey Industrial Estate, which I appreciated is not a great location for a community cafe. And I also offered him something here, right in the city centre, literally a stone throw from where he was. He declined to go and view either premises. And I said to him, well, look, if those premises weren't acceptable to you, we can keep you updated monthly on other premises that might be acceptable. He declined the offer. I then explained to him what we would be using the lodge for a cafe with adults with learning disabilities. And I encouraged him to register on the council's Intend website to tender for the work so that he could, if he thinks he's got the skills and he's got experience of doing it, which is what he told me, then tender for the work. He declined to do that. I also said to him, if you move to other premises, I will consider giving you some compensation. If it's removal costs or, I don't know, a couple of months rent-free to accommodate the fact that you've had a bit of a loss of earnings whilst you get yourself reset up, amend your website, blah, blah, blah. We didn't get very far on that one because he declined to look at other properties. We have written to him several times to make him aware the notice period expired on Sunday, the 5th of February. We also made it very clear that we were giving him until 9:30 on Monday, the 6th of February, to bring the keys back, 9:30 on Monday morning. Both dates passed, we hadn't had the keys back. Hence why, in accordance with law, we went with commercial property, we re-entered the property on the Tuesday morning, exactly as we are entitled to. We have also arranged for 3 van loads of his possessions to be returned to him and put in storage because he couldn't have it all at his home. But we took things round to his home for him on Thursday because he was prevented from going back into the building because drugs paraphernalia and additional drugs, not what he was arrested with when he had on him when he was arrested, additional drugs were found in the premises, and that's why he wasn't allowed back in there to gain his possessions. So, as you can understand, Lord Mayor, there's been a lot going on with this, but I think it's imperative that a public building is used for the public benefit, that we address the complaints and concerns that we've had from members of the public who felt very uncomfortable going in there, particularly with children, over the last couple of years. We take that on board and we are dealing with it. And actually, a cafe for adults with learning disabilities where they can have exposure to animal husbandry, to horticultural and gardening skills, I think it's going to be a wonderful location. And I have a brother who's got learning disabilities. charities. He doesn't actually engage with any of the charities in the city, but actually I know as a family member of somebody who does suffer like that, that actually they can have wonderful times and it can really increase their employment opportunities. And finally on this point, when I talk about the attacks on our staff, last Tuesday, when there was a well-publicised police incident, a Liberal Democrat councillor in this chamber approached a female member of council staff. And he walked over to her, and you might expect him to have said to her, after the arrests had been made and things had calmed down a bit, you might have expected him to say, "Hello, I'm me. I'm not going to say who it is, Lord Mayor, because I don't want to embarrass the person. They know who they are. Are you okay? I've seen what's been happening. I can see it's not been very pleasant. You're a member of my staff. I am a member of Portsmouth City Council. You work for us. We are the employer. Are you all right? I know it's been tough." Yeah? A bit of compassion for someone who works for you? "Oh, no. I'm shaking with anger," he said to her. "What the hell's gone on here?" And demanded answers about the entire process. The fact that tables and chairs have been thrown at police officers and a female police officer has been hit with a broom, irrelevant. Yeah? Our staff got yet more verbal abuse from a member of this city council. What an appalling, sad state of affairs. I'm going to move on, Lord Mayor. Culture of secrecy. Well, this one keeps coming. It's a recurrent theme. We know this is something they're working on at the moment. The culture of secrecy. Now, Councillor Vernon Jackson has referred to the fact that he's having to do all these FOIs every single month. In fact, I think he's single-handedly keeping the FOI team basically in business. I would like to tell the City Council how many emails I have had requesting information from me, or in fact the entire Cabinet, yeah, the decision makers, the people that make 99% of the decisions in the City Council. I can tell you, as an administration, we have had zero, none, no emails at all, yeah? So instead, he'd rather play the big melodramatic role of, you know, I'm going to put in a FOI request because the culture of secrecy, I can't get information. Just talk to me. Just ask me. Send me an email. Pick up the phone, Gerald. You and I do communicate via telephone, text occasionally. Sometimes you can be quite useful and helpful, actually, as it goes. But, you know, genuinely, just speak to us. This is not a culture of secrecy. We want to share information with you, and we will do. But, you know, it is wasting public money. It's all for political gain. We all know that. It's all to be dramatic and say, I've got to do FOIs because I can't even get information out of my own council. It's complete rubbish. He just needs to talk to us and ask us the questions. And in actual fact, if you ask me a question, why don't you blind or copy in the entire City Council so that they can all see that you've asked me, and if I don't respond, you're almost naming and shaming me. Let's go for that one. We've also heard that in terms of the culture of secrecy, talking about Labour, and I have to make this point because I've written it down at the top of this page and I'll forget it, that Labour support us, that Labour Party have worked with the Conservatives. Look, I love you, Stephen, but you don't really work with me that much on my budget, do you? Let's be honest. So, you know, it's great to catch up with you occasionally, but I have to say, for the record, the Labour Party do not prop up or support the Tory administration. So there we go. Anyway, Councillor Vernon Jackson then went on to talk about the 2016 election results and how, you know, the Conservatives only won however many 4 or 5 seats across the city, and how members of the city, residents across the city were rejecting the Tories. You know, it's a bit like statistics and damn lies, isn't it? Because what he's failing to tell you is that in 2015, the Conservatives actually won 9 out of the 14 seats. So, you know, we can both spin it to our own advantage, but it's just such pettiness. We need to be focusing on the good of the city. We need to be focusing on delivering a good, strong, you know, well-meaning, balanced budget for the people of this city, to be delivering and adding to public services to make them not just good, but outstanding. All of this silly politicking has got to stop. I've had a resident say to me in the last couple of weeks, because he quoted one, so I'm going to say one too, from Southsea. It was not too far from the King's Theatre 2 weekends ago. And I knocked on her door and she said, "Oh, it's you." And I said, "Oh, hello." And she said, "Oh, I didn't realise that you actually went out and knocked on doors yourself." And I said, "Yes, I do. Yeah, we have to do everything here, you know, all hands to the pump and all that." And she said, "Well, actually, you know, we got chatting a bit about parking and other bits and pieces." And then she said to me, you know, and she wanted to know about things that were going to be going on in Southsea over the next, over the summer period. And I explained to her about some of the things that we'd introduced over the previous 2 years. And she said to me, "Do you know what? I have always voted Liberal Democrat living here." She said, "But you guys have actually done done an awful lot across the city over the last couple of years. And so, yeah, I think I'm going to vote for you guys next. So he can give a line, so can I. But that's not, it doesn't even end there. I was outdoor knocking with Councillor Lee Mason. He was on the other side of the road. I then went into a few houses, knocked on a few doors. I did go into one house, which Councillor Mason had to retrieve me from because I was in there for quite a long time. However, she then came back down the road with her husband about 10 minutes later, and she said, can I just introduce you to my husband, because he'd really like to meet you as well. And I thought, this is going quite well. I said, yeah, hello, nice to meet you. And he said, crikey, you're a lot younger in the flesh, aren't you, than you look on TV and in the paper? And I said, well, actually, that's because the editor of the news puts extra wrinkles on my face. And he went, really? And I was like, no, I was joking. They're genuine. They're all my own wrinkles. But anyway, so, you know, it was good to get out and talk to people. I'll just say that. So we can all have anecdotal stories about, you know, the support that we're getting on the ground. And as I say, 2015, 9 out of 14 seats, wonderful. When I was Leader of the Opposition, though, seriously, Lord Mayor, on this part about secrecy, when I was Leader of the Opposition in 2014, I was denied information, which did include in cases from officers. I was told I could not see finance papers. I was told I could not attend briefings with my, actually no, 2013, with my then cabinet member, the infamous councillor Mike Hancock, when I was the opposition spokesman for Pred. I was not permitted to have a Pred briefing. I was denied those financial papers, particularly about the port and MMD. Mike Hancock, when he was a Liberal Democrat councillor in this city, treated opposition spokesmen as innate objects. He conducted his decision meetings of a key portfolio in the city, Pred meetings. Sometimes they would last, and in fact, every Pred meeting would last between 15 seconds and 2 minutes. Okay, and I'm just going to give you the 15-second rendition. Okay, yep, today it's Friday the 16th of March, so item 1 on my agenda is markets, and look to Cathy Wadsworth. Yep, I'm agreeing the market one. Yeah, okay. Item 2 is about the New Brittany Ferries contract through Portsmouth International Port. Yep, I'm agreeing that one. And the next one, and we're sat there. The Labour and Conservative spokesman sat there, yeah, didn't even glance at us, and I'm sort of putting my hands up to try and speak, completely ignored, because of the culture of secrecy and cover-up in the Lib Dems. And then, yeah, item 3, final one, commercial road improvements. Yeah, I'm agreed, done. That was it. So I turned. In the end, I used to keep my bag in my hand. In fact, once I just stayed standing on purpose and literally just turned around and walked out again. So that's how it was, Lord Mayor. It was absolutely appalling. So to have the Leader of the Opposition stand up and talk to us about a culture of secrecy coming from the most undemocratic, anti-inclusive administration, it was a real culture of secrecy, Lord Mayor, because we were not afforded anything, not even a voice at a key decision meeting, because our opinion on what was happening on those key things in the Pred portfolio was irrelevant. In contrast, when Councillor Stubbs was the Cabinet Member for Pred, and now I am, we always offer our opposition spokesmen the opportunity to have their say, and as far as I'm aware, so do all of the Cabinet members. Councillor Ben Dowling comes to my meetings, as does Councillor Yahya Chowdhury and Councillor Golan Galloway. They speak. At the last meeting, Councillor Hugh Mason came along and deputised for Councillor Ben Dowling. He gave his opinion on a couple of things. It was useful. One of the things I said to Councillor Hugh Mason, thank you, I'm going to take that away and look into it. That's what inclusivity is about. That's what working together is about. And I'm proud that this administration does that. I'm not going to go on about the TV's recording of in the council meeting. We all know that. It's a well-rehearsed story, but it is a factual point. We've also had the highest levels of consultation since we've been the administration on this budget, the most important decision of the year in this council, the highest levels of consultation on record. That is not by accident. That's because we've consciously worked hard to engage. Millions and millions of pounds have been wasted on legal, vanity, political projects that they chose to spend taxpayers' hard-earned money on, such as their legal issue with Kinetic, and the fact that they nearly all got summons to the High Court individually named, not the council, them, for the poor decision that they took. They were given very specific legal advice about that. We then look at the bus portal, not just the capital, the £4.1 million that was wasted, but the fact that when the IT didn't work, we were still paying £173,000 a year contract for the management of the system that didn't work, and that only ended in 2013. So these poor decisions, poor decisions, have lasting effects. Because I tell you, that 173,000, just 1 year of the maintenance charge to a contract that didn't work, could have funded Off the Record and Portsmouth Recovery Cafe and Portsmouth Counselling Service, the whole lot of them for a year. It would have been amazing. Then I want to move on to UKIP, next to speak. Thank you very much for your comments. Your national frustrations. Look, I share a lot of them. Colin, you and I had a meeting today before the budget meeting started. You've made some good points, and as I say, maybe we should construct a letter to the Chancellor together to talk about the effects on local government, because I think it's a good point. We then move on to the Labour amendment. And actually, as in the last meeting in December, the independent councillors, UKIP, Conservatives and Labour all agreed on the proposal of 4 yearly elections. Now, as I said to you in the break, Councillor Morgan, we did have this costed a couple of years ago. I appreciate it can't go into your budget amendment right now, but we anticipate it could save around £180,000 over the 4-year period on having all-in, all-out elections. We think it's wonderful, and I would be very, very pleased to support you on that. Actually, what you can see from the Labour amendment is a budget that's putting its money where its mouth is. We are going to spend money on adult social care. They're saying exactly what their priorities are. They're putting their money where their mouth is, not chasing loads of vanity political projects or cancelling things and then renaming them in their own words and playing silly politics with things. They're actually saying we're going to spend it on adult social care. And you know what? I don't disagree with that at all, because that's also what we're doing with the 4.99% council tax increase. What I am pleased about, Lord Mayor, is that all of the political parties are supporting the 4.99% because they've all included that in their budget as well. And Councillor Ryan Brent, because he's a maths teacher, did some numbers for me earlier, which was great. And actually, as he said, the Labour amendment reflects less than 0.18%, so less than 1%, of the council's revenue budget proposals this year, and the Lib Dem one, 0.2%. So actually, let's call it 99.8% of what we're proposing today is supported by everyone, and I'm absolutely delighted of that. Finally, Lord Mayor, before you today, you have a budget of growth, a budget of ambition, a budget of entrepreneurialism, a budget allowing us to prioritise education for the city's children, investing in our roads, investing in our heritage and culture, and investing in amazing facilities with adults with learning disabilities. A proud, honourable budget proposing just £900,000 of real-time cuts to public services, which we're hoping the public won't notice in any way because we are managing the city so well. Therefore, Lord Mayor, I formally propose to you the City Council budget and council tax for 2017-18 and medium-term budget forecast for 2018-19 to 2021 and the capital budget for 2016-17 to 2020-21 to 22. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. 39B, I didn't want to interrupt that peregrination. Councillor Donna Jones said that the Lib Dems didn't put any money into new schools. I wonder if she would like to rephrase that, as that is clearly a lie, as in 2013 we put £5 million in.
Okay, thank you very much. So the amendments to the budget and the council tax will now be put to the vote. Just to let you know that I took them in the order that they were given to me, that Peter gave to me, and starting off with the Labour amendment, using the recorded voting method as required by the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So if we're now dealing with the Labour amendment on the revenue budget, if those members in support of the amendment could stand and sit as their name is called, please. Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Ferret. Those in opposition to the Labour amendment, could they please stand and sit as their names are called, please? Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny, Councillor Potter, Councillor Young, Councillor Symes, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Weems, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Godier, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Harris, Councillor Lyon. And those who wish to register their abstention to the amendment, please. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington.
Members, please.
Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, and Councillor Ashmore. We'll just tally that for you. Lord
Thank
Mayor.
you very much. So that's been lost. For was 3, against was 24, and abstain was 13. Thank you very much. So now we'll deal with the Liberal Democrat Group Council Tax Budget Amendment by recorded vote.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Those in favour of the Liberal Democrat Revenue Amendment, if they could stand, please, and sit as their names called. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. And those members who are against the Liberal Democrat amendment, please, could they stand and sit as their names called? Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny, Councillor Potter, Councillor Young, Councillor Symes, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Weems, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Godier, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Harris, and Councillor Lyon. And any abstentions that to be recorded? No? Okay, Lord Mayor, we'll just... 2, Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Morgan, abstentions on the Liberal Democrat amendment. We'll just total that up for you.
So that amendment has been lost. For was for 13, against was 25, and abstain was 2. So, moving on to, where are we?
You're now voting on the Cabinet.
On the Cabinet recommendations. So, amendments, sorry.
No,
Yes.
You're dealing with the... You're dealing on the... You're voting on the revenue... Yes, the revenue first.
See, we told you we were right. So, all those in favour?
Just to clarify, Lord Mayor, we're voting on the revenue... Cabinet recommendations on the revenue budget.
All those in favour, please stand.
Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny, Councillor Potter, Councillor Young, Councillor Symes, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Weems, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Godier, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Harris, and Councillor Lyon. And those against the Cabinet recommendation on the budget?
Cabinet recommendation, please.
Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. Any abstentions on that vote?
There's none.
No. Okay,
So you'll
can I
do the
just
numbers.
Total up the revenue vote for you.
So the Cabinet recommendation has been carried. For was 25, against was 15, abstentions was 0. So that's been carried. Thank you. Yeah.
On the revenue.
The amendments to the capital programme will now be put to the vote by a recorded vote.
This is the Liberal Democrat amendment on the capital programme, Lord Mayor.
Sorry.
So those in favour of the Liberal Democrat amendment on the capital programme, please stand. Thank you. Yep. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. Could those members who are against the Liberal Democrat amendment on the capital please stand?
Yes, please. Please stand.
Thank you. Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny, Councillor Potter, Councillor Young, Councillor Symes, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Weems, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Godier, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Harris and Councillor Lyon. Are there any abstentions to be
Any abstentions, please stand.
Councillors Chowdhury and Councillor Morgan. We're just going to total up
Just do the scores on the doors. So the amendment has been lost. For was 13, against was 25, and abstain was 2. That's been lost. We're now voting on the Cabinet's recommendations on the capital programme. Again, this has needed a recorded vote again. So please stand, please.
Yes, those in favour of the Cabinet recommendations on the capital programme. Thank you. Sorry, I've got to read it. Sorry. Okay. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny, Councillor Potter, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Young, Councillor Symes, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Weems, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Godier, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Harris, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Horton, Councillor Purvis and Councillor Dowling. Is anyone against the
Anyone
capital?
against the capital? Would you please? Any abstentions, please, members? No.
Do you want us to officially get the numbers for you?
You better, just in case, just to tick the box.
I'll be accused of not doing my job properly then.
The Cabinet recommendation on the capital is approved. 40.
So that's been approved. The capital recommendation. For 40 against. Against was 0 and abstentions was 0. So thank you very much. So that concludes the debate on the budget and council tax item and capital programme items. Well done. Okay, number 11 is recommendations from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee. Members' recommendations of the Governance and Audit Standards Committee, which met on the 3rd of February, has been previously circulated. I now Sorry, does someone say something? Okay. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. One, I call minute. Number 6, external audit arrangements after 2017-18. Okay, thank you. If none of them, no, where am I now? That's agreed. Well done. So I'm on this bit now, and I thank you.
No, you jump a bit now then, Lord Mayor.
1 second. I think we're going to questions now. Number 13, aren't we? Yeah. Questions for the members understanding Order 17. Members, there are 3 questions understanding Order 17 that has been previously circulated to you all. You know that there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within the standing order to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may take up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. That's good, isn't it? I said that without taking a breath. Question 1. Question 1, Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, my Lord. In my name, my Lord.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you. In reply to the question about the revamping of Commercial Road, no money has been spent on the public realm improvements within Commercial Road for a number of years. As a result of the feedback from investors, from shop operators and from the freeholders of the shops in Commercial Road, and having met with them and the Traders Association, the feedback we've had is that Commercial Road feels cluttered and it sort of discourages people to spend time in Commercial Road and dwell around the shops. The city centre plays an important role in the overall economy of the city, and its success influences the opportunities available to the residents of Portsmouth. The city centre provides a significant number of jobs and homes and will be increasingly relied upon to meet the housing and employment needs of the city going forward, and particularly over the coming decades. So unless we invest in the fabric of our city centre, we're not going to see or be able to sell the area as a strong place to investors particularly. Without this investment, the jobs and homes that are needed in the city could be at jeopardy of not being delivered. Whilst the money to be spent on Commercial Road will not fundamentally change the public realm, it will make a visual improvement to the area, and for some of the tenants in the area, it will help to make choices about whether to continue to trade from Commercial Road itself. And it's also sent a positive message about a council that cares about the area and give confidence to those traders who wish to stay in the city. Research has suggested that for every £1 spent on public realm, £5 of investment is brought into the area. And, you know, we think it's a relatively small investment in the public realm at Commercial Road, but it could bring, as I say, increased investment and business confidence to our city centre.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Galloway, would you like another question?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you, Leader. Yes, I agree. Certainly, Commercial Road does look cluttered, but it's cluttered with vagrants and beggars. That is the whole basis of this question. I want to know what we're doing about that and how we can prevent it from reoccurring.
I think that's a very valid point from Councillor Gaudier. And as you know, sorry, it's because I'm looking at his name on here. Sorry, I apologise, Councillor Galloway. As you know, in May last year, we formed and created the Homelessness Working Group, which Councillor Gaudier was appointed to as the chair. And that working group consists of Councillor Jenny Brent, yourself, obviously, Councillor Susie Horton, Councillor Stephen Morgan, Gemma New, and Councillor Tom Wood. Now, what we do know with homelessness, vagrancy, you know, that actually it is a complex issue. Begging, rough sleeping, homelessness, they aren't actually the same thing. And so therefore different responses are needed for each of those things, because in some cases it is opportunistic in terms of begging. They can go home to a warm, dry, safe place to, you know, that they live every night. But there are obviously very genuinely homeless people in the city at the moment as well. So what the group have done, and as a member of that, but for members of the City Council, the group have focused the first part of their work on understanding and reviewing the council's approach to people sleeping rough in the city. Now, they've done that, particularly Councillor Gaudier, Councillor Geminu, have done that by speaking and visiting with both the statutory and the voluntary sector providers that help rough sleepers and homeless people in the city. Talking to them, gaining the knowledge of their experiences, the key drivers that have led them to being homeless is really key to how we work to prevent it, as you've quite rightly said. Now, the issue is not unique to Portsmouth. We've had a reported 16% rise in rough sleeping across the country in the last 12 months. And as Councillor Steve Weems said earlier, what we have done, because we were so concerned about rough sleepers over the cold months, is open that night shelter in November? Started December, and for a 3 or 4 month period to see people, vulnerable people, sleeping on the streets through the most, the coldest nights that we have in the winter period, and to offer them somewhere safe and warm to sleep. Now, the working group is due to be reporting back in the coming weeks, and I know that their proposal will be seeking to ensure that the services the city are providing provide appropriate, accessible support. So, identifying the volunteers that can assist people to navigate their way through all of the available services. And the recent scrutiny panel looked at this and talked about how they can coordinate and improve the distribution of donations by putting in place appropriate enforcement to encourage people to use the support available from these services. So it seems the most important issue is securing the means by which suitable accommodation, and it's hoped that the funding through the government's Housing First model can be implemented in the city, whereby long-term suitable accommodation is provided first and necessary support then follows for the individuals. Prevention is clearly better than cure on this one. Whilst I understand that these issues have a significant impact on the community, including the business community actually, recent research has shown that the vast majority of people sleeping rough have experienced some sort of trauma in their lives, and they do need support to manage that. So our priority is to provide a balance between securing investment in the city and keeping the traders happy and confident about a growing and thriving city centre, but whilst also supporting people that are very vulnerable. And the extensive conversations I've had with two of the councillors, particularly at the back of the chamber, is about, it's all very well having all these charities and us paying contracts to help them, but actually the proactive behaviour required from somebody who's sleeping rough to wake up one day, potentially in a shop doorway, and think, today's going to be the day I'm going to turn my life around. Today's going to be the day that I don't know, crack alcohol and stop drinking, or I'm going to go and walk through the doors of a charity in Arundel Street and I'm going to go and seek help and support. That's actually a really big step. You need to be thinking very clearly and very logically to decide, I want to go and engage with the council's emergency housing team. I want to engage with the charity to get some support. I want to get clean clothes. I want to get furniture. I want to start getting the benefits I'm entitled to change my life around, engage in employment. That's a really, really big thing to do when your life has become so sad that you are living and often urinating in a street corner, for example. And this is a really sad situation. And so what we need to be doing is taking the support to those people. One, preventing it, but secondly, where it does occur, saying to the charities and saying to the contracts that we have with charities, take the support to them. It may mean you've got to go and sit with Bob in a doorway every day for 2 weeks before he'll trust you, before he'll realise that you're there to help him. And that's certainly one of the things that Councillor Geminu, Councillor Gaudier, Councillor Jenny Brent and myself have had conversations about. And I do welcome the response back from the Homeless Working Group in the next few weeks.
Thank you very much. Is Councillor Ferret now, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the council leader has covered some of the answer to this particular question, but I think it does need to go on the record, given the way that this question is phrased. And I would be interested in the council leader's view on the need for us all to exercise care in the use of language that we use for vulnerable people in our community.
Leader?
I assume that Councillor Ferret means beggars, vagrants, homeless people.
Alleged homeless people? Yes.
Yeah, yes, sorry, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, obviously, that's probably more a question for Councillor Gaudier. I mean, I agree. The way... Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Councillor Galloway. It's the G. My brain can't compute between Gaudier and Galloway, sorry.
I hate to say it, lady, but he's a bit older, you know. Sorry, you know, those young. Sorry, I'm so sorry, you know. Sorry, yeah, there is a bit of a difference there. Sorry.
I think
Reminds me of Santa Claus. So yeah, just remember.
I take on board the point. I think that, you know, the way that we do refer to people and the respect that we give them, particularly when they are at their, you know, most challenging times in their lives, is a good point.
Councillor Gaudier.
Thank you. If I could just help very briefly with the way we word things, because I believe me and Morgan's had this in a meeting about how you address the name and labelling of people. I know a lot of people disagree, but I like to call them service users. It's a bit like naming something on a shelf. You've got to put it in the right bracket to help you along, but it isn't humanised enough, and they are people and very vulnerable people. But the reality is, vagrants, come on. Anyway, I know we've got to address these 3 questions. So, would the leader agree with me that the leader of UKIP, being on the homeless working group, and actually having more ways of contacting me through emails, through many ways than my own mother does, one slight interaction and communication with me, we could have saved the taxpayers time and money on this. Thank you.
Did you want to respond, leader?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's it. So I think we're on to question 2 now. Councillor Whittington, please.
Question 2, my name, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Leader.
Thank you very much. The Grand Depart as part of the Tour de France. So I'd like to thank Councillor Winnington for the question and the opportunity to update members on the conversations that have been ongoing with ASO, the organisation and the body behind the prestigious Tour de France. I can confirm that following the announcement of the UCI Road World Championships being hosted in Yorkshire in 2019, that we fully understood that there would not be support for 2 major significant world cycling events to be hosted in the UK in the same year. I met with the Secretary of State or the former Secretary of State, John Whittingdale, for sports, culture, media and sport. And he did say that to us at the time, that look, if Yorkshire is successful with the 2019 bid for the World Championships, then we simply won't, the government will not be financially supporting 2 major events in the same sporting category in that year. We've continued to have dialogue with a range of organisations who would be key to the successful securing of a major event such as UK Sport and British Cycling, as well as ASO themselves directly. As members may be aware, we've recently introduced a new event strategy which aims to capitalise and build on previous successes to deliver economic growth through sporting and cultural legacies for the city. Within it, it recognises that it is actually, it recognises the income that major events generate and the most significant outcomes that they can bring, and therefore Portsmouth is ideally placed to host a Grand Depart along with our twin city of Caen, and it's something that you may remember. Councillor Linda Symes and I have been working very closely with the Mayor of Caen around this aspiration. Officers have recently been in detailed discussions with the Mayor's office in Caen, and both cities have expressed our ongoing willingness to consider options with ASO for a range of years, as is the usual practice in securing such a prestigious event, and also to make sure that we are successful in hosting a Grand Depart at some point in the future. In reality, it probably would be nearer 2021, 2022. ASO do work 2 years ahead, but without some significant investment outside of this council, I certainly couldn't. I don't know about colleagues, but I wouldn't be happy to justify spending potentially upwards of £1 million on building a bid, which we then may be unsuccessful in winning, without government support. If the government want the Tour de France to come back to the UK at some point in the future, we're a willing partner. That's basically the message we've been getting out there. But certainly we are not prepared to spend any Portsmouth taxpayers' money on building a significant comprehensive bid because it just wouldn't be a sensible and prudent use of money at the moment in the current financial climate.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Willington, did you want to ask?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Can the Council Leader tell me, does she think she might have she might have done anything differently if she was starting on this process again?
Leader?
Thank you. The one thing that we have learned, I think that's a good question, is that when you're lobbying, for want of a better word, because that's effectively what it is, rather than putting your eggs in a basket of saying we'd like to host it for 2019, it's better to do a range between 2019 and 2022, 23, whatever. And that's kind of the very, this is quite a... There's a real clique in the world of top-level cycling, as I'm sure you're aware, Councillor Winton. I know that you're a cyclist and probably know far more about it than I do. And so because of that, we have learned that actually when you build your bid, such as Yorkshire did, they actually bid the year before they hosted it, or a couple of years before that, to host it, I think, for 2014 and failed, and then hosted it in 2015. Edinburgh, for example, built a bid, sorry, Lord Mayor, through you, Edinburgh built a bid and spent, probably the best part of £1 million on this bid. But just because they weren't successful in bidding last year to secure it for, I think, this year, they can use that bid again in the future. So there are certain things you need to tweak, update your economic forecasting for your city, visitor numbers, bits and pieces. There's some of the economic modelling that needs to be updated. But actually, in essence, the structure of the bid should be there. And I think the only other thing, something we've learned, but contacts that we've made that have been amazing. We've got a couple of, someone who writes, sports writer for the the Times. We've got Cycling Weekly, people that write editorial for Cycling Weekly. We've got someone who works at Goodwood House, who's very head of events, who's very connected to ASO, was previously involved in a Grand Depart. And we've had a number of people through the coverage we've had, both in cycling magazines and in sporting pages of national papers, plus also online. We have had a number of people that have come forward and offered us pro bono work and are helping us with the intelligence data and gathering that we need to do. But like I say, failing the government supporting us in this aspiration, we are going to have to seek some kind of private investment and sponsoring. And of course, a private investor wants to know what the potential return is for them. And so that's something that we're just kind of trying to tease out at the moment. In actual fact, our colleagues in Con are obviously much better placed to do some of that because they know some of the people that are involved in ASO personally. So we're just trying to work through at the moment how we could take this forward if we can't get any government money.
Councillor Willington?
Yeah, thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you, Leader. And just to say, it's great to hear that that though this isn't going to happen, that we're still thinking about the future, and I really support you on that. Just thinking about that, because obviously there is now going to be a longer period whereby there won't be a major cycle race, or potentially won't be a major cycle race here, and we're looking at Grand Depart. And considering that when Yorkshire did before Yorkshire had their Grand Depart, and Edinburgh had their bid for a Grand Depart, and London, of course, had the Grand Depart as well, that they had all had stage race experience in recent times with the Tour of Britain. Do you think that is something that you would consider and use all the resources locally and expertise to take that forward so we can have some stage racing here in the meantime at least?
Leader?
I'm just conferring with obviously Councillor Fleming because he is the council member, cabinet member, who is obviously dealing with a lot of the conversations, British Cycling and others. I know that we were previously offered to host a final for this year at some point. For women, for the women's British road race final. The reason that we rejected it when we would put that offer to us about 4 or 5 months ago was because of the cost that it would be, what we'd have to pay to effectively get it here. And we had the Perlazumi men's road race here last year, as you know, in June. It was a terribly wet day, but actually amazingly well attended. And seeing those bikes zooming through Guildhall Square, and and I think Lord Mayor, you've just become the Lord Mayor actually, literally a couple of days beforehand. But actually, it was a great event, and I think you're absolutely right. We do need to demonstrate that we've got the infrastructure, the capability, and also by hosting events like that, they can see from helicopter shots, from, you know, just what a fantastic city it is to put on the telly, because you've got the castle, the lighthouse, you know, the background to the warrior, and all these amazing things that, and ships, you know, there's so much that you can see as people are zooming along the road. The aeroplane, the helicopter with the TV cameras then sees a Brittany ferry going past in the background whilst people are going at, you know, 60, 70 miles an hour along the Common, for example. So I think it is a good point that we do need to prove that we can host more of these things. I think we'd be very keen to work with the Portsmouth Cycle Forum and any other professionals that we've got. We have, as I say, had a number of, we've had a couple of offers to host different events. It would be wonderful for our city, as you quite rightly say, to host it. And I think it builds on the America's Cup, on that Portsmouth is trying to position itself slightly different to Brighton, which has always been bohemian and kind of it was been quite cool for a number of years to have a second home if you live in London and want to have a home by the sea. Actually, with the success of Gunwharf Quays, with the branding that we're trying to achieve with the city, with hosting the America's Cup, and if Sir Ben Ainslie and team win in Bermuda in June and bring the cup home, you know, having a Tour de France, a Grand Depart, to tie in with potentially hosting the America's Cup final here in 2019 would really, I think, properly establish this city as one of the top cities in the UK to host international sporting events. And you never know, ASA might come to us and say, can we have it in your city, please, rather than us having to bid for it. You never know.
Thank you. Can I just remind members, please, it's questions, not statements, please. Questions to the leader. Councillor New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And would the leader agree with me that we should also be looking to encourage local family rides as well around the city, and that actually it can open up the city to lots of people to areas that they wouldn't normally travel to, and that it's a wholly positive thing to perhaps tackling congestion in the city?
Leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'd like to say to Councillor New, great question, and I do completely agree with him. We should be encouraging it. In actual fact, Councillor Fleming and Councillor New, being a good partner to Councillor Fleming had literally been the cabinet member for, I don't know, a few weeks, and he got roped into doing a pedal Portsmouth event with lots of kids and families, and you cycled from Mountbatten Centre right the way down to the seafront. Yeah.
Sorry, leader, but he's not abseiling like me, though.
No, he didn't abseil, but
No, Lord Mayor, I'm not.
But he would like to abseil, wouldn't you, Councillor Fleming, down the Spinnaker Tower? But anyway, in all honesty, they did get on their bikes, having not ridden bikes for a number of years, and there they were. They got on them, and they did exactly what they had to do, and they raised the profile of it. But actually, the pedal Portsmouth events are excellent, and as you know, we introduced those about 18 months ago to close roads where we could on a Sunday primarily, or we did that on the first year, along the seafront, to encourage families to bring their children to ride on actual roads whilst they're closed. They get to feel how close to the curb they should be, how you turn a corner when you pull into the centre of a road to indicate to go left or right, and actually to build road confidence in children so that it starts to build a pattern of behaviour for the rest of their lives if they remain living here or in any other city in the UK, that actually cycling is a great way to get about, and it also helps them to be healthier too. Councillor Fleming's just told me that actually they're going to make Pedal Portsmouth events once a month, which is amazing. And we've got some brilliant volunteers, and I feel like I'm stealing his thunder a little bit here because it's actually Councillor Fleming's portfolio. But with the Pedal Portsmouth event, we've got volunteer guided riders who are coordinated through Joe from British Cycling. We've got women's groups, we've got disabled groups. If you're a super cycler, like, I don't know if you are, Councillor Winnington, but if you're a good quick cycler, which he's quite lean, I assume he probably is he'd be faster than me, for example, you could go out in the top group and do fast stuff. Or if you're a newbie, or you're not so fast, maybe like I might be if I was on a bike, then you go in the slower group. So they have different levels, different paces. They do ones that are sort of 3 to 5 miles. They do I think they do one that goes around the city up to Langston, all the way back around again. They do one that's like 9 miles. Yeah, they do all different ones. So actually, Pedal Portsmouth has been a great event, and because we did sign that deal with British Cycling a couple of years ago, we've renewed it. We are making sure that we're getting our money's worth from it.
Thank you very much. I must say, leader, he does look very good in all his cycling gear. I must say, I've seen that. Looks very good in his cycling gear, Councillor Whittington. Well done. OK. Councillor Bosher, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a quick question. Given that abseiling is also a form of transportation, would the leader agree with me that maybe the relevant executive member should join the Lord Mayor?
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I won't answer that one. To you, leader. Yeah, sorry.
Relevant cabinet member being Councillor Fleming or me? Oh, yeah, I think it's a great idea for him to do.
Thank you very much. Question 3, Councillor Sanders, please. Okay, Councillor Jones again, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. An update on the Solent Combined Authority. Okay, so, as you know, Portsmouth, Southampton and the Isle of Wight Council submitted an application for the Solent Combined Authority to the government, to the Secretary of State, Sajid Javid, back in October 2016. At the moment, we're still waiting for a response from the Secretary of State to determine our formal submission. This is following our public consultation. His current priority, as has been communicated to us through his department, is to resolve the bids that they have already announced. I think there's been some 4 or 5 combined authorities that they announced in the lead up to, well, over the summer period and in the lead up to the autumn statement. And that is taking up a lot of administration time in the DCLG. And so they want to get that out of the way, get those ones over the line before they declare or announce any more. So he's not requested any further information from us at the moment on the bid. So the ball really is in his court now. So we're just waiting to hear. However, it does appear that Hampshire County Council's opposition to the scheme is clearly delaying the process and has, potentially jeopardising nearly £1 billion worth of investment, vital government funding that we could be spending on our roads. I do think that there is a danger because that money was kind of verbally earmarked, and we had a document that had it in the £30 million for 30 years sent to us in March last year to form part of the budget period starting from the 1st of April to the 31st of March of this year. That actually that money has kind of been ring-fenced in this current budget we're in now. So I guess there is the potential that if there isn't an announcement before the 31st of March, well, we will have to negotiate all over again, and that's clearly a very disappointing thing. The money that would be spent on infrastructure would clearly boost the region's economy because we do have completely inadequate transport infrastructure. The combined authority plans have helped a lot of good, actually. A lot of collaborative work has taken place between the councils across the Solent region, and surely that is only a good thing going forward. We now have a number of joint posts between Portsmouth and Southampton, mostly because, the leader of Southampton City Council and myself meet at least, well, I think weekly at the moment with our chief executives, and other council leaders as well. So the city's and Local Government Devolution Act does allow for alternative models of reorganisation. And at the moment, that's not something that we're specifically looking into. We did commission the report with all the other councils, excluding the county, in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. And that report was written by PricewaterhouseCoopers, as I say, supported by 14 out of the 15 councils in Hampshire. So at the moment, the ball is very much in the government's court, and we are waiting and hoping that we'll get an announcement and a devolution deal imminently.
Councillor Sanders, did you want to do a supplementary question?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Yes, I have. I've also read the PwC report, so obviously there's a range of options within there, both the 5 authority special of a Greater Portsmouth that goes all the way up to Bentley, right at the top of East Hampshire, and also the Gosport and Portsmouth Joint Authority. Have there been any conversations between the members of the administration and councils in Fareham, Havant and Gosport about a Greater Portsmouth Unitary Council?
Leader?
Yes, there has been. Before we submitted our bid and before we actually started working on the Solent Combined Authority, we did write to the government. It was then Greg Clark, the then Secretary of State, on the 18th of February 2016, 16th of February 2016. I've got a copy of the letter if you want to see it. I'm happy to provide it if you, Councillor Sanders, saying that because at that point we'd been working since August of 15 until basically the end of January is kind of when it all blew up. But we've been working on the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Combined Authority, so a combined authority without an elected mayor on a bigger footprint. When James Wharton visited the Solent, I don't know, it was mid-January, he made it very, very clear to all of the council leaders that we would have to have an elected mayor if we wanted a devolution deal. And having sat on the city's region board and the part of the Key Cities group on the LGA, both myself and Councillor Simon Letts have kind of seen this kind of train coming down the track since about October of the year before. So we have been feeding this back at Hampshire and Isle of Wight leaders meetings. But anyway, it was confirmed by the Government Minister, James Wharton, when he was a Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State under Greg Clark in January on his visit to Solent. Of course, having an elected mayor on such a large footprint, you kind of feel like you're losing your nucleus of your own area and your own community somewhat. And actually, a number of councils in the room, and as you know, I mean, I consulted with all of you, we had briefings, we talked about the proposition of an elected mayor on that larger footprint and decided that actually that's not something that we liked or wanted. And so I went back and we had a key vote at the Aegeus Bowl at the end of January, where a proposition was put to, in view of the government's position, to continue with the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Combined Authority with an elected mayor or not, and that fell. So we didn't, most of the leaders around the table voted not, in fact, all bar one, voted not to have a combined authority with an elected mayor on such a large footprint. Then, in the city's devolution bill of January 16, there are two ways to get devolution. One is through a combined authority and one is through, as you know, superunitaries. And we then had a vote about whether or not, as a collective of 15 councils, which included the Isle of Wight, obviously, we then wanted to pursue the other option. So if we don't want a mayor, do we want to go down the other path? And the vote was lost 7-6 of those that were in the room. And so we came away saying, well, we don't want the mayor, so we're not going to get the combined authority deal, and we don't want to do the superunitary thing. So as a collective this is, and therefore we came back and we were left, because how are we going to get devolution and how are we going to improve our roads? The government's direction of travel is about devolving power from Westminster down to communities. We know from the growth deals and Growth Deal 3, which we've all had our settlement figures now, all of the LEPs, we know that, you know, the Chancellor made it abundantly clear in his autumn statement, the Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear with the, and so has Greg Clark in his capacity as Business Minister, that with the new industrial, the UK's new industrial strategy they're consulting on, areas that have mayors will get more money. Areas that have mayors or areas that have combined authorities or devolution deals are going to get more money from the Accelerated Housing Delivery Fund, the National Infrastructure Fund, and at the moment we are really losing out, and it's a real worry. So after the meeting end of January, we regrouped the South East Hampshire cluster, our sort of neighbours near us. And that is when we met. So Havant, Gosport, Fareham, us, ourselves, me, and East Hampshire. And we did sit and talk about the proposal of trying to get a devolution deal in a different way, which could be looking at council mergers, or not even that, maybe formalising push a bit more and all staying as we are, but just doing some things in a different way. Economic prosperity boards, you know, there were all different things that we've played around with. Then, literally, we sent the letter to the Secretary of State, Greg Clark, on the, I'll go with David's great knowledge, 16th of Feb. And then literally, David, it was the following week, wasn't it? A call came in from the Treasury, a civil servant to David, giving him the heads up that I was going to be contacted by the SPAD. He was political, wasn't he? The SPAD to George Osborne, and I waited on my phone patiently for 2 days, and eventually the call came in. And that call was to ask us to regroup and work to a Solent combined authority. So we ditched our letter of the 18th of Feb, and that's when we started working on the Solent Combined Authority. They then requested that I went up to London, and I went to the DCLG and met with Greg Clark and James Wharton, because he was the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State leading on devolution for Greg. And then we had a meeting. Oh, crikey, Greg came down loads of times. We had lots and lots of meetings with him. We all went up to the Treasury at the beginning of March, because they really, really wanted to announce a Solent devolution deal in time for the budget statement in March 2016. And so we had lots and lots of meetings. We had a 2-hour-long meeting with Lord O'Neill, who was the Commercial Secretary to the Treasury, because he was dealing with the money side of it on behalf of George Osborne at the Treasury. The meeting went very well. He initially offered us quite a low figure. I think it was £8 or £10 million a year, and I was like, what? Anyway, and then he said, well, how much do you need then? And I said, well, at least 50. We compromised on 30 after some negotiation. So anyway, that's how the kind of process went. We're all geared up, all ready to go for the, for the budget statement in March. It got pulled at the last minute because there wasn't unanimity. There was unanimity amongst all the councils bar one, and that's why it got pulled at that point. And so since then, we were then advised to do a consultation just on the 3 unitaries because, as you know, a slight loophole in the legislation is that county councils can block their district councils from joining a combined authority at the first instance, but they can't stop them from joining it if one is already set up. But unitaries, obviously being our own kingmakers, are able to form a combined authority, and that's why we were then advised that Portsmouth, Southampton and the Isle of Wight should go out and consult just the 3 of us, which we did. Got the feedback, came through the council chamber. We all had a couple of briefings before it got here. So we've literally done everything the government have asked us to do. And the fact that we've got such dire train links between Portsmouth and London, the fact that there hasn't been investment in the M27, I don't think since the 1960s, serious proper infrastructure upgrade since they joined the M3 to the end of the M3 to the M27, sorry. We haven't had any serious infrastructure in this city since then. You know, we've got aspirations around a monorail in Portsmouth and about thinking about how we're going to get people around this city in the next sort of 5 years or 55 years. At the moment, without that infrastructure investment, I really don't know what we're going to do, because we, as a council, all on our own, come 2019, when our our local government formula grant ends, we switch to the NNDR retention, the 100% business rate retention. There's then a reset a couple of years later, because there's going to be a reset fairly imminently, after they've given us this ability to keep our 100% of new business rates. They're then going to reset it 2 years later. It's a real issue for us because we are never going to be able to generate the money that we need in this city unless we have some other kind of help and support. I'm very, very concerned about it. And it is one of the biggest challenges that we face in this city at the moment, is getting people around, bringing pollution levels down, and improving the quality of life for people, making the roads safer, encouraging more people to cycle. People don't want to cycle because the roads are quite dangerous to cycle on. You know, what's the solution? Less cars on the road. How do we do that? By improving public transport. And that's why it's so, so important. I'm bitterly disappointed. I still believe it's the right thing to do. You know, whether it's a combined authority, whether or not it's some kind of economic prosperity board or whatever it might be, you know, at the end of the day, he who plays the piper sings the tune. The government holds the cards. It's whatever show they have in town at that time. At the moment, they're talking about reorganisations and combined authorities. Both are absolute headaches for a government, but we are here, we're at the end of the phone, and when they want to talk to us, we will get ourselves up there and engage. And of course, I'll feed that back to the full City Council when they do.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders, did you want to ask another supplementary question?
Yes, I did. There's 10 minutes to go. Just another one. I just want to check one thing, if I may. My questions are short. Just want to check one thing, if I may. You're clearly worried, Councillor Jones, about the timescales, because your view is very clear.
Question. Got to do the question.
It's really simple. Is how long do you think this timescale is going to be? I mean, are we talking months or years?
How long's a piece of string? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I've been told.
Okay. Councillor Lyon, please. Okay. I think that was 2 questions, Councillor, but is it? It is very agony. Carry on, sorry. Did you get that, Leader? Sorry, I might have interrupted.
Well, look, we've got the Section 151 officer for the Isle of Wight sat in the chamber, so I'm sure he can feed that back. But yes, when I meet with the Isle of Wight leader, which I think we've got Hiowa next week, week after. So I'll be meeting with Councillor Dave Stewart, the new Conservative leader on the Isle of Wight. I will absolutely make that point. I think it's a very good point. And Councillor Fleming's just explained to me where the disconnect is between the train and the White Link Fast Cat. It's a very, very good point. I will absolutely take it on board.
Hooray. Okay, before I conclude this meeting, Councillor Donna Jones wishes to say a few words, and she has my permission to do so. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to say a little something to you, because I know that you've been so kind in giving us all the chocolates. These were from the Lord Mayor, by the way, for those that aren't aware. We had the card from, obviously, the pastor, but we've also got the chocolates from the Lord Mayor. And he happened to say to me yesterday, I've got something for all of you, and I bet I don't get anything. So, because we know that certain councillors in this chamber have had a penchant for teddy bears over the years, I bought you a teddy bear and a card from all of us to say how much we love you.
Oh,
because
thank
it's all
you. I
about
feel
love
like
today.
crying. Thank you.
And I'll give that to you after. But because I can't leave the Deputy Lord Mayor out as well, I have a little ditty for him written by his Irish wife. A celebration of our love is what today is for, a day for me to tell you that I couldn't love you more, a day for sharing our true love and what we'll always feel, a love to last forever, a love so very real. All my love, Joe.
Oh,
Anyway, that's it from me.
Oh,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you so much. Thank you. I just don't know what to say, actually. I feel like crying. Sorry, yeah, Councillor Alcombe, did you want to respond?
Well, Lord Mayor, I'd just like to take your indulgence for a minute and feel extremely guilty that I was going to go to football.
Thank you. Well, obviously, thank you, everybody, for your very kind words, and really appreciated. So now we're going to go into private section. Yes, sorry, I'll start. Members, that concludes the formal council meeting. Private section of the next part, please. So can we ask the officers and the members of public, please, to leave us? And we'll go into private selection in a second for the Lord Mayor.